We waited for Amelia to arrive. We needed to talk and also to get ready for the party. I couldn't believe that they could plan a reunion when it was chilling outside. But of course, they wouldn't miss the opportunity to show that the king had come into the pack. Luckily, Esmeralda and I could conjure whatever we wanted to wear, and we could help Amelia as well. The perks of having magic was that we could make the dress as warm as we could, while it looked sexy as well. I couldn't say the same thing for the members of this pack. They are probably going to be freezing, as the party's theme was an elegant gala. Bianca always seemed to live in a fantasy world. I hoped that she was doing a good job as Luna, not because of her, but because of the people from the pack. Even if most of them mistreated me, other members were against that. Sylvia's parents still lived here, and I wanted to pay them a visit. Amelia arrived to the room. She looked afraid of us, and from her thoughts, she was. We hadn't been properly introduced, so meeting a witch and the cursed one was too much for her. Amelia, I really don't want to scare you, but you already know what I can do. So tell me, why are you afraid of us? I went straight to the point. If I wanted Cade's cousin to open up to me, she needed to see that I was her friend. I may be straightforward, but I am not a bad person. The thing is that my sincerity can sometimes be mistaken with rudeness, so I was trying to control that. Well, at first I was mad at Esmeralda, so I couldn't sense her true power. Then she told us that she was really old and that she had met my parents a long time ago. That made me ask my mother why Esmeralda came, and now I know that she is the reason for my existence. What the heck? I knew that I didn't know Esmeralda's life, but how much has she done? I looked at Esmeralda in disbelief and admiration. If I understood correctly, she helped Cade's aunt conceive her. That was something that not many witches could do. Yes, I helped your mother, but you don't have to be afraid of me. I'm not going to bite you. Amelia looked like a sheep next to a wolf. Funny thing to say, considering Amelia was a wolf, but for some reason she was too afraid of Esmeralda, and now I knew why. Look, Esmeralda pretended to be Stefan's mate. She knows why you reacted the way you did. So believe me when I tell you, she isn't your enemy. She is one of the greatest friends I have, and someone you can count on. Amelia now seemed to relax. Of course, she was afraid that Esmeralda thought something bad of her. She had offended her unintentionally, but it was in the heat of the moment because they thought that Stefan had lied to them. Now that everything is cleared up, we need to get ready ASAP. They nodded at my comment, but Amelia looked confused. I guessed that she didn't bring clothes to the event that we were supposed to attend, but before I could offer her to conjure a dress, Esmeralda told her not to worry as she was going to help us with our gowns. She told us to do our makeup and that she would create something that went according to it. I chose to do black and gold makeup that would highlight my green eyes. I wore nude lipstick to give it an elegant look. Amelia had a brown and silver smoky eye combined with brown lipstick, while Esmeralda wore a black smoky eye with bright red lipstick. Part 1 of the outfit was done. Next was the gowns. Esmeralda called Amelia first. She asked her if she had any preference. After that, she created a silver silk dress with a classic A-line cut that is modernized with a subtle twist. A high, slit sleeve that reveals just a hint of skin. Silver beads and sequins looked intricately hand-sewn along the cuffs and collar, adding a touch of sparkle that mirrored the starlit sky. I was so astonished by the details in her gown that I couldn't wait for what Esmeralda had envisioned for me. "Your turn, my friend. Anything in mind?" she asked me. The truth is that I've never been too keen on fashion, but seeing Amelia in her dress, I couldn't wait to look like a princess myself. "You decide. You did a great job with Amelia." I smiled at her and she nodded. In a couple of seconds, I was dressed with golden velvet fabric that hugged my body gracefully, cascading to the floor in a pool of liquid gold. The long sleeves and high neckline offered warmth, while the daring back slit introduced an element of sexiness. It had a delicate gold thread embroidery that caught the light, giving me the appearance of a goddess. I could see that my hair was also in a hair updo that highlighted the neckline while leaving a few strands of my curly hair to fall. I just needed the perfect jewelry, and that would be it. Now it was Esmeralda's turn, and I was amazed by her result as well. It was a red silk velvet dress infused with fine gold threads. The fabric would glisten subtly under the moonlight, giving her a magical and mystical aura. It was a fitted bodice that transitioned into a full-flowing skirt, accentuated by an off-shoulder neckline adorned with a feather-light silk chiffon shawl. She looked like an African goddess. We were all ready for the event. Now we were only waiting for Kaid and Stefan. Esmeralda didn't have a partner, but she told me that she didn't care. She wasn't here to socialize. She was here to take care of me. We were talking about different subjects when we heard the door open. Our mates had finally arrived, and they looked dumbfounded. They stared at us, but didn't say a single word. "Gentlemen, if you are only going to stare at them and not say a thing, I'm going to take them to the party myself." The moment Esmeralda said that, they came into their senses. Stefan went next to Amelia while Kaid approached me to give me a kiss. I stopped him, and he gave me a hurt look. "I don't want you to ruin my makeup. Esmeralda might kill me if we ruin anything about my look." He put his hand behind my back and spoke near my ear, causing a shivering to go up my spine. "You look beautiful, love. I don't want to tell you what I want to do to you, or we might not go to the party." His husky voice woke up every fiber of my being. I could feel myself getting hotter and hotter. "Everyone, let's go. We are the guests of honor, and we are going to be late," Esmeralda yelled from outside the room. Kaid took my hand so we could leave where the party was taking place. When we arrived, I could see that my suspicions weren't wrong. The girls were mostly shivering. Instead of a party where everyone is happy, they looked like they were trying to survive. Bianca and her wonderful ideas. Speaking of the devil, she and Alexander were approaching us with an odd smile on their face. "Your Majesty, my dear sister, Gamma, Stefan, and Amelia, it is an honor for us that you attend to this gathering," Bianca said. I could notice that she wasn't freezing, meaning that she probably had someone make a special gown for her, while the rest of the pack were fighting hypothermia. "The honor is ours, dear sister," I replied. I could see how her eye ticked, showing her discomfort towards me coming here. "Thank you, Ivy. Your Majesty, we are waiting for your speech," Bianca said with malice. "What speech?" He didn't tell me anything. He just nodded and winked at me. I didn't want to ask further because I trusted him, but the fact that Bianca was behaving so strangely meant that she had something planned. "Hello, people from Blue Lake Pack. It is an honor for me, your king, to be welcomed into this pack. Some of you have speculated why I came here. The truth is that I've taken a chosen mate, someone that you may know, and that is Ivy Summers." Gasps were heard across the place, and then murmuring started. It was clear that not everyone was happy with the news. "Your Majesty, you can't be with her. She is a witch. Her mom was a disgrace to this pack," someone yelled. I couldn't understand what was going on, and even less when more yelling started. Accusations flying, and then an explosion could be heard, causing the already agitated crowd to become more erratic. I wanted to look for Kaid when I felt the needle in my neck, and suddenly all went black. What they told me in the office confused me. Not because I would reject Ivy or anything like that. I didn't care if she was a demon, an angel, a wolf, or a human. Nevertheless, I thought that her magic came because of her curse, not because of her mother. Of course, if I wanted to obtain information, I had to play along with Bianca's twisted plan. It was clear that she expected that this information would somehow surprise me, make me change my mind about Ivy, or even reject her. It was an evil plan, as she had seen my mark on her sister's neck. If you reject someone that was already marked, the pain is 10 times worse than a common rejection. I've heard that some people have even died because of it, especially if the rejected wolf was a lower rank than the one that rejected them. Their hate towards Ivy was unjustified to me. Before today, Ivy hadn't done anything to Bianca. Even now, she was the one to insult Ivy first when we arrived. To me, it made no sense that she reacted that way towards my mate, but evil people don't need to have a reason for their actions. They just harm others because they can. If she is a witch, then why doesn't she possess any powers? She did, but we were playing a story where she didn't have anything special. That is because her powers were sealed when she was born. Alexander answered this time. I looked at them like I was absolutely surprised. But truth be told, If what they were telling me happened, then Ivy had more power than she could imagine. If that is true, then aren't you half witch as well? You have the same mother, am I wrong? Bianca looked surprised by my accusation. It made no sense what she was telling me. That was the same as accusing herself of being half witch. We don't. Ivy doesn't know this, but I'm her half-sister. What? She was older than Ivy, I don't know how much, but a year at least. If Ivy's mother wasn't her mother, then what happened all those years ago? With this information, I was doubting that the story of Ivy's mother dying during childbirth was even true. The fact that I didn't answer them proves that they needed to tell me something more convincing. That was my way of obtaining information without them noticing my interest. Bianca's mother is the current beta's mate. Ivy's mother agreed in pretending that they were looking for a surrogate to conceive. She had some fertility problems, so Bianca's dad ended with her mom. So basically, he cheated on his mate, and they tried it to disguise it. That made my suspicion stronger. So if Ivy doesn't know about her true nature, then why are you telling me this? Her power is sealed, right? Bianca's eye twitched. It seemed that she didn't like where the conversation was going. But I needed to know if she was going to reveal how to access her powers. Yes, Your Majesty, but you have already unlocked it. The only thing that could break the seal is the mate bond. And because she is marked, it is just a matter of time until her powers wake up. I knew that she was lying to me. I hated it when people tried to lie to me because I could easily catch a lie. Bianca, I'm going to tell you one time because you are smart enough to not repeat it a second time. I hate people lying to me. So I'm going to ask again. Is there any way that her power could be unlocked? Because if it can't, I don't care that she is half witch. If it can, then I might have a problem. I left the last part to give her the incentive that she needed to want to get rid of Ivy. She seemed to think for a while Alexander was going to interject, but she answered first. I didn't lie, Your Majesty. It is true that marking her made her power stir. But for it to be fully unlocked, her fated mate has to mark her. So that is why she was so reluctant on telling me the truth, because if she was my chosen mate, then I had no reason to reject her. But if your wolf also marks her as her chosen mate, then the effect is the same as the fated mate. Well, the good thing is that you have already helped her unlock her power. The bad thing is that she doesn't know. Don't remind me, Atlas. We need to talk to her tonight as soon as the party that they organized finishes. So you're telling me that Ivy is a witch because she doesn't possess a wolf, meaning that I just chose and marked one of the species that hate us the most. Bianca had to control the smile that wanted to appear at that moment. It was clear that it made her happy that there was a slight option of me rejecting Ivy. That's why I decided to give them the final blow. And if you knew this information in the past, why did you offer her as my breeder? You knew there was a risk of my pup being half-witch as well. Her contained smile finally dropped. She realized that her plan had backfired. Your Majesty, that is not. I didn't let her finish. I had gotten what I wanted, but I knew that I had to play along a bit more to see what they planned to do. You put the enemy in my bed. I've already marked her, and now I have to find a way to break the bond. You should have presented another person instead of her when I asked for a breeder. I never thought that I had to specify the species. And with that, I stormed out of the room like I was raging. Stefan approached me, worried that something may have happened. I walked angrily until I reached our room. I already mind-linked Stefan not to worry. I was just acting and needed him to play along as well. As soon as I reached our room's floor, I calmed down. I had to get ready myself for the event tonight, so I asked Stefan to get changed in his room. Once we were ready, we went to where the girls were. When we opened the door, I swear I felt my heart stop. Ivy looked divine. That dress fitted her perfectly. It highlighted her curves, made perfect contrast with her caramel skin, and her eyes looked like emeralds shining in the night. My princess, indeed. Not a princess, a queen. Atlas corrected me, and it was true. Ivy was a queen. I wanted to stay in the room to worship her like she deserved, but we had to go to this damn party. When we arrived at where the event was going to take place, I could see that only a few people were comfortable with what they were wearing. Our girls, of course, Bianca and other girls who seemed to be her friends. The rest of the pack members were shivering. And to be honest, to me, it was in stupidity to do such a thing with the weather that they had at the moment. We are werewolves, but we can feel cold as well, and the fact that they were shivering can give you the idea of how cold it was. Of course, Bianca approached us and asked me to give her a few words. I didn't want to leave Ivy alone, so I asked Stefan to be near her in case anything happened. I gave my speech where I clearly showed that I was going to accept Ivy as my mate, whipping Bianca's smile from her face. And then, the worst that could occur took place. An explosion could be heard. Everyone started running. I couldn't see Ivy, and then I felt a pain in the side of my neck, meaning that someone had done something to her. I ran like crazy trying to find her. I found Amelia, Stefan, and Esmeralda, but there wasn't a sign of Ivy. I could smell her scent, so I started to follow it into the woods until it disappeared. "No, goddess, please don't take her away from me." I howled in pain, the pain of a king losing his queen, but I wouldn't rest until I find her, and I swear to Celine that if they harm her in any way, I'm going to kill them. My mind was foggy. I couldn't process my thoughts properly. What did they give me? I knew it wasn't silver or wolfsbane. It didn't hurt, not even a sting. It was something else. I tried to talk with Athena, but whatever they gave me was blocking her as well. I tried to open my eyes, but they felt extremely heavy. If I couldn't use my sight, I had to use my other abilities until the drug cleared a little from my system. I could hear drops of water, and the smell of humidity was strong, mixed with dirt. I suspected that we were probably underground. Now I needed to know how near I was from Kaid. He was probably going crazy right now, and if he looked for me above the surface, then he was never going to find me. I heard footsteps far away from me. Were they the ones that kidnapped me? I tried my best to hear what they were thinking, but as I was still weak, I couldn't concentrate enough. As they were approaching, I could distinguish their voices. They were two wolves, and from their scent, they were rogues. "Do you think she is awake?" one of them asked. "Nah, no way. The drugs that she has in her system are enough to knock down an elephant. She is going to be out for 2 hours at least." I could use this to my advantage. Now I needed to figure out how to escape. They knew that silver cuffs wouldn't do a thing to me, but I sensed that there was some magic embedded in the cuffs and the cell in general. I could overpower the magic that they used, but it would leave me in a weak state, and I needed my strength. I had an idea of the person that kidnapped me, and I wanted to end his persecution once and for all. He had caused me immense pain, and if I didn't stop him now, then he would try to get me again. It will become an endless cycle. After the wolves left, I was left alone with my thoughts. I tried to communicate with Athena, but it was in vain. I've never been completely alone, and not having my wolf made me anxious. Before I gained Athena, I was used to being alone, but now I have gotten used to her company. I analyzed my surroundings. The only things preventing my escape were the cuffs infused with magic. I could take bits of my magic to break the spell, but it would take a while. In the meantime, I had to distract the person that was keeping me captive or find a way to communicate with Kaid. The hours passed. No one came. Every 10 minutes, I released small amounts of magic. I could feel the spell getting weaker every time. It seemed that the person that did it wasn't so powerful after all. "You trained with Esmeralda, Ivy. She is not an ordinary witch, and you know it." "Athena? You are back!" "Finally, I missed you so much." "I'm sorry, Ivy. I don't know what they gave us, but it didn't let me communicate with you. I guess that they thought that its effect would last longer. Anyway, I've contacted Atlas. He knows we are somewhere underground." "That's great, Athena. We can use this to our advantage. They shouldn't have underestimated us." "Exactly, but now I need to rest. They are not too far, but reaching them took a toll on me." "Don't worry, I'll try to keep us alive. Rest, we will need all the strength that we can obtain." Now that Athena had told me that Kaid knew where to start, I could concentrate more on escaping. But first, I wanted to meet my captor face to face. Sadly, he hasn't come here all this time. If they thought that whatever they gave me was going to keep me dormant, they were completely wrong. Nevertheless, I could use this to pretend that I was still under the effect of the drugs. I just had to ensure that they didn't give me more, or else I would be in trouble. Kaid's POV. It had been 4 hours since Ivy was kidnapped. I didn't know where to look or what to do. As soon as I realized that Ivy's scent disappeared, I transformed into Atlas. We ran through the woods, trying to catch her scent again, but it was gone. After a while, Stefan's wolf came to tell me to come back. They were trying to determine where Ivy could have been taken, but they needed my input. Also, according to him, Esmeralda wanted to try something with me to locate her. They were reunited in the room that Ivy had cleaned of bugs. They couldn't go to another place as we needed Esmeralda to use her magic, and according to the people of the pack, she was a wolf, not a witch. "Thank goddess you came. Sit." She instantly ordered me. This witch had some balls to treat me this way, but she was going to help us, so I complied with her order. As soon as I sat down, a red glow came out of her hands. She put them on the sides of my head and started speaking in a foreign language. I instantly felt a pain in the back of my head. Whatever she was doing was affecting Atlas as well, as I could feel that he was in pain as well. Then, I was transported into the forest, the same one where I had spoken to Celine. Next to me, I could see Atlas. He was a huge black wolf that surprised anyone who saw him, including myself. I've never seen him completely, so to see him right next to me surprised me a lot. I was waiting for Celine to appear, but she didn't. The one that appeared was a huge white wolf with sparkly fur. She looked beautiful, and those green eyes seemed oddly familiar. "Hello, Kaid," she said in my mind. I haven't met this wolf, but for some reason I felt at peace with her. Atlas approached her and nuzzled his nose in her neck. Before I could ask them anything else, the white wolf spoke. "I'm Athena, and I need to talk to you both." "Athena? This could be my opportunity to find out where Ivy was." "I need you to find Ivy. I don't know exactly where we are. They gave her some kind of drug that doesn't let me speak to her. But from what I gathered, we are somewhere underground." That made sense, and would be the reason I lost track of her scent so quickly. Also, there is a witch or warlock helping them. They don't seem to know that Ivy possesses magic as well, so try to find her quickly. She is going to break the spell that is keeping us locked down, but we need someone to help us get out. "I'm going to find you, I promise," I said to her. Athena nodded, then she approached me and licked me. As soon as she finished, I woke up. I was covered in sweat and my head was throbbing. "Did you find her?" Esmeralda asked me. It was clear that she was worried about Ivy. "Not exactly, but I know where to start looking. Also, I need your help with something, Esmeralda." If they had a witch or warlock by their side, then we needed ours as well. I didn't know who was working with them, but I did know the witch that was working with us, and she could kick their ass anytime she liked. "How can I help you?" she said, and I could feel how Atlas came forward. Our determination was clear. We were ready to find our mate, and we had everything to our advantage. "Ivy, I'm coming for you. Wait for me, love. We will make the people that dared to kidnap you pay." I didn't know how much time had passed since I woke up. The only thing I knew was that I was starving and needed to drink something as soon as possible. The spell in my cell was almost gone. Now I was gaining my strength back, but with the lack of nutrients, it was becoming hard. Athena hadn't returned yet. I guess that whatever she did to communicate with Cade wasn't easy. She was the strongest wolf that I knew, so for her to rest this long meant that she was exhausted. I debated if I should continue pretending that I hadn't woken up yet, or to say something but pretend that I was still under the drug's effect. I didn't know how much time I was supposed to be out, and I didn't want to alert them by showing signs of early recuperation. Thankfully, my prayers were heard. Footsteps started approaching me, and from the smell it wasn't a simple rogue. No, he had a higher rank, and the aura that he emitted was of someone powerful. He finally stood in front of my cell. I was giving him my back so I couldn't see anything about the person that was behind me. I stood still to keep my performance of being unconscious. "Ivy, I know you've been awake for a while." "Okay, plan B." "Yes, I'm awake," I said while I turned around with difficulty to look at him. I tried to mimic the sensation that I had when I first woke up to show him that I was still drugged. But as you can see, I can't do shit. I opened and closed my eyes as if they were extremely heavy. "So just a little cocktail of drugs made you this dizzy? Looks like you aren't that strong after all." Prick, of course he would assume that. "What do you want?" I asked him through gritted teeth. I already knew what he wanted, power, but I was not going to reveal to him the huge advantage that Celine had given me. "Oh, me? It is very simple, little wolf," I growled at him. I hated it when people called me little wolf. I was small, yes, but that didn't mean that I didn't know how to fight. "I want your life, but first I need to extract your power." I could see a smirk forming. It was obvious that he thought that he had me in control. I'm going to enjoy ripping his head off. He was so full of himself he thought that he had everything under control. That would be his worst mistake. If I had learned something, it was to never believe that the other person is incapable of doing something. But it seemed that the previous cursed ones didn't fight much. "Then come get me, you asshole." He laughed like a maniac at my remark. He approached me and I could finally see him, and damn was he tall. He was even taller than Kaid, and he was extremely built. He could be considered a handsome person if he wasn't so rotten on the inside. Nevertheless, there were some signs that he had been corrupted by power. He had short, jet black hair, a strong jawline decorated with a pepper beard. That was the only thing that could tell you that he wasn't young anymore. If I didn't know his past, I would say he was in his 40s, probably. His eyes were of two colors. One was golden, and the other one was black. I didn't know if this peculiarity was because of his genetics, or if it had something to do with the deal he made with the demon. He was well built, showing that he still exercised regularly, and his aura showed me that he was not going to be an easy opponent. It was clear that he was an alpha, and it was clear that he was a previous king. But he was weaker than Kaid. It was clear that he was sick, and that was what made him look older. Now, I wanted to determine what the gods had helped him with, because I knew they were by his side as they wanted to get rid of me. "Don't ask for something you can't handle, beautiful," he said while he crouched to be at my level and grabbed my chin to make me look at him. If I didn't have to pretend, I would have punched him in the face. Damn prick. "First, I have to make sure you are not trying something funny, but I don't want you out for too long, so I'll reduce the dose." No. Damn it. He was going to drug me once again. I had two options, maybe three. One, I fought him and tried to escape. The downside was that I didn't know how to get out, and I didn't know if I could teleport. They had magic on their side as well, so there could be a barrier around this area. Two, I asked him not to drug me again, but that could make him suspicious. Thus, I'd get the contrary effect, and he would give me a higher dose. It could also make him reconsider and give me a lower one, but if that didn't go as planned, I was doomed. My third and best option was to go with it, accept whatever he was going to give me, and hope that the effect wears off quickly. Taking into account that I woke up sooner than expected, then a lower dose would get out of my system pretty quickly. Now that I had explored my options, I knew what I had to do. I hoped that Athena would wake up to give me some advice. She was the smartest out of the two of us, but she hasn't given me any sign of having recovered. I still spoke to her in case she woke up and realized that we were once again unable to communicate. "Athena, he is going to give me that drug again. He thinks that it knocked us down for hours, so he is going to lower the dose. Please don't worry if you wake up and you can't communicate with me. I'll be okay." With that, I closed our communication and focused on the person in front of me. "Give me your best shot, you bitch." He smiled once again and reached my hand. He grabbed me like I was a rag doll and took me out of the cell, then threw me at the side of a hall while he called for someone to get me my medicine. I was restraining myself to not stand up and give him a piece of my mind, but for my plan to work I had to act weak and probably pretend to be unconscious once they injected that drug again. Soon, a werewolf emerged from the shadows. He had the syringe in his hand with a golden liquid inside of it. The poor guy was trembling, showing his great fear towards the ex-king. I didn't doubt that he possessed immense power, but to rule based on fear meant that you weren't an adequate leader. "Here it is, my lord," he said while he gave it to Lord Hunter, but he didn't even say a thank you or anything. He just took it from his hand and then gestured him to leave. The poor wolf left immediately as his ass was on fire. Then Hunter turned to look at me with a smirk. "Time to sleep, little wolf." He injected me at the side of my neck, I felt the sting, and then my extremities felt weak, but not enough to put me to sleep. Still, I slowed down my breathing to make it seem like I was asleep. I closed my eyes and went completely limp. He called once again to some other wolves, and they took me to another place. I knew I wasn't back in my cell because they sat me on a chair and put some straps around my wrists and ankles. Then I heard a door closing, but I stood still. I didn't know if they were monitoring me, so it was best if I stood in my place and waited for the effect to wear off. I just hoped that Kaid had an idea of where I was, because I had the feeling that extracting my power was not going to be something that I would enjoy. Kaid's POV. Thanks to Esmeralda's spell, we found out the probable places where Ivy could be. We realized that there were a lot of underground tunnels embedded with magic. Now, we just need to find the best place to access them. I also needed to bring my warriors here. We didn't know how many people we had to fight, and it was best to have all the resources that we could. Ivy, we are coming for you. Just resist a little longer, my love. We will bring down and kill the person that dared to lay a hand on you. I promise you that everything was in place. I finally captured the cursed one. I didn't expect her to be marked, but that could only mean that she had unlocked her lichen nature, making my job easier. I was thrilled. I could almost taste her blood. Yes, I needed to drink her blood as part of the extraction process. I found a warlock that ensured me that he could harvest the power of the cursed one. It was a spell that literally broke every single cell inside her body. Only then could we access her power entirely. Finally, I'll break free of my disease. I'll become the strongest wolf to ever exist, and if everything goes according to the plan, then I could even be a lichen. The current king wouldn't stand a chance against me. I'd have the power, and he would be weak because of the loss of his mate. It was the perfect plan. Nothing could go wrong now. I had made sure that every single place in this refugee that we had was infused with magic. It was the only way I could restrain her. I have analyzed her behavior and power for the past couple of years. It was clear that she could teleport. Her senses were also heightened. She was immune to everything that caused our species harm. That's what I had gathered about her, and the reason I asked a warlock to come here. I had to make a deal with his coven, of course. Most of the witches and warlocks wanted to get rid of Ivy. They feared the resurrection of the lichens. I had to tell them a white lie, that I was not going to use her power, that I wanted to harvest it for the gods, when in reality I was going to use it for myself. I needed to keep an eye on the warlock to see if he didn't take a piece of her power with him. And if he did, I'd have to kill him. Even if the whole coven came for me, I'd just get rid of them. Ivy was a fireball for sure, so I had to keep an eye on her. She was going to try to escape for sure. That is why I took her to one of the cells where we had surveillance 24/7. She was never going to escape me. That king was never going to be able to find her. I have spies that inform me of his every move, even the Luna of the Blue Lake Pack. She hated Ivy to her core. She was the one to give me the opportunity to finally grab her. I didn't understand why she hated her so much. They were sisters after all, but I didn't care. If it helped me complete my plans, then so be it. She told me that Kaid went into a rampage trying to find Ivy, but when he didn't, he turned back and stayed in her room. Probably missing her scent, but that was all he was going to get. The thing about the mate bond was that it was a double-edged sword. It could make you the strongest being alive, but if you lose your mate, it makes you weak. Susceptible to any attack, it makes you lose your reason. Many strong alphas have fallen because their mates were killed. Now I just had to wait for him to be at his weakest, and when he felt her pain, that was going to break him entirely. The guilt of not being able to protect her was going to eat him alive, exactly what I wanted. I went to the room where Ivy was being held captive and threw a bucket of cold ice water over her. I couldn't wait for her to wake up on her own accord, so I was just giving her a little push. She gasped for air as the water filled her nostrils. I loved to see when people were in pain, so I smirked knowing that she had drowned a little. "You could just shake me, you know?" She commented. I loved how sassy she was. It was the best to break spirits like hers. They thought they were so invincible, but once they cracked, there was no turning point. They stood like broken dolls, completely empty. I had to wake you up quickly. Now, little wolf, shall we begin? She gave me a half-closed look, obviously trying to understand what was going to happen next. Sadly for her, she had no idea what was coming now. Gabriel, you can enter now. I yelled to the warlock that was outside the room. He was a higher rank than the one that helped us most of the time. He was the leader of his coven, the perfect guy for my plan. I'm not a pawn like the rest of your people, Hunter, he remarked. I growled at him, clearly annoyed by him not calling me Lord Hunter. If I didn't need him, I would have killed him already for the disrespect shown. Gabriel came with a bag, probably filled with salt, chalk, and that stuff that he needed for every spell. He looked at Ivy, and I could see that he felt some sort of surprise. I wasn't sure of what I saw exactly, but I would address this matter as soon as the spell ended. He drew some patterns next to the chair where Ivy sat. They were in a foreign and ancient language, so I couldn't understand what he was doing. Then he started speaking in Latin. I could catch some words here and there, so he couldn't try anything funny with me. Maledicta circumfusum hunc lupum viris occultus, omnibus dies et entibus, qui hunc mundum creaverant, potestatem tuum intus in hoc ves dimitte, ut in universo equilibrium consequaris. To the curse that surrounds this wolf, to the powers hidden in her being, to all the gods and beings who have created this world, release your power from within into this vessel, in order to achieve balance in the universe. Ivy started screaming in pain as a glow emerged from her chest. She was trying to restrain herself from showing me how much it was hurting her. She was strong, but sooner or later she was going to break, just like everyone I had tortured. I could have done this while she was completely drugged, but it would take all the fun from it. After a while, Gabriel starts sweating. Ivy had muffled most of her screams successfully, but she looked exhausted. I guess that trying to control the pain was not as easy as it seemed. I would love to finish the spell in one day, but Gabriel had already warned me that it couldn't be done in one sitting, and that was considering that she hadn't met already, which meant that she had way more power now. What is wrong, Gabriel? I asked him, not because of consideration, but because it was delaying my plans. We have to stop for now, Hunter. She is way stronger than I could imagine. I need rest, and she does too. Rest? Was he insane? She was my prisoner. I didn't owe her any consideration. If you don't let her rest, she may die before we finish the extraction. He knew where to get me. That would be the only thing to stop me. Fine, but we will continue tomorrow, first thing in the morning. Gabriel nodded and left the room. Ivy's head was hanging, and if it wasn't for her ragged breathing, I would have thought that she had fallen asleep. Is that the best you've got? She couldn't speak properly as she had to take a breath with each word she said. Still, her fighting spirit remained like a true warrior. I can confidently say that she is the strongest cursed one I've met. The rest didn't fight as hard as Ivy. They gave up quickly, in fact. You have no idea what is coming for you. I smiled at her. I wanted to see her shiver, to smell her fear, but she surprised me when she smiled back at me. Then give me your best shot, you asshole, because I swear to you, when I escape, I'm going to make you pay. For some reason, what she said made a chill climb up my spine. Her determination was evident, like she had something hidden, a new card to play. I didn't like it. She had such a ferocity that I'd never seen before. I had to do something about it, or else my plans would fail. Take her to her cell and don't forget to inject her. Increase her dose. I need her out until tomorrow. And no food or water. That way I would weaken her completely. Not only was I going to break her psychologically with the torture, I was also going to damage her physically. If you think that is going to work on me, you are wrong, Hunter. I'm going to kill you, and when I rip your head off your body, you wish you never wanted to capture me. She yelled while my guard took her. I can't deny it anymore. This feeling that was installed deep inside my bones was fear. I feared Ivy, and what I feared the most was her words becoming true. Time was running out. In the evening, I felt Ivy's pain, and it was excruciating. We were reviewing the details for the attack tomorrow. My soldiers had arrived but were staying in a hotel. We suspected that someone was giving information to the person that kidnapped Ivy. It was clear that they had the help of someone to enter the pack and capture Ivy. If I had time, I would find the mole, But right now, my first priority was to take Ivy out of there. The pain that she felt was immense. It made me fall to the ground, my knees felt weak, my chest was burning, all my muscles ached, my head had a pressure that I couldn't describe. It was the worst pain that I've ever felt, and if I was experiencing it to this extent, then it meant that Ivy was having it much worse than me. The impotence of not being able to protect her was eating me alive. Then it disappeared, out of nowhere. That could only mean one thing. Ivy had blocked me entirely, and she was withstanding whatever they were doing to her on her own. Mates could share a portion of their pain with their partner. It was a way of making it more bearable, but if one person blocked the other, then that person had to experience it alone. I couldn't understand why Ivy would do such a thing. She probably didn't want me to suffer as well, and for that I admired her. It took some courage to do what she did, but I couldn't help it. I worried about her, about what they were doing to her. Also, I was afraid of not reaching her on time, of losing her once again, and this time forever. Kaid, focus. The best thing that we can do right now is concentrate on finding her and killing the bastard that took her. I know, Atlas. The fact that we are not feeling pain allows me to focus on the battle ahead. I miss them. I know, buddy, but we will get them soon. Atlas whimpered in my mind. I knew how much he missed them. I did too. Kaid? Esmeralda said as she entered the room. After they saw me in pain, all my friends quickly asked me what had happened. Esmeralda was the only one that already knew what was going on. Even though she was bossy, demanding, and even rude sometimes, she was of great help, and I was happy she was on our side. Yes? She doubted for a second. I had an idea of what she was going to ask me, and I wished I could have the answer. Is she being tortured? I didn't have an answer for her. I hope she wasn't. But even if she was, I would have no idea. I don't know. She blocked me. That is why we have to move. Now. I said to her, and felt how Atlas spoke as well. My eyes were probably glowing at the moment. I have found the point where the magic concentrates the most. I think we should attack there. I nodded. I trusted her instincts, and more than that, I trusted her wisdom. I looked at her. It seemed she wanted to say something else to me. What was stopping her? Do you want to ask me something else, Esmeralda? I learned that if I didn't ask her, then she wouldn't tell me a thing. More than asking. She stopped, like she was looking for the right words. A warlock wants to see you. The thing is, I felt Ivy's power all over him. I wanted some clarification, because if it was what I was thinking it was, I was going to capture and torture him. Esmeralda, you are not one to beat around the bush. Say what you want to say, or I'm going to assume the worst, and this warlock is not going to be able to see another day. She took a deep breath and then told me what I already suspected. He is the one that tortured Ivy. The roar that I emitted shook the whole room. Esmeralda didn't back down, though. She had already anticipated this happening. I know what you feel, Kaid. She started speaking, but I was not having it. How dare she tell me she understood me? She was Ivy's best friend. I was her mate. How dare you, Esmeralda? I'm her mate. I can literally feel her pain. The connection that I have with her is deeper than you could ever imagine. So don't tell me you understand me, because you will never understand what I feel for her. Her demeanor changed when I finished yelling at her. The air felt electrifying. A red mist surrounded her. She looked deadly. You? Really, Kaid? You are the one to tell me that I can't understand you when Ivy has been my only friend for decades? You? The one person who hurt her the most? She started approaching me and I started backing down. It was clear that I had touched a sensitive fiber. I may not know what your so-called mate bond is, but I can assure you that I've treated Ivy better than you have. And I want to add one more thing. I'm giving you a chance because you can save her. But if you continue being an asshole, I'm going to get her out on my own. Are we clear? At this point, I had nowhere to go, and she just continued approaching me. Did she want to hurt me? Probably. Did I deserve it? Most likely. I'm sorry, Esmeralda, and yes, we are clear. The red mist vanished from the room, and I could finally breathe. If she was this scary, and it seemed that she was scared of Ivy, I didn't want to know how Ivy got when she was really pissed. Esmeralda turned around and moved her hands in the air. Soon, a portal appeared in the middle of the room. It was a purple and red swirl, meaning that I had no idea where we were going. She signaled me to cross it first. I've never been in contact with magic, so I didn't know what to expect. When I crossed, it was like I had been submerged underwater. I couldn't breathe, and suddenly I was tossed in various directions. Then I felt like the floor had opened, and I had fallen from a great height. I felt dizzy. I wanted to vomit everything that I had eaten. Does it feel like this every time you cross a portal? Sorry, I forgot to tell you not to breathe. When you inhale the plasma, it makes you sick, Esmeralda said, and then laughed at her remark. That was definitely intentional. Of course it was. I pissed her off. Stupid move from your side, if I may add. Yeah, don't remind me. I know I f***ed it up, and believe me, she is going to make me pay for my mistake. I looked around. We were in what seemed like a hotel room. It was a sober, white and beige room. It seemed that no one was here. There were no bags, clothes, or anything else to give you the hint that someone was in there. Why are we here? I asked Esmeralda. She looked at me and rolled her eyes like I had asked a dumb question. Because we can't tell him to come to the pack, or can we? I asked him to meet us here. He should be here soon. I was going to ask her if he was going to teleport or something like that, when a portal opened in the middle of the room. From it, a tall black man in his mid-40s appeared. He had a tattoo on the side of his face and had eyes like the ones of a snake. He exuded power as well, but not as much as Esmeralda. It was clear that he wasn't any warlock, but he wasn't as strong as Ivy's friend. Oscar, Esmeralda said with a mocking tone. Did they know each other? It is an honor to meet you, Esmeralda. I can't believe that you have joined the wolves. At that moment, I felt it. Ivy's scent was all over his clothes. He was literally impregnated by it. This caused me to feel a rage that I hadn't felt before. The necessity to kill him was barely manageable. I couldn't stop the growl that came out of my mouth. Oscar looked at me like he was unamused, but soon I heard his heart rate rise. He could hide that he was scared, but he couldn't hide his natural reaction to fear. Contrary to Esmeralda, he wasn't that good at controlling his emotions. Esmeralda approached me and touched my shoulder. I instantly heard her voice in my head. I know you want to kill him, but control yourself. This could be our chance to find Ivy sooner. It was true. If he could provide us with key information, then retrieving Ivy would be way easier. I nodded to let her know that I understood what she told me. The warlock looked at both of us, like trying to understand what was going on. You know information about someone important to me. If you help us out, then we won't do anything to your coven. Esmeralda said to him. So he was a leader as well. Since when do you care about wolves? I thought you hated them for what? Oscar couldn't finish what he was saying as Esmeralda interrupted him. Ivy, the cursed one, tell me what I want to know. I hate repeating myself, and I hate you trying to bring out rumors about me. You don't know me. You will never know me. I'm a legend to you, and I'm going to stay like that. So she was bossy with everyone around her. Seems like she is only like that with the people that she doesn't like. Thank you, Atlas. Thank you for your necessary comment. I'm going to tell you what you need to know about her. But now because you are ordering me to provide you with that information, but because she is the spitting image of a dear friend of mine that I lost track of. If what I was thinking was true, then I guess that I had one more mystery solved. And who would that be, Oscar? Esmeralda inquired. Alexandra Levette, the high priestess who suddenly left her position and vanished out of thin air. She is Ivy's mother, I believe. What he said left me dumbfounded. We would finally know who Ivy's mother was in reality, and after I rescued her, I'll find out what the hell they did to her. I met Ivy yesterday, when Lord Hunter told me to go to a cell that he had, as he had found the cursed one. When I saw her, I immediately recognized her. She looks exactly like her mother, only with curly hair, but she has the same eyes, same face, same skin color, even the same attitude. Alexandra was a fireball as well, and she never let anyone step over her. The way in which he was telling us the story showed something else, feelings that he had for Ivy's mother, and the real reason he was helping us. But one day, she just left. She renounced her position as high priestess. She took everything that she owned and vanished. She didn't tell a soul where she was going. I tried calling her, but she had changed her number. No one understood what happened to her. Some said that she had gone crazy, others that she just wanted peace and quiet. Anyway, since that day, no one knew anything, until I saw her daughter yesterday. If Ivy's mom possessed that amount of power and her father was a beta added to the power that she has just because she is the chosen one, then I could get why Ivy was so damn strong. Now I could understand why Esmeralda respected her so much. Even if she didn't know this fact that was revealed to us right now, Ivy proved that she possessed a strength that not everyone had. Wait, Ivy is the daughter of the runaway? Esmeralda now asked, her face showing her clear surprise. Yes, I believe she is. Does Ivy possess any kind of magical power? Even if he was here to help us, I couldn't trust him with this information. If he decided to betray us and go back to the so-called Lord Hunter, then we would have just revealed one of our advantages to the enemy. She does, but her power is completely sealed. She can't access it as it has been blocked since birth. He seemed to be analyzing what I had told him right now. Then a smile appeared on his face. So where is her mother? She probably put the seal on her, right? Esmeralda looked at each other. We were about to drop a bomb on him. Ivy's mother is dead, from my understanding. She died when she gave birth to her. Ivy was mistreated in her pack as they considered that she had caused her death. His smile faded. It was clear that he cared for Ivy's mom, and we were telling him that she was far gone. Died during childbirth? That could happen to a wolf, a human, a vampire even, but not to a witch of her power. Oscar added, this only strengthened my suspicions that Ivy's mother wasn't a natural death, like her father had told everyone. Esmeralda seemed to be deep in thought. Had she realized something else? Ivy told me that her mom was her father's mate, but there hasn't been a union between a witch and a wolf in centuries, she voiced. Truth be told, I've only known of bonds between humans and werewolves. Other species weren't usually mated, and when they got together, they couldn't produce children. Even though it was very interesting information, we were losing time. I needed to ask him what he wanted to tell us about Ivy, or how he was going to help us get her. We could ramble all you want about Ivy's mother later. Now we need to rescue Ivy. They both looked at me and nodded in agreement. Ivy's mom was another mystery to be solved, but it was not the time. Yes, sorry. As I was telling you, I met her yesterday. Hunter has asked my coven for help to get rid of the cursed one. We didn't want the resurrection of the Lycans, so it seemed fit to help them at the time. He didn't disclose the information of her full name or that she was your mate. He even told us that the gods had asked him for her power, but now I realize that it was all a lie. He wants the power for himself, to rule the supernatural world. Other species didn't usually like that a new one appeared, even less. Such a strong one like the Lycans. Thus, I recognized Ivy's mother, who is a witch, and by our code we can't harm another witch. That didn't stop you from torturing my mate, I growled at him. I still remember the pain that Ivy felt. He was the one who caused it all. Yes, I couldn't stop when I was already there. Hunter would have suspected me. I had to go through his plan, but I did stop the session early. It is a tiring process, but I could continue. I gave him a potion to sedate her, but the second dose that she received is not going to have all the side effects that it usually has. I suspect she is already awake. They are waiting for my arrival to continue the process. I hope that the psycho didn't torture Ivy in any other way. I really wish that Ivy wouldn't have blocked me. Then I wouldn't speculate what was going on with her. Now that he told us that Ivy was probably off the drug by now, then I knew she must be planning something on her end. Now I just needed to access where she was, and we would both fight together. This Lord Hunter needs her because she is the cure for his disease or something like that, right? Esmeralda asked. I didn't understand why she was inquiring about this matter now. Yes, that is what was shown to us at least. But he is a psycho for power, I said, but I heard how Simon cleared his throat, meaning that he knew something else. Do you know something, Warlock? The disease that he possesses is something that hasn't been seen in this world for a while. It is a great curse, one that requires continuous sacrifices. He wasn't supposed to be born, but somehow he came into this world. It is the way of Mother Nature to get back what was never supposed to exist in the first place. I didn't understand exactly what he meant. I had asked the council for information about him, but the only thing that they could provide was what I already knew. Hunter Black was the werewolf king for 10 years. He was known to be a fair, comprehensive, and strong ruler. He didn't do a bad job as a king. In fact, then out of nowhere he started getting sick. He got hurt easily and even landed in the hospital a few times. As the days passed, he became weaker to the point where he couldn't stand up from his own bed. The council gave him years to find a cure, but it was in vain. Every doctor, witch, warlock, everywhere he went, he came back empty-handed. He even started using the council's money to finance his possible treatments. The decision to take the crown from him was unanimous, as he didn't have a son or anyone else to pass his title to. It was given to his brother. Then what did this warlock know that the council didn't have in his registers? What do you mean? How could he be born if he wasn't supposed to? I could see Esmeralda became uncomfortable with this question, but I didn't ask anything else. If it was something about her past, then she was not going to tell me a thing. Sometimes people seek ways to obtain more power, and the way to achieve that is to mix two powerful beings together. This creates an offspring that has the strength of both of them, and if you know how to condition a baby, you get the perfect warrior. The bad thing is that power also attracts evil forces, the ones that want to kill to obtain that power in their reign. That is what happened to Hunter. His curse was because a demon had put a mark on him, a mark that indicated that he had taken his mate. What? I didn't understand, and I think Oscar caught my confusion because he seemed to think of a way to explain things. When a werewolf finds their mate, they create a link between their souls. A demon's price is the soul of a being, but if that is shared with their mate, then he can't access their full power. That is why this demon killed Hunter's mate, to ensure that when he died, his soul would only belong to him. Oh, crap, that was why death was roaming him his whole life. When a wolf loses their mate, and if the moon goddess didn't provide you with another one, then it is as if death called you to join them in the afterlife. Now, if I may, we need to get your mate back. I can return to the cell. I'll bring an amulet with me to help you communicate with her. Esmeralda is going to help me with that. I need you to tell her to pretend like she is in great pain so that Hunter buys our show. Meanwhile, you are going to infiltrate his base. We took an hour or so to determine the plan. We would attack at noon, so Ivy just had a few hours left there. It was time to start our plan. I'm coming to get you, Hunter, and you'll wish you never crossed me in the first place. I've tried to stay as still as possible. I had woken up a long time ago, but as they didn't come for me, I suppose that the effect had to last longer. I have tried to communicate with Athena several times, but I've gotten no response yet. The funny thing is that this time when I woke up, I didn't feel as dizzy as the last time. I was surprised because Hunter specifically said to give me a higher one to keep me out for a longer time. It was hard to keep my body still when it felt sore from that spell. It hurt badly. At some point, I felt that the pain had diminished, only to realize that I was passing it to Cade, so I blocked him out. I didn't want him to feel what was going on with me. It was bad. I felt like my insides were on fire. Everything hurt at that moment, from the top of my head to the bottom of my feet. I realized that screaming was what Hunter wanted, so I restrained myself from that. I wasn't going to give him the joy of seeing me weak. No way. The warlock that was helping him was strong, so I was surprised when he said that we needed to stop. Also, I found it curious that when he entered the room, he seemed to recognize me. It was a quick change in his glance that showed his surprise at seeing me. A very subtle change, but it was something that I caught. Of course, I couldn't investigate further in that matter. Ivy? Athena? You are finally back! My happiness was huge. To hear Athena once again made me happy. I didn't feel lonely anymore. But then a thought crossed my mind. When we couldn't communicate, did she feel the pain, or does she feel it only when we are joined? Ivy, I'm you. I can feel everything, and contrary to Cade, you can't block me. I'm sorry, Athena, that you have to go through this pain because of me. It is not your fault, Ivy. He is a psychopath. Even if I couldn't talk to you, I could still see everything, and you are right. That warlock seemed to know you. But from where? He wasn't in the coven that I stayed with. Unless he has seen a picture of me somewhere, which I highly doubt, then I don't see how he could recognize me. Well, it doesn't matter. What matters is that we get out of here and kill that bastard once and for all. Yes. I was thinking the exact same thing. The cell could no longer contain me, and I also weakened the cuffs from the other cell. We could break free at any time. I was just waiting for Cade to give me a sign or something like that. We are not going to withstand many of those sessions, Ivy. They are draining your power. I know, I felt it as well, but what can we do? Escape and hope that we find the exit. You could capture the warlock and threaten him, or I could kill him for what he did. No, something is off with him, and we could use that to our advantage. Also, you can literally access his mind. We could play a few mind tricks and get the answer. True, but that takes time, and we don't have much of that. Before I could continue debating with my wolf, I heard footsteps approaching me. That meant that I should start moving to give them the illusion that I had just woken up. The person that was coming wasn't Hunter. It was the poor guard that took me back to the cell yesterday. I saw how he treated his subordinates, and it was awful. As a leader, you had to treat everyone fairly, not like they were garbage. And he did precisely that. He opened the cell and approached me carefully. I saw him hesitate. He probably didn't know what to do at that moment, and that seemed odd to me. He didn't seem like the kind of person that would work for Hunter, so I decided to take a peek at his mind. I shouldn't be doing this, but if this helps me pay for the treatment for my mother, then so be it. I judged people's characters really well, and he wasn't the exception. It was sad to see a good person working for such an evil one, as their acts took a toll on their conscience. I'm awake. You can take me wherever you want. Just help me walk. The guy seemed surprised that I had acknowledged him, but he didn't say anything else. He just helped me stand up and put a blindfold to cover my eyes. We started walking, with his help, towards the same cell as yesterday. As soon as we reached the other cell, he removed the blindfold. Of course, we were not alone. Hunter and the warlock were in the room. I growled at them. I couldn't control the anger that suddenly enveloped me. I was furious for what I had to withstand. Hunter just laughed at me, while the warlock took some things out of a bag. "Put her on the seat," Hunter instructed the guard. Once again, I was strapped to the chair, but this time I felt that the magic containing me was gone, like completely gone. I didn't do that. I had weakened it a lot, but not enough that you wouldn't feel magic in it. I involuntarily looked at the warlock. He was searching for stuff and didn't make eye contact with me. I didn't know if I should get his attention, but before I could make a decision on what to do, I heard the most beautiful voice inside my head. A voice that I had missed for so long that I thought that I was going insane from hearing him. "Ivy, love, I've missed you a lot, and I'd love to speak with you, but we don't have much time. The warlock that is there with you is helping us. He is going to pretend to do the same spell as before, so please, do the same and make it seem like you are in pain. I'm coming to get you, my love. Resist for a little bit more." He finally came. I was finally going to be out of this horrid place, but first I was going to try to get information of this asshole. "So you want to kill me, Hunter?" I began asking. "What do you think, little wolf, that I have you here just for the fun of it?" He started laughing like a maniac. His eyes seemed odd, but I couldn't explain exactly what was wrong with them. "You are my cure, so if I have to rip you open to obtain what I want, I will do it." Now his aura changed. It became darker. "Yes, kill her. She is the last piece." Those were his thoughts, but it wasn't the same voice. It was as if someone else was there, but who could it be? "It seems it is a dark force, an evil one, a demon, probably Ivy, I suppose, so that was the reason he got so corrupted. Either way, when a demon poisoned your head to the point that you had physical changes, then there was nothing anyone could do." I now understood why his eyes were a different color. One was his, but the other one meant that the demon had corrupted him to the point that he was taking over his body. "And what happens if I'm not the cure that you are seeking? From my understanding, your disease doesn't have a cure, so what makes you think that I'm what you are looking for?" He seemed to doubt for a moment, like trying to remember who was the person that gave him that information. "She is the cure, don't listen to her." Again, that voice. "I don't owe you an explanation. Just shut up." He turned around to stop talking to me. "You kind of do. You are literally going to kill me, and what if it is for no reason?" I stated the obvious. What if what he did was all in vain? He had no reassurance, he just had a voice speaking to him, giving him ideas and a probable assumption that because I was the cursed one, I could be his solution. "You are. End of it." He was angry. I was questioning what he had believed for a long time. "The gods never told you that I was a permanent solution for you. I'm the last one, but what if after I die, your illness returns? You won't have a next cursed one, and so you will die. All of this would have been in vain." "Shut up!" he roared. His internal voice was fighting with the intruder inside him. He was finally questioning his actions, and the demon didn't like it. The warlock paled. He hadn't expected my actions, but with this, I finally understood what was going on. And once we defeated Hunter, we would have to seal the demon. They brought chaos everywhere they went. "Begin the extraction," Hunter yelled at the warlock. Of course, he looked at me, and I slightly nodded to let him know that I would follow their plan. His hands started showing a green glow, the same one as yesterday, so I mimicked the sensation and pain that I felt yesterday. I didn't know what he was doing. It seemed it was the same spell, but way weaker. Probably to foul Hunter as well. On the other hand, he seemed to be in great pain because of the internal battle that he was having. And then we heard it. The siren started going crazy. Hunter didn't understand at first what was going on, and when he did, it was too late. Kite had arrived. I was waiting for Esmeralda's signal. Oscar had to inform her somehow that Hunter was distracted enough for us to ambush him. My impatience grew by the second. We were so close, but yet she felt so far. I couldn't wait for Esmeralda to open that damn portal so that we could kill the bastard. "Calm down, Kaid. You need to be focused," Esmeralda said to me. Stefan and she were by my side. My cousin stayed behind to ensure that Bianca and Alexander didn't suspect a thing. We suspected that one or both of them were feeding information to Hunter, and we needed this attack to be a surprise for him. I had informed Ivy about our plan, but she couldn't answer me back, so I wasn't entirely sure if she got my message or not. No one made a sound. The only thing that could be heard was the wind. All my soldiers were carefully located all over the place, and we were all hidden so that Hunter's people didn't see us. What is taking so long? I don't know, buddy, and you know that communication between Esmeralda and Oscar is only one way. Atlas was impatient as well. Just a few more minutes, and we would reunite with Ivy. Finally, Esmeralda gave the signal. "Kaid, it's time. Tell your soldiers to be ready." I nodded at her and mind-linked them all. "We are ready. Soon you will see a red and black swirl in front of you. Hold your breath until you are out of it. You might get dizzy, so if someone was affected by the portal, stay behind with someone to protect you. It will only take a few minutes until it passes. I wanted to thank you all for being by my side. This maniac captured your Luna. He dared torture her, and now we are going to pay him back." I heard a roar from everyone in the link. They were ready to rescue their Luna. Esmeralda opened the portals, and one by one my soldiers crossed. Stefan went first, and I followed. Esmeralda was going to be the last one to enter the portal, so she told us to continue our way, and she would catch up. When we crossed the portal, we found ourselves in a dark tunnel. It was damp, and the smell of the earth was strong. I have to admit that the idea of moving in these tunnels was a good one. No one would have looked here, and if it wasn't for Athena and Oscar, I wouldn't have found Ivy. From the map that Oscar showed us, we had to move to the right, then to the left until the end of that hall, and we would find the room where they were at the moment. Stefan and I started moving quickly but carefully. It was easy to dodge the guards that appeared every now and then. That was until one of them saw us and alerted the whole complex of our arrival. We were near the cell that Ivy was in, so I didn't care if they found out that we were here. Stefan killed the guards that approached us quickly by ripping their throats. I could now smell Ivy's scent. The only thing between us was a metal door with some weird patterns drawn. I was about to quick the door open when I heard Esmeralda behind me. "Don't touch it, Kaid. Move aside." I listened to her. It was most likely something embedded with magic, so it was best if she dealt with it. A red glow came out of her hands, her eyes became brighter, and soon she produced a huge blast that knocked the door. The door fell down, and in the room there were 3 people. Oscar was being held by his throat. The man that was choking him was Hunter, I suppose. Ivy was in a seat restrained by some cuffs and chains, but it looked like she was ripping them to get herself free. The man that I believed was Hunter looked at me in the eye. He didn't look like the person in the file. One of his eyes was black and the other blue. The black eye has tints of red, giving it a terrifying look. It can't be. I heard Esmeralda murmur from behind. She seemed worried or even scared of what she saw. I then looked at Ivy, and the relief in her face that I had arrived was wonderful. She was counting on me, and I didn't let her down. "Thank you for coming, Kaid," she spoke inside my mind. It brought me joy to know that for once she was happy to see me. "Always love. Now let's bring down this guy." She nodded. It was the perfect time because he didn't seem focused at all. His eyes kept darting back and forth. Ivy ripped the cuffs and broke the chains that were restraining her. She jumped out of the chair and immediately approached Hunter. He let Oscar go to try to grab her, but I was quicker. I blocked his attack on Ivy, and then she moved behind him, giving him a strong kick in the back. He groaned in pain but didn't falter. I was amazed by his strength. Nevertheless, he couldn't block all the attacks, and soon our blows made contact with him. He was a good fighter, but Ivy and I were stronger. Soon a horde of rogues entered, and Stefan, Oliver, and Esmeralda had to take care of them. Ivy and I only concentrated on defeating Hunter, and that task would soon be over, or so I thought. I have him a strong in the middle of his chest. Blood started oozing from the wound at a rapid rate. He seemed surprised that I had managed to hurt him this badly, but when you get training since you can walk, then battles are not that hard. I thought that was it. He would die, but I was wrong. Soon a black fog surrounded him like a tornado. I tried to get near him, but it was impossible. Lightning came out of the tornado and tried to hit Ivy or me. Luckily, we dodged all the attacks. We were concentrated on dodging, and soon an attack came. The fog disappeared, and inside it was Hunter. But now both his eyes were black as coal. An evil smirk was present in his face. "Useless wolf? It seems that I always have to do everything on my own." The voice that could be heard came from Hunter, but it was a different one, much deeper and evil. The aura that surrounded him wasn't the same either. "So you finally came out," Ivy mentioned. "Did she know what this thing was?" "Oh? So you were expecting me?" He smirked at Ivy. "Yeah, and I know that you are the one that planted his obsession of killing me." Ivy said and jumped to attack it, but this Hunter wasn't the same as before, and he caught her midair. He started choking her as she tried to get herself free. "Such a nuisance. You should have been like the previous cursed ones. Your soul belongs to me, so let me collect what is mine, shall we?" I quickly ran towards him. I could see Ivy fighting for air, and she could get herself free. It was clear that fighting, whatever this thing was, wasn't going to be as easy as before. Before I could attack him, I felt something at my side. I dodged it before it could cause any damage. When I looked to see what it was, I realized that the fog that he had used now concentrated around him like tentacles. "Do you think you'll defeat me as easily as before?" He laughed while he looked at me and pressed Ivy's throat harder. "I'm going to kill her, and you can't do anything about it." His smile grew wider while I growled at him. I lunged once again, but a tentacle slapped me in the face, making me fall. "You—" Ivy started speaking, but he pressed harder and harder. "You'll wish you could kill me," she said, and slashed his hand, making his grip weaker and finally letting her go. She quickly got away from him and threw a ball of white magic towards him. He covered himself with his tentacles, but the ball passed through them like they were made out of paper. "What the hell?" He seemed surprised to see Ivy perform magic, and I would be astonished as well if I didn't know what I knew. "You underestimated me, you p—" she yelled and started throwing attack after attack. He tried to hit her, but it was in vain. Finally, he let go of his tentacles and tried to fight her with brutal force, but I joined the battle as well, making it impossible for him to win. We landed blow after blow, and when he tried to use those tentacles, Ivy used her magic to make them disappear. The fight was almost done for, but then Ivy mind-linked me. "You can't kill him, Kaid. We need to capture the demon as well. I have to kill him. I agreed with her. It wasn't a surprise that there was a demon inside of him. What I didn't know is what did Ivy had that could kill him. Distract him while I get what I need, please. Sure, love, leave it to me. I put myself in front of him so that he couldn't see what Ivy was doing. We fought heavily, pure force against each other. He landed a few blows on me as he was using his tentacles and Ivy couldn't help me out, but I tried not to feel the pain and fought harder. "Cade, move!" She suddenly yelled inside my head. I stepped aside, to his surprise, while I saw Ivy with a glowing sword in her hand. She pierces right through him, destroying his heart in the process. We finally defeated him. The fight with Hunter was hard. At first, we thought that we had everything under control. That was until the demon inside of him decided it was time for him to take the lead. He used his darkness as a weapon, but I used my magic to combat it. It was hard to keep up, but Cade and I worked together and soon his defeat was in sight. The only problem that we now had was that we didn't have a way to trap the demon. I was thinking that maybe we could knock him out and then take him to a cell until we figured out a plan, but that was risky. Demons can't be contained that easily, and if they got away, a lot of people would be in danger. Do you remember that sword that we found in the north? Yeah! But that is in one of our houses. We would need to teleport and leave Cade alone. Athena whimpered in my head. Even if he was strong, we were still reluctant to leave him alone. Neither Esmeralda nor Stefan could help him. They had their own battle to focus on. It was a hard decision, but I had an idea of where the sword was, so it would only take 5 minutes at most for me to go there and retrieve it. You can't kill him, Cade. We need to capture the demon as well. I have to kill him. I told him it was clear that he had gotten the message, but now I needed to ask him for a favor. Distract him while I get what I need, please. Sure, love. Leave it to me. His confidence was enough for me to leave the place. I quickly teleported myself to the last house that Esmeralda and I shared. Thanks to all the missions that I had done, I saved up a lot of money, and between Esmeralda and I, we had bought several properties all over the country. The sword was carefully placed inside a box at the end of my closet. On top of it was a cloaking spell created by Esmeralda, so if someone entered the house for any reason and found 2 boxes, they would see a lot of dirty clothes and would go away. I reversed the spell and took the sword. Time was imperative, and I had to get back quickly. Ivy, before you go, you need to bless it. How the hell do I do that, Athena? I knew bits of magic, but I had never blessed anything in my life. I've noticed that since Cade marked, I've had better access to my magic. Still, I haven't practiced in a long time, and what I have done are small, stupid spells. I'll help you out. You just need to concentrate your magic on the palm of your hands while you think of something pure. Something pure? Can you give me another hint? Think of what you love, of why you fight. You've done a lot of good and changed people's lives. That is true. Okay, let's do this. I concentrated my power while I thought of Esmeralda. I thought of the love we had as friends, of how she helped me in my darkest times, and how I helped her rescue someone she held dearly. I thought of Sylvia, on how she helped me in that pack, how her parents tried to feed me, so I wouldn't pass out from all the work that the Alpha forced me to do. And in return, how I decided to become a breeder, so Bianca couldn't hurt her. I thought of all the people that had thanked me when I helped them during my missions, and then I thought of Cade. We had made several mistakes, but it was undeniable that we had worked things out and were finally forming a mate bond. I remembered how his love felt through the bond, and how my own love started surfacing for him. It may seem strange to love someone that has hurt you, but that is what I feel right now. The great thing about the mate bond was that your partner couldn't hide his emotions, not unless they blocked the bond, and that made what they said more or less sincere. It is done, Ivy. Open your eyes. I did what Athena told me, and now the sword had a glow that made it look out of this world. It has some signs along the blade that it didn't have before, meaning that whatever Athena and I did worked. I quickly teleported myself back to the cell, only to find Cade fighting hand by hand with Hunter. Their king's nature was remarkable. The way they fought was amazing, and if it wasn't because we needed to kill him, I would have admired the battle that they were having. Cade, move! I screamed at him through the link, and he complied immediately. I used all my speed to surprise him. I didn't want to give him time to cover himself. Soon my plan worked. I pierced through his chest, ending his life and the demon as well. It was over. Finally over. He looked surprised at what had happened, like he couldn't register that he had lost. He saw the blade piercing his chest and then looked back at me. When he opened his mouth, a trail of blood left it, showing once again that I had perforated his heart. His eyes changed. They weren't black anymore. The demon had left his body, finally, and now only Hunter, the true Hunter, remained. Don't get me wrong, he was a bad person even before the demon possessed his body and corrupted his mind, but the look that he gave me showed his remorse for his actions. Thank you so much. I should have accepted death a long time ago. Maybe none of this would have happened. He smiled at me and then closed his eyes forever. He was gone, and I couldn't help myself but feel sorry for him. The fear of not accepting death, his desire to keep up with his old life as king, had driven him to a point of no return. Cade approached me and I threw myself into his arms. They were my safe place right now, and I needed it more than ever. It is weird, to pass from having nothing to having a family. Before Cade, I could count on Sylvia, then Esmeralda entered my life, and now Cade, bringing more family that I could never have expected. It is over love. He is gone. Cade said to me while he caressed my back. He gave me a kiss on my forehead and held me close to him. For some reason, I started crying. I couldn't understand exactly why, but I just felt so overwhelmed. Love, why are you crying? Cade asked me while he tried to clean my tears. I don't know. I don't feel happy. He is dead. I should feel happy, shouldn't I? Now I didn't have to look over my shoulder. I could relax. I could finally live a normal life. That is because you are a good person. I'm here for you. Don't forget that, okay? I finally stopped crying and sniffed while I nodded. It was time to get back. One enemy was down, but we had 2 to go. Esmeralda soon came by my side, and she started checking on me to see if I had any wounds. They hadn't tortured me physically. The only thing that they did was that spell. It hurt, but it didn't leave any marks behind. I'm okay, I said while I hugged Cade. But I'm starving, so please let's go back. They all laughed at my remark, and then Esmeralda created some portals for us to go. I could use my power to go back, but I was weak because of the starvation and dehydration. We arrived at Blue Lake Pack. Cade was carrying me bridal style in the back of his car. We had to stop for some fast food on the way here, and my stomach was roaring to have a bite of what we bought. We pulled in front of the pack house, and Cade left me in the back seat while he went to the other side to open the door for me. I smelled Bianca's scent. She was probably coming to welcome the king back, and if I guessed right, to give her condolences. She truly believed that she had gotten rid of me, so she was in for the surprise of her life. My king, we are so honored that you came back once again. I see that you are not with my sister. Did something happen to her? She said while her voice cracked. Wow, if I didn't know her better, I would have believed that she cared about me. I couldn't wait until Cade opened my door, so I did it myself. The surprise in her face was a poem, and even more because she was trying to hide the fact that she wanted me gone. You would love that, wouldn't you, dear sister? Her eye ticked, a thing that she had since we were little when something didn't go her way. Oh no, I'm so happy that you are back. Of course, her mouth said one thing, but her mind spoke another one. Why is this back? I thought that she was dead by now. Ugh, I need to find another way to get rid of her. If she is gone, I could conquer the king and become the new queen. So she was the one that helped Hunter. Now that I had her, I needed to find a way for her to confess out loud. Thank you, sister. Now I would love to chit-chat, but I'm feeling weak, so I'm going to go to my bedroom to rest. I hope you don't mind. I gave her the biggest smile I could. Of course she agreed and let us go to our room. Cade helped me all the way up and placed me carefully on the bed. Stefan is coming with this food, love. Do you need anything else? He asked me. He was being so tender that it made my heart melt, and I wished I could enjoy this time with him. But first we needed to address what I had heard. Cade, Bianca was the one that gave them access to me. He didn't look surprised, but then he darted his eyes from mine, meaning that he was hiding something from me. Before I could inquire, he told me something that made my world upside down. Love, we suspected her from the start, and she also told me something that we have to investigate as well. Your mother was a witch, and not any witch. She was the high priestess. Also, I believe that she didn't die in childbirth like they made you believe. She was murdered. Since I told Ivy what I found out, she looked in shock. It was a normal reaction since I just told her that the reason for her mistreatment wasn't even true. She didn't seem surprised by the news that her mother was a witch. It made sense, though. She must have suspected that her ability to do magic didn't have to do with her wolf, but she probably didn't know where to start asking. I didn't know how to help her exactly. What happened was a long time ago, and my intuition told me that they had covered their tracks pretty well. To kill your destined mate, to then take a chosen mate with whom you had a daughter already, was an awful crime. It could be seen as premeditated murder. Now I needed to figure out who was the mastermind behind it all. Was it her father? Was it her current stepmother? Kaid, could you tell me my mother's name? Now that I thought about it, they never mentioned her mother's name. It wasn't in the information given to me when she was supposed to be my breeder. Neither did they mention it during the meeting we held when they informed me that Ivy was a witch. At first, I didn't give it much thought, but what Ivy told me showed that they were trying to make people forget her existence completely. Sure, love, her name was Alexandra Levette. Did no one tell you about her? She repeated her mother's name quietly. It was clear that they had hidden such an important and simple thing as her name. When we returned, I'd make sure to ask Oscar to bring something that belonged to her mother. No, they just told me that I killed her, that I was the reason my father was mateless, and that it was already an act of kindness that they didn't kill me. I clenched my fists when I heard what they had done to her. If her father was the one to kill Alexandra, then he committed murder and mistreated his daughter to place the blame on her. How did you find out who my mother was? I doubt Alexander or Bianca would give you her name. I took her hand in mine. I was going to tell her what happened since that meeting before she was kidnapped. The day they took you, I had a meeting with them. Ivy nodded, indicating me that she remembered what happened that day. Bianca basically was trying to dissuade me to not accept you as my mate. She told me you were a witch. I didn't tell her to f*** off immediately because I wanted to see what information she had. I also questioned the fact that she wasn't half-witch as well. And that is when she told you that she is just my half-sister, right? I was surprised that she knew that. Did she know something? How did you know that? Well, my stepmother was very fond of her. I knew my family didn't like me. They always told me I was cursed. But they treated her like a little princess, so it always seemed odd to me. Also, we do look alike, because my father also has green eyes and black hair, but I was way shorter than her. My curls are unique to me, and my complexion is darker than hers. Then Athena told me that my magic wasn't because of her, thus it had to be something else. I looked at her with admiration. She was really intelligent. She may not have received a formal education, but it was clear she wasn't stupid. I love you, Ivy. I know we have a long way ahead, and that we have a lot on our plate, but as long as we are together, that is all that matters to me. It was time that I told her how I felt. While she was kidnapped, I realized how important she is to me, how much I love her, and now I was only confessing to her while I opened my heart. You don't have to answer, love. I know it may seem rushed, but losing you these days was hard. I've known that I love you for a while, but this gave me the courage to tell you. I cupped her cheeks in my hands and approached her face slowly. I saw how she closed her eyes, as my lips were just centimeters away from hers, and then our lips made contact with each other. The sparks erupted instantly, making the feeling more intense than it already was. I started moving my lips to taste her better. I was in heaven. I felt complete right at this moment. I moved my hand from her cheek to grab her hair. I wanted to take it slowly, but I was losing my self-control. When I grabbed her hair, she moaned and If I thought it was hard to contain myself before, now it seems like an impossible mission. She parted her lips, and I soon let my tongue invade her mouth. She tried to do the same, and that made a growl come from me. I believed that it would make Ivy stop, but on the contrary, she moaned once again, making my self-control jump out of the window. The kiss became hotter by the second, and soon I started tracing her jawline with my fingertips until I reached her neck. I let go of her juicy lips to kiss her neck. First, I smelled her scent. It was my ecstasy, my drug. Then I placed a kiss on her side. Then I moved to the other side to place another kiss while I continued to grab her hair. I didn't know how much force I could use without scaring her, but based on her response, I was doing a great job. Then we heard a knock on the door. I didn't want to stop, but someone kept insisting. I put my forehead over hers while I took deep breaths to calm myself down. Ivy, love, if you tell me I will send this person to go fuck themselves. In fact, I'll gladly do it. She giggled at my suggestion. Damn it, she was making it way harder. No, Cade, it could be important. Also, if I'm being honest, I don't want to lose my virginity in this house. Right, that made sense. She didn't like this pack at all, and I wanted her to feel comfortable. I could book a hotel, so we can spend the night there. But first, you need a checkup. Even if you tell me they didn't do physical harm, I still want to know if everything is all right. Now that I had calmed down, I could see that I was acting too impulsively. She was in a cell just a few hours ago. We literally fought with a demon. And here I was, not thinking about her. I wanted to take her to a doctor, but I didn't know if the one from this pack could be trusted, so it was best if I asked Esmeralda to bring our doctor here through a portal. She nodded, understanding that I needed to take care of her. That or she read your mind. Probably, but either way, she is going to a doctor tomorrow. I stood up and went to the door. It was Alexander, probably to feed me up with more bullshit, so I would leave Ivy. I opened the door and saw him standing there. He was such a sorry excuse of an alpha. He stood up like he was an alpha, but he lacked the authority that only experience could give you. Your Majesty, he began, but I was not having it today. I thought we told your Luna that Ivy was going to rest. Is there something important that can't wait until tomorrow? His fists clenched. It was clear as day that he didn't expect me to react this way, but I was done. If we didn't have to uncover some information from her mother, we would be gone by now. Yes, but I thought I could speak with you? Regarding Ivy's matter. I had to take deep breaths to contain myself and not kill him right at this spot. What matter? The stupid idea that you have that Ivy is a witch? She isn't, and unless you can bring me clear information regarding that matter, we have nothing more to talk about. With that, I closed the door. I knew what they were trying to do, and if he decided to prove to me that Ivy's mother was a witch, then they couldn't hide her anymore. Is everything okay? Ivy was coming out of the bathroom. She had changed clothes into her pajamas. Yes, love. Don't worry. We should rest. Tomorrow we have a big day ahead of us. And it was true. Tomorrow we'll figure out what happened to her mother and give her justice once and for all. I woke up with a new objective. I was going to catch my mother's murderer. I had an idea of who it could be. My father wouldn't have dared to kill her. He lived based on appearances, but my stepmother, on the other hand, had a lot to win. She was an Omega, so if my father chose her as his mate, then she could access all that she ever wanted. Now that Kaid confirmed my suspicions of her being my half-sister, my theory made more sense. Last night's kiss with Kaid was fantastic. If Alexander hadn't interrupted us, I was sure that we would have done a lot more. The way his lips felt against mine made my body feel hot all over again. I turned around to see Kaid laying by my side. He looked so peaceful while he slept. I started tracing his face with my fingers, admiring how handsome he was. True be told, I never considered myself someone beautiful. I was too short, too thin, and too weak. Then, with Esmeralda's help, I started building up my confidence. The first time I met Kaid, I couldn't believe I was paired with him. I considered myself too inferior to him, but now that has changed. In the past, I didn't show my insecurities, but I had them deep inside me. That is why I ran, because O didn't want to get my heart broken all over again. I was terrified that he would reject me once he saw that I was weak, that he would mock me publicly. I should have listened to Athena, but fear got the best of me, and I acted impulsively. Yeah, you did. I'm the smart part of you. It is dumb to not follow my advice. I thought I was going crazy when I heard you. We didn't turn until way later. How was I supposed to know that you were indeed my wolf? Why else would you have another voice in your head? Schizophrenia? I had no way of knowing it was you if I had never seen you before. Touché. Still, you should listen more to me. You love to remind me of that, don't you? I love to wake up with you touching me. Oh, crap. That voice, I was so focused on my conversation with Athena that I forgot that I was still tracing Cade's face. He caught me red-handed. I instantly tried removing my hand, but he caught it and kissed the palm of it. I knew my face was red, like really, really red. Stupid, handsome, and killer body king. Huh? So you think you done and have a killer body, I will ignore the stupid part. He laughed. Did I say that out loud? I most certainly did not. Or did I? Am I going crazy? No, love, you are not crazy, he once again replied. I'm still sleepy. I don't realize what I'm doing. I tried to justify myself, but obviously Cade saw right through me. Sure, love, whatever you say. He gave me a peck on my lips and then left the bed. I was left there, embarrassed to the core and frozen on my spot. The hell just happened, Athena? No idea, Ivy. He looks calmer and happier. Either way, we need to go to the hospital today. That's right. Let's get ready. I stood up from bed and quickly chose an outfit. I was going to ask for my birth certificate to know where their archives were. Then I was going to infiltrate at night to find my mother's death certificate and autopsy in case she had one. I also had to visit my father, but I needed Cade's help with all my plans, so I was going to ask him to accompany me. My objective was for him to ask about my mother and reveal part of the information that Bianca had told him. That way my father would reveal what he knew about her death, even if he didn't realize it. Cade came out of the bathroom already dressed in a shirt and black sweatpants. My eyes immediately went to that, region, and damn. You look like a Christmas ornament, Cade said to me. At that moment, if I could, I would make the earth swallow me whole. Ivy, let's pay him back. No, Athena. I think I'm going to die from embarrassment. You can't die of embarrassment, Cade replied. Wait, Cade, can you read my thoughts? I think I can read your thoughts. That is amazing. Can you hear someone else's? Love, we haven't left the room, so I don't know. My bad. When I first got my power, I could read people's minds from a mile away. It wasn't pretty. Right. Do you think this is because we marked each other? When he did it, I really wondered if it was going to affect Cade in any way. Now my question was, if we completed the mating process, how much was he going to change? If only a small thing like a mark had such an impact, finishing the whole process was going to do a lot more. Probably. We'll have to figure out this in our own love. The good thing about my curse was that it had a lot of perks and power-ups. The bad thing was that no one knew anything about it, and sometimes it was frustrating. After I explained my plan to Cade, we left the room to have breakfast. It was something quick and, as we didn't see any of our friends, we ate pretty quickly. We arrived at the hospital and, of course, the receptionist wasn't too fond of me. Cade had to remind her of her place twice, but in the end she apologized through gritted teeth and let us pass to the archive. She started looking for my certificate when she got a call from a doctor and left the room. Ivy, this room is huge. How are we going to find your mother's certificate? It was a great question. We probably didn't have much time until she returned. Luckily, I had magic by my side. I smiled at him to show him my confidence. In return, he looked calmer. I asked him to guard the door in case the woman came back and used a very simple spell. Show me what I seek. I said while I focused my magic on the palm of my hands. Soon a white smoke came out and moved around the room to a drawer at the end of it. I quickly approached it to open it. The smoke seemed to look around the files and then it entered in one of the folders. When I took it out, I saw my mother's name on the top of it. The ink was almost gone, but even if the writing was faint, it was still recognizable. Found it. Cade looked at me and nodded. I quickly used another spell to hide the folder from anyone's eyes. Even if I had it in my hand, no one would see it. The lady came back and gave me my birth certificate. We thanked her and went to the pack house. I was itching to read whatever was inside that folder. I hoped that the information gave me some sense of clarity of where to start. There had to be some evidence about what happened to my mother. At least I hoped there was. When we entered the room, I let out a breath. I was worried that the spell wouldn't work, or that someone would notice the disappearance of the folder. Yes, I was being paranoid, but I couldn't risk anything going wrong. I placed the folder on the bed and looked at Kaid. The urge to open it was huge, but something was stopping me. "I'm here, love. Whatever we find, whatever it is, in here for you." He gave a little squeeze to my shoulders, showing me his support. I opened it, tracing the cardboard folder. It felt a little dirty as dust had covered it. On the first page there was a picture of my mother, and I was almost the exact same copy of her, except for my curls. Her hair was straight but luscious. She looked beautiful, her green eyes the same as mine. She was smiling at the camera, so I suppose this picture was taken when she first came into the pack. The folder had her basic data, her species, name, last name, mate, reason for coming into the pack, a test that they did to confirm she wasn't a threat. After that, I reached her medical record. It stated that she was having trouble conceiving. She had several treatments to help her with her infertility. And then it stated that my father and mother decided to use a surrogate. According to the records, Bianca came from my mother's egg, but that was just a facade, so my father wouldn't be judged. Of course, the surrogate was my current stepmother. Then I reached the part where my mother got pregnant with me, and as suspected, it stated that she had a complicated pregnancy. Now, one thing that stood out to me was that she had surges of her magic power. At least that was how they described it. I had to read further to understand what it was, and when I did, I knew that I had the probable killer. Bianca's POV. I was waiting for Alexander. We had a meeting with my parents to discuss Ivy's issue. I couldn't believe that the got the king. I hoped she died when that Lord Hunter told me he wanted to kill her. I guess he didn't do the job properly, but I was not going to commit the same mistake. How hard could it be to kill an almost human? I could poison her food, and that would be it. But she was with the king, and he was known to have a great sense of smell. Also, if they did an autopsy, they couldn't find anything that linked it to me or the pack in general. Here we can pay the doctors, like it was done when that boss mother died. But if she died in my territory, the king would probably take her to his land to see what happened, and I would be doomed. I had to be smarter than that. A third party had to do the job, but who would want her dead as much as I want? Probably nobody, or probably the rumors about Sophia being the king's fiancée weren't just rumors. It was a long shot, but I could try it. "Let's go, Bianca." Alexander entered our room. He looked pissed at me, like he has been since that arrived. When she first disappeared, he looked worried, but then I convinced him that she was probably dead. Taking into account how weak she was, there was a high chance it was true. After that, it was all happiness with him. He was sweet and a true gentleman to me. And then she had to come here to ruin everything for me. "Wait, why are you mad now? I didn't want my father to see what was going on between us." "You are really asking me this?" I nodded. "I really wanted to know what was going on. You lied, Bianca. You have lied since I met you. You have used me like a puppet for your own benefit, and because of that I lost my true mate." I was mad. Enraged, in fact. How dare he? Only because he found out that Ivy is a witch does she want her now. Doesn't he realize that he couldn't have children with her, just like her mother? "I was trying to protect you. If you got with her, you wouldn't have kids," I yelled at him. "And how would you know that?" he smirked. I've never seen Alexander's cruel side, but now he was going to show it to me. "That is the reason you are a bastard. Am I right?" He started approaching me, and fear was getting the best of me. "You are nothing, Bianca. You are not a beta daughter, and I have found out everything you have done to Ivy, so you would stand out, because you know deep inside you that she is better. And I swear to you, once I get Ivy back, I am going to reject you." At this point, he was almost strangling me. Then he let me go while tears left my eyes. I was going to kill her, and then I was going to kill him. No one is going to treat me like this. I was pissed with that Bianca. I lost Ivy because of her. She fed me lies about how weak and useless she was, when in reality, she was a freaking witch. And not any witch. She was the daughter of the high priestess. In the pack, some of us knew Ivy's true origin. We knew that her mother was a witch, but for some reason, it was concealed that she was such a powerful one. Not even my father was aware of her true nature. But when Bianca came, telling me that we had to tell Kate about Ivy's mother, I was intrigued. Us wolves don't have much contact with other supernaturals, but this piqued my interest, and so I started asking around. You can imagine my surprise when they told me that Alexandra Levette was the most powerful witch alive. I wanted to kill Bianca with my bare hands. But then I realized if she had lied about something like this, then what else had she lied to me about? The things that I found showed her horrible nature. Her whole life was a lie. Her grades, her training, her wonderful ideas, everything she was supposed to be was a lie. But when I found out that her mother was a lowly omega, that ticked me off. When a beta mixes with an omega, there was a high chance that their offspring's wolf was at most a gamma. Only if they were fated mates did they have the chance of having a beta. Even if Ivy didn't have a wolf, she was a witch, and according to Bianca, if their fated mate marked her, then she could access her magic. The problem was that Bianca and I had already marked and mated. She even had her Luna ceremony a year ago. It would be almost impossible to get rid of her. When Ivy rejected me, I was pissed. She didn't feel any pain, while I cried in agony. I knew I had f***ed it up when I decided to be with Bianca, but I couldn't believe that she would be the one to reject me. She has every right to reject you. You are a sorry excuse for an alpha. I know you don't like me, Aries. Unfortunately, there is nothing you can do. Aries huffed and retreated to the back of my mind. He didn't like Bianca, not one bit. The fact that my mark only showed when she was in human form was a clear way of proving it. For a mark to stay both in human and wolf form, your wolf has to accept that person as well, especially if it is a chosen mate. At first, I was happy with Bianca. Well, not happy, but I got used to her. She was good in bed, and that was enough for me. But for some reason, I didn't want her to become Luna. That is why I delayed her ceremony for so long. She also had a lot of help. She couldn't fulfill her duties as Luna. She has several advisors, and she still sometimes does stupid things. It is clear that she isn't Luna material. Ivy, on the contrary, is now soon to be queen. Even if she didn't get an education, she was smarter than Bianca. She had a big mouth, but that was because she took shit from no one, and she was loyal. She did everything in her power for her friend Sylvia, even if it meant she would suffer. When she arrived at the pack, I saw how much she had changed. She looked beautiful, as always, but something had changed. She has probably trained a lot, because her confidence had skyrocketed. She walked with her head high, showing who she was. It didn't matter that she was around the people that mistreated her. She walked like a true fighter. At that moment, I realized what I had lost. My true mate, my fated mate, the one that the moon goddess gifted me and that I threw away. When she rejected me, I should have known. She knew my wolf's name, and that should have made me realize that she wasn't what Bianca portrayed her to be. Then she was kidnapped, and I looked for her without the king knowing what I was doing. If I rescued her before that king, I could ask her for forgiveness, and later on, win her over. But that asshole found her first, and now I had to think of ways to win her heart over. One of my plans consisted in showing her the truth regarding her mother. I knew they had hidden from her as much information as possible. If I offered her that, then she would be in debt with me. I'll ask her for a friendly date and slowly show her that she was made for me. Is she going to reject the king for you? Are you nuts? You should be on my side on this, Aries. She is your mate also. Yes, she is, and I want to protect her, and you are her biggest threat. You only want her because of her power. That is not true. If Bianca hadn't fed me those lies, Ivy would be our mate right now. Are you hearing yourself? So you can't think? You blindly believe what anyone tells you? You are an alpha for f***'s sake. You should know better. Aries continued ranting inside my head, and even though I was trying not to listen to him, it was obvious that what he was telling me was true. I am an alpha. I should be smarter than all the wolves in the pack, and yet Bianca made a fool out of me. I was going to enjoy it when I finally got rid of her, and I was going to make sure it never happened again. But first thing first, my Luna was an obstacle that I had to get rid of. The king was a nuisance as well. I had to see if Ivy came back willingly or if I had to kill him as well so that she came back to me. You are a fool, Alexander. Ivy is never going to take us back. How do you think she is going to react if you kill her chosen mate? I am her mate. Delusional. Aries retreated to the back of my mind. Even if my wolf didn't support me, even if everyone turned their backs on me, I was going to get Ivy back to me. I remembered that we had a visit to Ivy's parents' house with Bianca. I also knew that Ivy came here for a reason, and it was most likely to get something from that house. So my best shot was to go there and hope that she showed up. After that, I was going to reveal her father's true colors and even punish him for her. I could taste my victory. Don't worry, Ivy, you'll soon be with your fated mate. Ivy's POV. Kate and I finished reading my mother's information. To know that they had hidden something this big for such a long time was inconceivable. We had to call Esmeralda, so she helped us out clarify some things regarding witches. I didn't understand much about that subject, so her input was necessary. My friend also got furious with the crimes committed in this pack and would inform her authorities of what happened. Witches also had a council that protected them, and my mother's case didn't reach them because she voluntarily disappeared. Are you ready, love? Kaid asked while he held my hand tightly. I looked at him straight in the eye. His love for me was undeniable, and this gave me the fuel I needed to finally give hell to all the people responsible. Ready as ever, let's kick their asses. He kissed the top of my head and took me to the car. I was anxious. To see my father once again was something that I had prepared for. He was the person that mistreated me the most, the person who tried to kill me several times. I wished for a long time that he was dead, to understand what I did wrong, to gain all his hatred. Now he will realize the mistake that he made, to underestimate me. He will find out the hard way about Bianca's schemes, and lastly, that his weak and good-for-nothing daughter was soon to become queen. That would be the greatest slap to his face. We arrived at my dad's house. It looked as creepy and lifeless as ever. My heart pounded in my chest, but I was ready. It was time to avenge my mom. We got out of the car. Kaid, of course, took my hand while we walked towards the door. I didn't tell my father that I was coming, so of course he wasn't expecting me. I didn't see him at the party, Bianca did, so it was a mystery for me if he knew of my presence or not. Now that I think about it, it is weird that he wasn't there. My father loved to be at those events, as he liked to brag. He was always telling people how Bianca was first in her class, or how he had achieved something, that it was his bloody work to begin with. What I did notice as we approached the door was Alexander's and Bianca's scent. It was still lingering, meaning that they had come not so long ago, and were probably inside the house. I didn't want to see them once again, but this could make things more interesting. I had noticed that Bianca's mom was more manipulative. She gained the title of beta female after all, so I couldn't take her slightly. Bianca, on the other hand, was sloppier. She wasn't stupid, but she lacked the ability and experience that her mother had. It was easier to get an anger outburst from Bianca than her mother, Diana. Diana was 44. She was almost 13 years younger than my father. She had long, straight black hair like Bianca, but she had honey brown eyes. She had a fairer skin tone, and that was the reason Bianca looked like my sibling, but didn't at the same time. Now that I looked at them in detail, it was clear that they were mother and daughter. Kaid noticed that I was overthinking something because he immediately tightened his hold on my hand. Sparks flew everywhere he touched, calming me in an instant. I know they are here, love, but don't worry, I'm by your side. I nodded and gave him a kiss on his cheek. We were together in this, and that was all that mattered. I knocked on the door. I could hear whispers behind it, and my suspicions were confirmed when I heard the thoughts of my father, Diana, Bianca, and Alexander. It seemed that my stepmother was anxious, while my father was mad at Bianca, as she wasn't queen. Always seeking power, I didn't understand how could the moon goddess pair up my mom with my dad. It was clear that he only accepted her because she was a powerful witch, not because he loved her. And my poor mother, she followed her heart, and that led to her death. Something doesn't add up, Ivy. I've been thinking about it, but why would a fated pair have trouble conceiving? I've heard of plenty of women who can't conceive, Athena. It is not common, but I can't say that it doesn't happen. True, but it just seems odd. Pairing up two different species so they could have trouble conceiving? Doesn't sound like Celine. Well, the only ones that can answer that question are inside the house, so here we go. I knocked again, harder this time. I wanted to face them as soon as possible, and I wasn't going to let them hide. Nothing. I couldn't hear anyone coming. I was about to break down the door when I heard footsteps approaching. From their scent, I could tell that it was Diana. She opened the door and gave me the biggest smile she could. Fake, of course. "Ivy, it is so nice to see you. Your father and I have missed you so much." She tried to hug me, but I took a step back. Her mouth was saying one thing, but her mind said a whole different one. "I can't say the same, Diana. Where is my father?" I quickly saw how her smile disappeared. It was clear that she wanted to yell at me, but she wouldn't. Not while Kaid was with me. Then she looked at my mate, and now she gave a sincere smile. Her eyes illuminated as she saw her future daughter's husband. "Your Majesty, we are so happy you came to our humble home." She bowed in front of him. I had to contain my laugh because it was clear that Kaid hated that, but she didn't notice. When he didn't answer in any way or form, she stood up and gestured us to go in. My father was standing in the middle of the living room, and he had aged terribly. He was paler. His once black hair was now mostly gray. He had baggy eyes and wrinkles. He wasn't that old. He hadn't even reached the 6th decade, but he looked like a 70 or 80-year-old. "It is an honor to see you in my house, Your Majesty." At least he didn't bow like Diana did, but it was clear that he wasn't happy to see me. He didn't try to pretend like Diana did. He looked at me with the same hatred that he had harbored for years. "Nice to see you too, Father." Kaid, as before, didn't say a word to him. For them, that was the biggest slap of them all. To be ignored was something that they weren't used to, and now the king was doing precisely that. "Ivy, why are you here?" His tone was very aggressive, too much for my liking, and that caused a growl from Kaid's side. My father wasn't stupid, but his pride always got the best of him. He thought he could treat me like garbage and no one would respond. I always got in trouble because I couldn't keep my mouth shut, but now I had someone to back me up and he couldn't torture me anymore. "I suggest you lower your tone with me, unless you want to have your body separated from your head." My father decided to laugh at me, while I felt Kaid's anger bubbling through the bond. I thought that he was going to kill my father at that exact moment. When Alexander and Bianca entered the room, my father looked at her, and it was clear that if they didn't interrupt what was happening, he was going to try to hurt me once again. If I could record their thoughts, it could be so much easier, but I couldn't. "Hello, King Kaid. Hello, Ivy," Alexander said to us. He seemed weird, like he was being too polite for once. I haven't read his thoughts, but if he continued being weird, I was certainly going to take a peek at his mind. "Alpha Alexander, we didn't expect to see you here. Luna, Bianca," Kaid answered. My father seemed to have calmed down, but Kaid was angry as hell. He didn't show it, but I could feel him, and I knew that it was just the calm before the storm. "Alexander, Bianca, if you could kindly tell my father to treat his guests properly. It seems he has forgotten who he is speaking to." I looked at my father while I spoke. When he got really pissed, a vein would pop up in his forehead, and now it was pulsating like crazy. He knew he had lost the battle. It was clear that Alexander and Bianca were going to take my side. It was the king's side versus an ex-beta. It was clear who could win, and my father was aware of that. "I'm sorry, Ivy. What can I do for you?" He tried to sound sweet and sincere, but of course he was just thinking about ways to get rid of me while he spoke. "See? That wasn't that hard." I continued provoking him. "I just want my mother's dress for my Luna." "But your mother wasn't a Luna." Diana interrupted me. She was starting to become nervous as I was bringing my mother's subject to the table. "I know if you hadn't interrupted me so rudely, you would understand what I'm talking about." Bianca huffed at the back, while Alexander looked like a kid in a candy store. "I want my mother's wedding dress." My father didn't answer straight away, probably thinking about a way to justify that he didn't have anything of hers. "I don't have your mother's wedding dress. I sold or threw away her things." Although I was angry, that didn't come as a surprise to me. It was clear that he wanted to erase every trace that my mother existed, including myself. "Interesting what you did to your fated mate." My father growled at me, but I didn't even look at him. I just looked at Kaid and started part 2 of my plan. We should ask my mother's friend if he has something of hers. Cade nodded and took my hand so that we would leave the house when I heard a gasp. "Which friend are you talking about?" Diana asked. She looked calm on the outside, but her thoughts were going at a mile per second. "Oh, I thought that you knew. My mother wasn't a nobody, so it is common that her things aren't completely forgotten." I didn't want to tell them straight away that I knew that my mother was a witch. I was going to play with them. "That is impossible," Diana murmured. "I can get the confusion, given that you have mistaken me as well." Now Alexander's face looked gloomy. Whatever it was that he had been happy before was now gone. "How?" my father asked. For the first time, I could see something in his face other than pride. It was regret. "You can ask your daughter about that. She was the one that helped my kidnapper, but you weren't careful enough, were you, Bianca?" She looked as pale as a ghost. The thing about psychological torture is that it worked better than physical, and it made people say things quicker. It was that fear that installed slowly deep inside you what caused that person to break. Bianca started stuttering. Of course, she didn't know what to say at this point. And then the cherry on top appeared. A knock on the door was heard. I hadn't spoken much. I knew Ivy wanted to handle it by herself, but they were starting to get on my nerves. The disrespect shown to Ivy was too much for me to handle. I realized that if Ivy focused on someone's thoughts, I could hear them out too, like we shared her power, so I knew what she was aiming for. She wanted to break them, to make them sweat. We brought several recording devices inside our clothes, so if someone slipped, it could serve as evidence against them. Ivy did great, mentioning her mother, but at the same time not disclosing much information about what she knew. I was waiting for what she had prepared to make them worry even more. And soon he arrived. A knock on the door came, and everyone became anxious to know who it was. No one approached to open the door, but her stepmother was the one that looked more nervous. Another knock came, and I knew that I had to act. "Are you going to answer it?" I asked. Soon they were taken out of their trance, and Ivy's father approached the door. He hesitated to open it, but when another knock happened, he knew he had to open it. "Hello, I'm looking for Max Summers," the man said to him. Of course, Max didn't recognize him. He had no idea who he was. But Ivy and I did. He was the person that was going to make the killer show her true colors. "I'm Max Summers, but I don't recognize you. Who are you?" The other person gave him a card. "Oscar Millas? And what do you want from me?" Oscar walked into the house. Of course, he didn't look surprised when he saw Ivy and me in there. In fact, he gave us a kind smile to show them that we knew each other. "Hi, Oscar." Ivy replied cheerfully. All of them looked at her, and something clicked inside everyone's mind. Oscar didn't smell like a werewolf. He wasn't one, but he didn't smell like a witch either. He probably did a masking spell, so that Alexander wasn't alerted of his arrival to his pack. "Do you know this intruder, Ivy?" Alexander asked, and I didn't like the tone he was using with my mate. "I do, and he isn't an intruder. He is my mom's friend." They all gasped in surprise. Now they knew that the information that Ivy had did not come from a nobody. "Yes, I am. Well, was. According to what Ivy told me, her mother is now deceased. Is that right?" He now looked at Max. "She died giving birth to Ivy." He continued saying that lie, but we would see how long it was going to last. "I see. It was a long time ago. Luckily for my species, our bodies don't decay. Our council has asked me to take her body back to our coven." He handed them out a paper that had my stamp on it, accepting their request. That can't be," Ivy's dad said while he held the paper in his hands. "Yes, it can, Father. I've met my people, and my mom never belonged here. We are just informing you about what is going to happen, as I already know where her tomb is." Ivy's determination was clear. Did she know where her mother was buried? No, but did they know that she didn't know? No. Diana started sweating. It was clear that all the pressure was taking a toll on her. "You can't take her body." Max yelled at Ivy, and for me, that was enough disrespect towards my mate. "And why the not? Ivy asked you for something from her mother. You told us you discarded it like trash. You don't care about her mom. Then what is the problem?" My tone was full of anger towards my father-in-law. I could feel my aura slipping out. I tried to control it, but it was hard when emotions became intense. And then I heard it, what we were expecting to happen. No, they can't take her. I thought that she was going to be rotten by now. I thought I got rid of her all those years ago. It was Diana. Finally, she was giving out to the pressure. Now, if no one has anything else to say, we are going to take my mother-in-law. After I saw your reaction, I'm going to ask for another autopsy. Goodbye. I took Ivy's hand to take her out of the house. We knew who the killer was, and now we only needed her to confirm what we knew out loud. Can a drug last for long on a corpse? It should have disappeared by now, right? Now she was trying to reassure herself, but thanks to Ivy's gift, I knew what to do next. I gave Ivy a kiss on her forehead. I looked into her eyes while I said, "Don't worry, my love, we'll get to the bottom of this. It is a good thing that witches' bodies get preserved so well that nothing can escape an autopsy." Ivy looked strangely at me, like she didn't understand what I was talking about. Luckily, Oscar got my point. "Oh yes, if anything was done to your mother, we will find out. In fact, there are several tracking spells that have helped us find murderers. Also, because of your mother's position, her body is full of protection spells that can even record if someone approaches her with ill intentions." I think this was the last straw for Diana, as she suddenly took off towards Ivy with a knife in her hand. Ivy, of course, dodged her attack and disarmed her in an instant. She wasn't aware that my mate knew how to defend herself, but she learned it when Ivy counterattacked and made her fall to the ground. And that my dear stepmother is attempting to murder the future queen. Diana's eyes were the ones of a crazy person. She finally lost it. "You can't do this to me. I didn't even touch you," she screamed while Ivy continued pressing her head. I had mind-linked Stefan to come here and help us out with Diana. We hadn't gotten the confession that we needed, but I was going to make sure we got it. "Tsk, tsk, Diana, you shouldn't have done that. Trying to harm or even kill my mate is punished with death. I'm going to take you to my pack to deliver your sentence." Her fear overpowered her, but then anger surfaced. "Yes, I tried to kill you, but you should have died a long time ago. I got rid of that for nothing." Finally, she started blurting out what we needed. "What do you mean, Diana?" Max asked her, and it was clear that he was oblivious of what his current wife had done to his fated mate. "Oh, Max, you are so stupid. I did everything so that she couldn't get pregnant. I knew someone that worked in the kitchen and gave her contraceptives constantly. Eventually, you got tired of trying to have kids with her, and you came to me. I got sure to get pregnant, but then you came out with that stupid idea of me impersonating up as a surrogate." She huffed. I couldn't believe the point she had reached to break up a fated couple. "Then she became pregnant, but you needed to see that she wasn't convenient for you. I always messed something with her food or water so that she would feel sick. She wouldn't lose her baby. I tried everything, but it didn't work." She started laughing like a maniac. She really seemed to have lost her mind. "And then she gave birth, and at night I approached her. She knew everything that I had done and threatened to kill me, but I finally got myself a poison strong enough to kill her. She was so weak that it was easy to inject something into her IV. It was a blood thinner mixed with the poison that caused her to bleed to death, while she also fought the toxin. In the end, it was too much, and she perished. Because the nurses found blood on her sheets, they thought that it was a complication from the pregnancy. It was easy to make the pack see Ivy as a curse, as the one responsible for her mother's death. Everyone despised her, and I was sure that someone was going to kill her or that she was going to end her life. She was an evil person. From the inside, she was completely rotten. How could someone try to kill a baby? It was beyond me. Ivy's father looked as astonished as I was. It seemed he didn't expect that from her chosen mate. "Why? Why did you kill her?" "I told you I was going to divorce her as we had several problems." She looked like a maniac. She was out of her freaking mind. "Why? Because I couldn't leave it to chance for you to accept me. My daughter was not going to be an Omega like I was. And you see, it worked out. She became Luna of this pack." Stefan finally arrived, and all she had said was enough to sentence her to death. She killed a beta female and damaged a fated bond for her own selfishness. "Your Majesty," Stefan said as he entered the house. "Alpha Alexander, do you have dungeons available?" "Yes, but—" he answered, but I didn't let him finish. "Perfect, Stefan. Please take her to the dungeon. As soon as we leave this pack, we will take her to face her trials. Stefan nodded. Ivy moved, so Stefan could take Diana. When they left, I heard Bianca release a breath. Oh boy, she had no idea what was coming next. This was far from over. Finally, my mother's killer was found. My name was also cleared up. It was all the doing of an evil woman, one that wanted to escalate positions, and now only one rotten apple was left. Bianca. She had done several bad things, and just like her mother, she thought she was immune to it. But she didn't count that Oscar knew Lord Hunter, so now I was going to play her, just like I did with Diana. Kaid knew that I was tired. He could feel it through the bond, but it was not done yet. Oscar, thank you so much for your help, I said to him with the biggest smile I could offer. Then I looked at my father. He looked empty. He didn't look at me in the eyes or speak a single word. It was as if he was dead. And maybe in a way he was. He found out that he had married his mate's murderer. I doubt that he ever felt sorry for how he treated me. Even if now he knew that I was never at fault, I don't think he would ever recognize his mistake. Let alone apologize to me. No problem, Ivy. Everything for Alexandra's daughter. He was about to leave the house when Alexander stopped him. How did you enter my pack unnoticed, warlock? Of course he wouldn't address Oscar by his name. Well, hello to you too, Alpha Alexander, and I know my way around him. After all, Lord Hunter was once my ally. Alexander looked lost. He didn't understand what the hell he was talking about, but Bianca surely seemed to get it. Lord Hunter? Who the f*** is Lord Hunter? Alexander started asking, but soon Bianca tried to divert his attention. Alex, we should go. We need to inform your mom and dad of what happened to my mother. She tried to grab Alexander's hand, but he didn't let her. If you want to go, then leave. I'm getting to the bottom of this. Bianca looked like a ghost. It was clear that she didn't want Alexander to find out the little scheme that she had made. Answer, warlock. Of course, he has to be rude. He hadn't learned anything at all. Alexander, he is a friend of my mother. Thanks to him, I was rescued before that maniac could kill me. Treat him with respect. I had enough of his behavior. Oscar was a witch, but according to their logic, so was I, and I wouldn't let my people be treated that way. Sorry, Ivy. He looked at me with sadness and remorse. For once I peeked into his mind. He had been acting weird since we arrived, and I wanted to know the reason why. So he is the reason Ivy found out about her mother. I wish I could tell her the truth before him. I could have asked for forgiveness, so she could accept me as her mate. I am her destined one after all. That king is just a chosen one. Uh-oh. I knew that Kaid had heard what Alexander thought, and that was confirmed by the growl that he emitted in response. Everyone looked at him like he was crazy. Fortunately, he came up with the perfect excuse, so they wouldn't suspect my little secret. Sorry, Stefan told me that he had a small problem with Diana, but he solved it. I nodded at him and then looked once again to my victim. Bianca? Oscar, would you be so kind as to explain to Alexander why Lord Hunter knew about some secrets of this pack? That made Bianca tremble. We didn't confront her directly because even if we knew her crimes, we want her to admit them. Surely, we had insight about your pack because Lord Hunter had contacted a particular person from here. He seeks help to kidnap Ivy, and this person was the one to have him full access to the pack. As I was his ally, he provided me with this information, including the name and position of the person involved. I even have some phone call recordings. Hunter was a crazy man, very paranoid, so he liked to keep track of everything. I always checked on Bianca, but in a way that wasn't too noticeable. She was about to lose it, just like her mother. And who is what contact that this Hunter person had? Alexander was furious. To have a traitor inside a pack was the worst that could happen to an alpha. It showed weakness in his leadership, which he had, but he wasn't ready to admit that yet. Alex, we should... Bianca tried to get his attention once again. If you intervene in this conversation once again, I'm going to kill you, Bianca. Why are you so nervous? He yelled at her face. I'm not nervous. You are mistreating me for that. Bianca was losing her temper as well. It was clear that a fight was soon going to start. The thing is that I didn't think that I was going to be the one she was going to fight, but when she turned around angrily and transformed into a medium-sized brown wolf, I knew she was coming for me. When I arrived here, I wanted to keep my true power hidden, but now I had no choice. I could fight in human form, but I didn't want to leave anything to chance. She could trick me, and I was more vulnerable in my human than in my wolf form. She lunged at me, but instead of backing down like she might have expected, I ran towards her and transformed quickly into my wolf. The shock among the people in the room was obvious. Even Cade was amazed. I believed this was the first time that he saw Athena. Not the first time. He saw me in his vision. When did that happen? I'd love to tell you all about it, but right now we have another issue at hand. Right, let's deal with her first. Bianca's face was a poem. Even in wolf form, her shock was evident, and what she said in her mind proved that she wasn't ready to fight me. She thought she had the upper hand, that I was going to be an easy prey, that she could get rid of me right now and end me once and for all. My poor sister always underestimated me. Wasn't that supposed to be weak? She is a freaking white sparkly wolf. Is she the wolf from the runners? Right, there had been rumors about me. When I turned, I didn't realize how unique I was. I transformed like any wolf did, until I realized how other wolves looked at me. How rogues became startled when they saw me. By that time, I had already fought different battles trying to protect some families. I was named as the White Savior, and mentioning me was like mentioning a legend. Then I realized that someone was after me, and I decided to conceal my wolf's side to the minimum possible. I trained my human form so that I could be ready if someone attacked me, and my wolf only came out in extreme circumstances. I guess that Bianca heard part of the rumors about me, how I was strong, powerful, fast, intelligent, and rare. The once worthless Ivy was now a legend and a future queen. This was like a slap to Bianca's pride, as she could never have imagined that I could one day surpass her, let alone have a wolf. She hesitated at first. She heard the rumors about me, thus she was aware that I'm an excellent fighter. But if she backed down now, it would show her weakness to Alexander, and she couldn't allow that. She lunged at me, but I dodged her attack. I quickly got in front of her and pushed her through the window. We were not going to fight in a nearby space. She fell on the lawn, but she stood up once again and tried to bite me. Of course, she couldn't. I dodged her attacks and asserted kicks and bites here and there. At one point, her legs were bleeding. She looked tired, and I knew that she was aware that she had lost. Nevertheless, she tried one more attack towards my neck, but I got tired of it. I used a sleeping spell, and she was out. I didn't want to kill her just yet. I wanted her to face the council with her mother. I was a fair Luna after all. Oh, look at yourself finally calling you Luna. I rolled my eyes at Athena's comment. She was always a teaser. I turned back while I conjured some clothes. I didn't want Alexander to see me naked. When I turned, I saw that all of them were in the yard. My father and Alexander were clearly in shock. Since when? Alexander started, and I knew what he was referring to. Since I met my second chance mate, Cade. We are not chosen mates. He is my second chance mate. He looked defeated. He thought that he had an advantage, but he had no chance with me. I'm sorry, Ivy, Alexander said, but when he tried approaching me, Cade growled at him. I mean no harm. I'm sorry that I didn't value you when I had the chance. Now you have a better mate than I could ever be. He gave me a weak smile, but for once he was sincere. All that had happened was a reality check for him, and I hoped that it made him grow and become a better alpha. I have already mind-linked my guards to take Bianca to the dungeon. Again, Ivy, I'm sorry. I hope one day you can forgive me. I didn't answer him immediately. Did I want to forgive him? I don't know. I had to see if he had really changed. Alexander left, and now only Cade, my father, and I remained. Since he didn't speak, I decided that it was time to leave. Ivy, please wait. I would like to talk to you. Cade stood with me, and then my father added, alone. Cade growled at him. He knew what my father had done, partially, and he didn't trust him. Also, I didn't like the tone my father used, like he was ordering me around. Cade is my mate. He can stay with me. Also, you are in no position to order me. I waited for him to talk, but as he didn't, I left with Cade. He was a chapter that I wanted to close, since that day he wasn't my father anymore. I had gotten what I came for, and now I just had one person left. It was time to return to my pack. That day, we had to plan everything and pack to return to our home. It was exhausting, but we finally came back. We arrived at midnight. Oscar and I helped the cars move faster, so the trip wouldn't be 2 days long. When we passed the gates, I felt Sylvia trying to mind-link me. I tried to shut her out as I was tired, but she continued to force the link, and I knew my best friend. When she wanted, she could be a pain in the ass. "What is that that Stefan is mates to Kai's cousin?" she yelled as soon as I accepted the mind link. "Well, hello to you too, my dear friend. You should ask him." My friend loves gossip. She probably wanted to hear all the details regarding their mate bond and if he was going to stay in the pack or not. I had the same question as well. In the beginning, they were just going to join us to Blue Lake Pack, and then he was going to return with his mate to become Alpha, but then he told us that he wanted to come back to the pack. We didn't want to question his actions or if he decided to take the Alpha role or not. I admired that about him. A lot of wolves would kill for that opportunity, but Stefan was dreading becoming Alpha. I wanted to talk to him as I once was scared as well. To have the responsibility of taking care of a lot of people is something that not everyone is ready for. It could be hell scary, and even more for him as he has to take the Alpha position. "You are no fun, you know that." Sylvia continued, pestering me to tell her all the details of Stefan and Amelia's relationship. I didn't like prying into people's lives. When I learned that I could read minds, I tried to use that power as little as possible. If I didn't need information for a matter of life and death, it was best not to use it. I just respect people's privacy. Sylvia and I have been friends forever, even if we were opposites in some matters. I loved her. She made my life more fun. Boring. Anyway, we are waiting for you. It was very late. I didn't expect her to wait for us. I guess that she really missed me that much. As we arrived at the entrance, I could see that not only Sylvia and Andrew were outside. Several people were waiting for us. Most of them were people that helped us out in the house or the guards that I had talked to. Kai helped me get out of the car, as always, and then gave me his hand to walk together. As we finished climbing up the stairs, Sylvia lunged towards me and hugged me so hard that I felt like a boa constrictor was hugging me. "Sylvia, I love you, but I need to breathe," I said, but she continued to hug me tighter. "Air is not necessary." "Celine, why did you make my best friend so damn crazy?" "Sylvia, you are going to kill my mate," Kaid said while he tried to take me out of Sylvia's hands. So dramatic. She rolled her eyes, but then she looked at Esmeralda and hugged her as well. "If you try to take the oxygen out of my lungs, I'm going to do the same to you," Esmeralda said with a serious tone. I knew her, so for me, it was clear that she was joking. What surprised me was that Sylvia knew that too, and that meant that they had become friends as well. I was happy for Esmeralda. Before me, she barely spoke with anyone. She was mostly alone and hated to talk. In the coven, they feared her a lot, and when I tried to approach her at first, they told me that I was delusional, that she would never be my friend. I'm so glad I never listened to them. "Welcome home, guys. We were waiting for you. You should get some sleep because tomorrow I'm going to have so much fun torturing that Bianca." Sylvia now had a murderous glint. She has wanted to punch Bianca since we were kids, but never did because of what could happen to me. "Oh, you and me both, sister." Esmeralda joined Sylvia. "Those two are a menace to society." "Yes, they are, but she deserves it. She does, and I want to hit as well. You already bite her enough that she looked like a bloody mess." "Yeah, not enough. You are crazy, Athena." I laughed at my wolf's craziness. Even if Bianca hurt me a lot, the person that I wanted to punch the most wasn't her. It was Diana. I can't know what would have happened if she hadn't killed my mother. The beginning of my suffering was caused by Diana, and I could never forgive her. "We shout go love. It is getting late." I nodded and we said our goodbyes to everyone. As we reached Kaid's bedroom, well, now it was our bedroom, I felt the necessity to finish something that we started almost a month ago. I didn't know how to start or begin any kind of intimacy, but I wanted to do it. I wanted to have control this time, to feel that I was the one making the decisions. So, once we were inside the room, I let my instincts take control. I took his hand to turn him around and give him a kiss. Desire quickly transmitted through our bond. He sucked my lips, making me gasp in response, and he took that advantage to kiss me deeper. The kiss made my extremities feel like jelly, and my core began to feel really hot. Kaid broke the kiss, and we stared at each other's eyes. I could hear our hearts beating in synchrony. Kaid gently traced my face, like looking for what I wanted to do next in my gestures. The gentleness that he was showing was making the air in the room feel hotter than ever. Ivy, everything we do now is your choice. I want to decide what you want to do. I won't pressure you ever. I want you to feel like the powerful woman that you are, the one that uncovered a truth that was hidden for years, the one that killed a lunatic that was alive for who knows how long. I want you to feel like a warrior, Ivy, like my equal, because that is what you are. His words brought tears to my eyes. If I wanted this before but had some doubts, now it was clear to me. I wanted to be Kaid's mate completely. Not because of a curse that I had to break, not because of my desire to live, but because I truly wanted to be her mate, to join my life to this wonderful man. I want this, Kaid. I want to be your mate completely. He continued tracing my face until he reached my jawline, and then he continued to lower his hand further. He began tracing my curves with his other hand, sending shivers of pleasure through my body. A fire ignited that second, and I decided to kiss him once again. We devoured each other, like it was the last time we would kiss. I traced his abdomen, feeling his perfect and sculpted body. I could feel him shiver from my touch as the sparks appeared everywhere we touched. I closed my eyes to enjoy his touch while I let our passion flow between us. The air was electrifying as we continued to kiss and explore each other. Finally, I decided to take the lead and I took his shirt off. His body was a work of art, with those ripping muscles and that tattoo that covered his chest and both of his arms. I never realized that it was that big, but the ink looked amazing in his skin. "Are you done starring, love?" He joked, and good did I love it when he smiled at me. "Oh, we are just starting, my king," I said seductively. His eyes became darker, my lust could be smelled by him. We were both ready for what was about to happen. He also took off my blouse and started kissing my collarbone. That made a gasp leave my mouth as I tried to control the moan that wanted to escape my lips. "You can scream all you want, baby. In fact, I'm going to make you scream my name all night. The walls are soundproof." That was my way to let myself go. Each kiss, each touch made my mind become mush. I felt amazing, and in return, I tried to kiss and touch Kaid as well. We were now only wearing our underwear, but that felt like too much clothing between us. Kaid looked at me once again for any sign that I wanted it to stop, but I didn't. I felt ready now. "I want you, Kaid. Don't hesitate." He kisses me hungrily once again before taking off my bra and panties. For a second, I became ashamed of myself. I was once the Ivy that didn't have confidence in her. That felt like she was ugly, and Kaid noticed that. "Ivy, love, you are beautiful. You are my treasure to take care of. If you tell me, we will stop. Even if I want so much to be inside of you, I'll respect any decision you make." What if I'm not good enough? He needed to understand my fears. He has experience and I had none. "Baby, you'll always be the best thing that could ever happen to me. I'm the one that has to prove to you to be worthy of you." I smiled and assured him that I wanted this. He started to touch me in my sensitive spot with enough pressure that it was a pleasant touch. I felt desire building up in my core, and then a moan came. I could feel myself getting wetter and wetter. A gasp scaled my lips and he released a moan. The kissing and the touching continued until I felt wet enough to be ready for the next part. I knew it could hurt, but I also knew that if the person had enough to care, it didn't hurt that much. He positioned himself right at my entrance. I didn't want to see it much, so I wouldn't be scared, but it felt damn big when it was at that spot that I trembled with both fear and anticipation. "Are you sure you want this?" "Yes, I do. It is going to hurt at first, but we will go slowly to give you time to adjust." I nodded to show him that I understood, and with that he entered me. It hurt, but it was more of a sting. Still my muscles contracted from the pain, but soon it was replaced with pleasure, and as our bodies mingled together and fussed with our passion, I could feel our bond becoming stronger. We both moaned in ecstasy, and Kaid bit my mark once again, making me feel the greatest orgasm ever. After our lovemaking, he gently placed me in bed and gave me a kiss on the top of my head. He cuddled with me and I quickly drifted to sleep. I felt amazing and loved. so just before I lost consciousness, I told him, "I love you." But I didn't hear his response, as darkness engulfed me. Last night was amazing. We finally finished the mating process, and even if I had been with other girls, they could never compare to Ivy. She was my mate, and last night only proved further that we are destined to be together. As I woke up, I could feel Ivy hugging me. Her head was on top of my torso, while her hand was on my abdomen. She was drooling from how profound her sleep was. If I had my phone with me, I'd definitely take a picture of her. "She'll kill you if you do that." "I know, but it would be fun." I kissed the top of her head while I caressed her back. She moved slightly to accommodate better and continued to sleep. She was exhausted. Can you blame her? She uncovered her mom's murderer. Then she fought Bianca. She used magic to bring us back here faster. And on top of that, you exhausted her. I exhausted her? I didn't see you complaining about it, Atlas. I'm not. I am just stating the facts as to why our mate is tired. Fair enough. She needs to get some sleep. We have to call the council for Bianca and Diana's trial. I didn't want to leave her, so I asked an Omega to bring breakfast to the room. I hoped that the smell of fresh food would wake Ivy up. Also, I had my computer here, so I didn't need to leave the room. I stayed in bed with her until the Omega mind-linked me. "Alpha, I'm here with the food. Do you want me to enter?" I didn't want anyone to see Ivy as Celine brought her into this world. "No, Cindy, don't worry. Leave the tray outside, please." I needed to put something on myself, so I carefully moved her to get myself out of bed. I put my boxers on and opened the door ajar to see if no one was around. Once I was sure that no one was near, I took the tray left and closed the door behind me. Ivy was still sound asleep, so I laid everything on the table to wait once she woke up. I realized that she was going to be out for a while, so I took a shower and started changing when I heard Ivy calling me from the room. As I exited the bathroom, I saw her sitting on the bed. She had taken my shirt from yesterday, and that was all she was wearing. That made my harden, as she looked so sexy in that. We should give her all our shirts. They look better on her. Yes, we should, but then other wolves might see her like that. Then no, she can only wear that with us. Possessive much? She looks so seductive in that, so yeah, possessive. I laughed at Atlas for his behavior, but I did have to admit that she looked stunning with my shirt on. "Good morning, my queen," I said to her while I approached my sweet mate. Her cheeks instantly reddened. I loved her reactions, how shy she could get when she got a compliment. She was truly a wonderful woman, and she needed to see that. I have come to realize that Ivy changed her demeanor when she was given a compliment, like she felt she didn't deserve it. She had to see that she was a one-in-a-kind woman, that she was unique, and every aspect of her personality was what made her perfect. "Morning." I put my finger on her lips before she could continue. I wanted to kiss those juicy lips of hers, but first she needed to eat. She was probably famished, so it was my duty to keep her healthy. "Before you say anything else, love, you need to eat, and breakfast is already here." She moved her head to look at the table where her breakfast was. Her belly started roaring, and of course that made her feel embarrassed, which was demonstrated by the brightest red tint on her cheeks. I laughed at her reaction, and she punched me right in the chest. "Hey, that hurt," I complained, but she just gave me the look of, "I'm going to kill you if you continue mocking me." So I just laughed and took her hand to take her to the table. I've never been so happy as I was at this moment. We shared our breakfast, and I sometimes fed her, making her giggle and laugh throughout our meal. But happiness is ephemeral, and we have one more person to deal with. Andrew knocked on the door, telling us that Sophia's father had arrived, and he wanted to see me immediately. I sighed because I knew her father, and I had to explain a lot of things to him that were not going to make him happy. Ivy understood what was going on and offered to accompany me. I agreed, as I wanted everyone to know that she was the future queen, so that Sophia's father didn't try anything funny for me to accept his daughter. We arrived at the office. I took one of my seats in front of the desk to bring it next to me, so Ivy could sit. When Sophia's father arrived, he had that same arrogant aura that he always has. He looked at Ivy with disgust, causing Atlas to stir angrily. "3 strikes, Cade. If he uses them, I'm killing him." "Deal." I didn't even want to argue with Atlas because I shared his sentiment. He sat in front of us, and once again he glared at Ivy like she was some piece of dirt. 1. I growled at Sophia's dad and decided to give him a warning before we started the conversation, or he was going to reach the 3 strikes mark pretty quickly. Arthur, I'm going to say this once, and out of consideration of my previous engagement to your daughter, but if you continue to disrespect my mate, you'll have to leave the pack immediately. He looked at me angrily, like he didn't expect me to cancel the engagement with her daughter, but it was in one of the clauses that if either one of us could break it, if we found our fated mate. So she is the reason you are breaking up with my daughter. He glared at Ivy once again, making a growl erupt from me. Did he have a death wish? I am, and if you continue to glare at me, I'm going to poke your eyes out, Ivy said with a huge smile on her face. I really wanted to applaud her as she was making herself clear that she didn't need me to protect herself. She stood up to this alpha that was treating her like she was trash. So this is what you changed my daughter for? She doesn't even know how to behave herself. He didn't even look at Ivy. He talked to me as if Ivy was my daughter and I had to scold her. 2. Atlas continued counting. Firstly, you are speaking to me. When you speak to someone, you look at them. Secondly, Kite is not going to scold me if that is what you are looking for. And lastly, yes, he chose his fated mate over a chosen one. Are you questioning the moon goddess' decision? Ivy was letting her aura slip even if she didn't notice, but I guess Sophia's father thought that it was me as he continued looking at me. I didn't want to drag this talk further. I knew I was going to lose it as he continued to disrespect Ivy. I knew that in his pack they disregarded women's opinion, but my patience was running short. Arthur, tell me what you want, then you can leave. If what you came here for is to ask me to release Sophia, I'm going to tell you I can't do that. She tried to kill Ivy, and she will be judged on trial. I understand that your mate doesn't possess a wolf? He asked, and the tone he was using didn't settle right with me. It was as if he had something under his sleeve. Ivy and I didn't answer at first. We suspected what he was trying to do, and he didn't realize that he had fallen into our trap. Well, Ivy's trap. I wasn't too fond of the idea that she had, but I was going to support her plan. I'll thank that silence as a yes. Ivy, Sophia challenges you for the Luna Queen position. He claimed, but when Ivy accepted, his smirk only increased further. Let's show him what I'm made of. After Sophia's father told us that she had challenged me for my position, I knew I had to make the rumor spread. In fact, I wanted to give a notice that anyone that wanted to challenge me was more than welcome to do so, but Kai didn't like the idea very much. He doesn't want us to get hurt, like we could get hurt, Athena. The only time that it happened was because that Sophia used dirty tricks. But he saw you die. Yes, he did. But we didn't stay dead, did we? I don't think he would like it if you die. Probably not, but I'm curious if I lost the challenge, but later I came back to life. Did I lose the challenge? Ivy, I don't want to find out. Me neither, but it was just a question that I had. I don't like dying, Athena. It does hurt. Doesn't seem like it since you are so eager to die once again. Hey, don't misunderstand me. I want to kick the butt of everyone who thinks I'm not enough for Cade. You told me once that we were powerful, and I didn't listen to you. Because of that, everyone thought that I was weak. Now I want to show them who the real Ivy really is. Athena and everyone might not understand me. When I was in Blue Lake Pack, I tried to be strong, but I wasn't, and it showed. Even if I tried to fight back, they won because I hadn't trained enough. I'm not going to deny that gaining the power that I gained boosted my confidence, but what really made me change my mind was the strength that I got through training. I didn't want to rely on something that I didn't fully understand, like the extra power that I had. But my muscles were something that were always going to be there, and so I decided to make the most out of them. Also, training makes you become more disciplined, and that was something that I desperately needed. I wasn't lazy or anything like that, but I lacked the ability to control my temper. I jumped into conclusion too quickly, and I still need to work on that. So now, if I wanted to show everyone what I was really capable of, it wasn't just fighting skills, it was how much I had grown as a person, to prove to them that I was capable of being Luna Queen. I wanted people to see that I was fair, that I wasn't persecuting Sophia for no reason, that I was leader that only punished the people that deserved it. That is why I asked Kaid to provide her with the necessary commodities so she had proper rest for tomorrow. I didn't want people saying that I won the challenge because I had an advantage over her. It was fair and square, and if she lost, it was because of her own abilities. I asked Sylvia to come to my room to help me out with my plan. I knew she might get angry at me. After all, I was going to fight someone, but I hoped that she understood me enough to help me out. Kaid went to organize everything for the challenge. As per my request, everyone in the pack could attend it, and I wanted Sophia to have time to explain why she had challenged me. We should say a few words as well. People are going to realize that we lied to them. I know. And yes, we have to tell them the truth. After all, Hunter is no longer alive, and he can't come after me. Yes, but people shouldn't know too much about you. Rumors spread Ivy, and someone else might try to kidnap you. You are right, Athena. We should explain partially what is going on, but I don't want people in the freaking out because I can read their minds. We continued talking and deciding what our next step should be when I heard a knock at my door. It was Sylvia, but it surprised me that she knocked and she didn't enter like she owned the damn room. "Come in, Sylvia," I screamed so she could hear me out. "Everyone is decent inside, right?" She poked her head with her eyes closed. "What the? Hey, don't get me wrong, Kaid is hot, but I don't want to see his whew." "The hell?" "I'm going to ignore the comment because you are my friend. Just get inside, he is not even here." It seemed that being alone here only made her crazier. "Hey, when I first mated with Andrew, I for days. It's natural, I just don't want my corneas to burn. OMG, I want to puke right now." "Sylvia, too much information," I said while I mimicked that I gagged. Sylvia rolled her eyes like she didn't just say something that should have stayed private. Anyway, what did you want to talk to me about?" "So, you remember that Sophia's father is here, right?" "Yes, and when is he leaving? He is a pain in the ass." I wanted to beat around the bush for a bit, but I knew that with Sylvia it was better to just rip the bad aid off. "He is not leaving soon. He came here to challenge me on behalf of his daughter for my Luna Queen position." Sylvia didn't say a thing. She stood frozen on her spot with her mouth open. Her eyes started ticking in a very strange way. I even considered calling Andrew for help as I didn't know what was happening to her. Maybe she is having a stroke? I don't think so. I really don't know. "He did what?" "I'm going to kill that," she finally yelled while she stood up and ran to the door. If I didn't stop her, she would kill Sophia with her bare hands. I should have known that the catatonic state she was in wasn't good news. "Ivy, who does that think he is? You are Kaid's mate. You shouldn't be proving yourself with a freaking challenge." "You declined it, right?" Oh my, she was going to kill me when I told her that I accepted, and then, in fact, I was the one who almost asked for it. I didn't answer quickly as I was thinking of the best way to tell my friend what I had done, and that I also needed her help to make more people challenge me. She was definitely not going to agree with me, but I had to try. I accepted the challenge. In fact, I was waiting for it. I knew Sophia was going to do it. Again, she entered a catatonic state where only her eye ticked strangely. Like last time, I just waited until she reacted once again, as I knew that it could be hard news to process. "You did what?" She screamed at the top of her lungs. Damn, it hurt like hell to hear something like that. I think the whole pack heard her scream. "Calm down, it is just a fight." I tried to make her listen to me, but boy was I wrong. It was as if I just poured gasoline on a fire. "Calm down? Are you crazy? She is going to try to kill you." She continued yelling while I waited for her to calm down, so I could explain to her my reasons, and so on. After she finished ranting about how she wanted to rip Sophia alive, and that I was going to get hurt like last time, she finally calmed down and I could speak. "Look, last time I couldn't show much of my fighting skills. I just dodged her attacks to avoid harming her. Now I'm going to fight with everything that I've got. We have decided if we could use our wolf or not, but if we can believe me, Athena is out for blood. Oh yeah. I'm going to pay her back for what she did to you." "I know, Athena. In fact, I'm scared for her. She doesn't know what she is into." But wouldn't it be deceiving for her? She thinks you don't have a wolf and that you are weak. I have thought the same thing that Sylvia told me, which is why I wanted to give her some time before the fight where I was going to reveal my true strength. If she still wanted to challenge me, then there was nothing I could do. Yes, I'm going to reveal everything, just before the fight, and then she'll have the time to decide what she wants to do. Sylvia nodded, understanding what I wanted to do. Okay, then what do you need me for? This was it, the hard part of the conversation. Though I wanted to ask you to spread the rumor about the challenge. I want other wolves that think they may be stronger than me to challenge me as well. She moved her head in disapproval. Ivy, my dear friend, you don't have to show anyone what you are capable of. I can help you spread the rumor so that more wolves come to the arena, but as soon as they see how you are going to kill Sophia, they are going to back down. Don't look for more fights that you don't need. I thought of what Sylvia had just told me. Was it an unnecessary fight? Probably. I didn't answer her straight away. I needed some time to think about what my next move should be. Sylvia sighed. She probably wanted an answer from me right now, but I didn't know what to do. I'll start spreading the rumor. You should think about what I told you, Ivy. We only want you to be safe. She smiled at me, and I correspond her. Then she left my room, leaving me alone with my thoughts and fears. What should I do? Everything was ready now. Sylvia had spread the word, and it was known everywhere in the pack that I was going to fight for my Luna Queen position. Some Omegas said that they wanted to fight me as well, but it wouldn't matter if Sophia won, as she was an alpha daughter, and they could never beat her. I guess that what Sylvia told me was true. Once I beat Sophia, no one would come forward to fight. The fight was going to happen at 8. We had everything ready. The arena was decorated for the occasion, and Sophia was provided with everything that she needed to have a proper rest for the fight. Her father was staying in a cabin that was sometimes used when there were too many guests to accommodate them in the pack house, and from what I heard, he had been gloating that soon he would be Kaide's father-in-law. In his dreams. Yeah, but let him have his moment. The higher they are, the harder they fall. I was preparing myself for the challenge. I chose a black bodice that gave me the freedom to move while it was still comfortable. I paired it with some leggings and sneakers. It wasn't something you would wear to a fashion show, but it was perfect for battle. Also, the bodice was done by Esmeralda with a special fabric that didn't break when you transformed into your wolf. Even if I was explaining to everyone that I had a wolf and that she was rare, I didn't want to reveal that I possessed magic. I still had to figure out how much of a witch I was. As I was dressing myself, I heard Kaide opening the door. He has a lot of work to do with the challenge and also what had been waiting for him since we returned. I turned around to look at him. He looked both exhausted and worried. I knew that he didn't want me to participate in this, but it was something that I had to do. Ivy, love, come sit with me. He patted the spot next to him on the bed. I sat and put my head on his shoulder. He started caressing me. I know why you want to do this, and I know that you won't back down. Just be careful, please. He kissed the top of my head. I felt a tear leaving my eyes. I didn't consider how much this was affecting him, and now I could see. It was time to end this, so Sophia left us alone. The only thing left then would be the trials, but that was something that the council had to decide. I promise you I won't get hurt, trust me, I said while I smiled at him. He approached me slowly and kissed me. It was soft and slow, but he poured all his love for me into that kiss. I love you, he said, and my heart fluttered once again. I love you too. We stared at each other, waiting. Soon someone was going to come to tell us that we should go to the arena, and as predicted, Andrew came. Kaide took my hand, and we walked to the arena. The number of people inside was huge, as I could hear all of them talking from a long distance. Everything was illuminated to give the perfect show. People were gossiping about who they thought was going to win the match. Of course, most of the comments weren't in my favor. When Kaide and I entered the arena, we saw that Sophia was already there. She was wearing a pink tracksuit that looked almost like a second skin. It looked like it was made of leather, but if that was the case, it wouldn't be too comfortable. It was more like a costume than something that should be worn in a duel. But that is what she went for. She was waving her hair back and forth as she didn't even style it in a ponytail or a braid like I had. Does she think that she's going to a runway? I have no idea, Athena. Let's see if she changes her mind. If not, I already warned her the responsibility lies on her. Kite gave me a kiss in front of everyone. It was just a peck, but Sophia started gagging. I only rolled my eyes at her. I couldn't care less. Then Andrew gave him a microphone so he could start with the introductions. Hello, everyone. I want to thank you all for coming. Sophia has challenged my fated mate, Ivy, for her Luna Queen position, as she believes that she is a better fit for me. I would like to mention that I'm in love with my mate, and I am against this challenge, but Ivy was the one to accept it as she wanted to show you all her true potential. He looked at me to tell me that it was time for me to explain what he meant. After that, Sophia would have her chance to back down. If she doesn't, she knows what is coming for her. I approached Cade and he gave me the microphone. I have to admit that I was anxious. I've never spoken to that many people before. Good evening, everyone. Some of you have met me, others don't even know who I am. But for the ones that do know me and think of me as someone weak with no wolf, I'm here to tell you that it is not true. When Kaif and I found each other, I was told that I was special. The problem was that someone was after me, so I had to hide. Fortunately, that person has already been dealt with, so I no longer have to hide my true self. I'm the reincarnation of the Lycans, and I'm sorry if any of you feel deceived. I did lie to you, and for that I apologize. I gave the microphone back to Cade. He gave me in return a loving smile. With that, we ensured that people knew who I really was. No more games. No more hiding. After what Ivy just told us, I want to give Sophia the chance to decide if she wants to continue with the challenge or not. Sophia looked surprised, but she quickly hid it and tried to look confident as before, but I knew that she was scared. I can fight her, special, wolf or not. She is not suited to be queen. I am. She touched Cade's arm. Of course, he moved it before she could cling to it, but still that made Athena mad. We gave her the chance. Now destroy the bitch. Gladly, Athena. The challenge continues then. I'm going to explain the rules to everyone. Now that Ivy has revealed that she possesses a wolf, you can fight in wolf form. You cannot use any external equipment. The fight is body to body, no knives, guns, silver, or anything like that is admitted. It can either be until death, or until one of the parties decides to forfeit. Is everything understood? Yes, Sophia and I said in unison. Cade nodded and turned around to leave the arena. He didn't give me a kiss this time as he couldn't show much affection before the duel. Sophia and I positioned ourselves and waited until the signal was given. My heart bested loudly with anticipation. I was counting the minutes until I could show her and take out the smug in her face. And then we heard it, the siren that indicated the beginning of the fight. Sophia quickly tried to attack me as she lunged at me with all her speed. I dodged it and tried to kick her on the side, but she covered that area and my punch didn't affect her much. We were face to face once again as I waited for her next move. So you are just going to dodge once again? She tried to mock me. She knew she couldn't win me with brute force, so she was trying to provoke me to make me lose my temper. No, contrary to you, I did have training, so I know not to precipitate myself. She growled at me and once again tried to reach me. This time, she extended her claws and tried to get to my neck. I caught her hand and threw her over to her side. She hit the dirt, but got up quickly. It was clear that she was mad, and I knew that she was close to shifting. We started surrounding each other. Every time she tried to lunge at me to hit me, I dodged, and she fell to the ground. Her once pink outfit was now brown from the dirt. She was now shaking with anger, and I could hear the screams from her father to defeat me once and for all. She ran towards me and jumped just before she got to me. She shifted in midair. I tried to cover myself, but she gashed me, making a lot of blood come from my wound. I looked at her, and she looked satisfied, like she had inflicted a lot of damage, but was surprised when I didn't scream from the pain or even looked hurt at all. I didn't have anything to cover my wound, but soon enough it closed. I had rapid healing, but even I was amazed. It healed faster than ever. The power of the mate bond. Indeed, Athena, we are stronger than ever. Let's show her what we got. I shifted into Athena in all her glory. Sophia's wolf was smaller than we were, and she knew it. She had lost. Athena lunged towards her at full speed. She didn't even see us. She bit her neck, making Sophia's wolf howl in pain. She tried to turn and bite me back, but I kicked her with my hind paws. Then Athena bit her hard once again, breaking her paw. She now had one less extremity to fight me, and I had to admire her resilience to not give up. She knew she had lost, but she still continued to fight. I turned back to give her the chance to forfeit and conserve her life. I will give you the chance to leave the challenge. You can't win, Sophia. She snarled at me and lunged once again, but it was over. I was done with her. I extended my claw and crashed her throat. She fell onto the ground, lifeless. Everyone was silent, and I could only think. It was finally over. I saw Sophia's body transform back. Her father hadn't said a word since Ivy ripped her throat. He was probably in shock, as he never realized that his daughter could lose, and even worse, even die. At least that is what I thought, but then I saw him stand up and leave the arena. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, and that he would probably go back to claim Sophia's body, but Andrew mind-linked me, telling me that he had been informed that Arthur was leaving the premises. He left his daughter's body, like she was nothing to him. Even if she tried something so awful as killing my mate, she didn't deserve that her own father practically disowned her and left like she was a piece of garbage. Ivy stood victorious in the middle of the arena, but no one said a thing. Everything was in complete silence, like they couldn't believe what they had just seen. I approached her to declare her as the winner, but I saw Sylvia getting to her first. He brought a blanket to cover her, because even if she wasn't naked, it was still chilly outside. She whispered something to Ivy and looked at me. I got the message and approached Ivy once again. Even if she was victorious, it showed that she didn't want to kill her. She gave her the option to back down, but Sophia's pride was what got her killed. Ivy wasn't the person that loved to kill. She had a heart of gold. And even if Sophia drove her to this action, she wasn't happy with it. I hugged her to show her my support. She did what she had to do, and nobody would judge her for that. When she looked into my eyes, I could see how much it affected her, but I wanted to make sure the scar that this event would leave and to assure her that she was not at fault. She even tried to give Sophia a way out. "Baby, what's wrong?" Her eyes started watering like she wanted to cry. What could it be that had made her so sad? Sophia's father. The last thing he said to her was that she was a disappointment. I should have imagined that he would do something like that. Sophia was crazy, but she only mirrored all the damage that her father inflicted on her. She had learned from a young age that she had to manipulate to get her father's approval. I wished that one day we could get rid of those alphas. The ones that didn't protect their packs, the ones that used their family or pack members to get something for their benefit. It was a dream that I had, but that I never knew if I could accomplish it. I didn't feel sorry for Sophia, as I saw her lying there on the ground, but I could still recognize that she deserved a burial, not being left there like a stray dog. Still, this decision would be made by Ivy. I didn't want to upset her any further. I had to say something to the pack, but I couldn't find the right words. This is why challenges were something of the past, because they were brutal. But what was done, and now I wanted her to heal from everything that had happened. She deserved a rest. Thank you for attending tonight. Ivy is the winner, and with this, she has established that she is the only one worthy of the Luna Queen position. I wanted to remind you all that your queen tried to give Sophia another chance, but she didn't take it. Please remember that your queen is merciful and a great fighter. You can go to your houses now. A loud, "Yes, Alpha," was heard all over the arena. I took Ivy's hand and helped her get out of there. She needed rest, and I was going to provide her with that. In the middle of our way home, I felt her tiredness through the bond, so I carried her bridal style, earning a squeal when I elevated her from the ground. "Cade, I can walk. Put me down." "No way, love. I can feel you through the bond. You can walk, but you are tired. Besides, I like to feel you this close." She blushed at my comment, and I loved she still responded to me even if she was still sad. When we reached our room, I gently put her on one of the chairs. She was covered in blood and needed to take a bath urgently. "Wait for me here, love. I'm going to prepare you a bath." She nodded. I gave her the remote control so she could watch something while I filled the tub. It took a while as I waited for the water to get warm. Once it was filled, I put some pine essence that Sylvia gave me secretly today. Apparently, that is her favorite scent. The interaction with Sylvia made me realize that I had to spend more time with Ivy. We needed to go out on dates to get to know each other more. I looked at the clock on my wrist, and it was already 12. I hoped that she wasn't asleep in the bedroom, and thankfully she wasn't. "Ivy, love, the bath is ready." She started to get up, but I reached her quicker and carried her once again to the bathroom. I sat her on the counter and helped her get rid of her clothes carefully. She had a bruise on her arm where Sophia's claws had slashed her. I was amazed by her healing ability. If it had happened to me, I would have needed a few stitches. "Cade?" She looked up at me. Her eyes were two magnificent green orbs. The sadness was almost gone by now. "Yes, love. Do you need anything?" She moved her head from side to side to tell me no. "When do you think we're going to change?" "Change?" She nodded. It seemed like I was not getting what she was trying to tell me. "Yes. When are we going to become lichens?" And it snapped. I had forgotten that after we marked and mated we could access her lichen power. Still, I had no idea what to tell her. She could ask Athena. She might know. Atlas interjected. It was a good idea. After all, our wolves had a deeper connection with Selene. "Atlas suggests that you ask Athena." She looked at me like I had said something brilliant. Her gestures were so adorable sometimes that I wanted to kiss her all over. "Athena says that we should prepare for the next full moon. Our transformation may hurt again." The next full moon? But that was, oh damn. "Ivy, that is tomorrow." She opened her mouth to show her surprise. Everything was happening so quickly that we could barely register the changes. "Oh, I thought we had a little bit more time." Sadness was once again evident in her voice. I kissed her cheek and then her lips. I could never get enough of her. "You don't want to become the most powerful being on Earth." I tried to joke to cheer her up. I didn't like seeing her sad. It didn't feel right. "It is not that. I don't know what to expect. Athena is a constant in my life now, and she is going to change tomorrow." "What is it like to be a lichen?" I knew Ivy probably didn't have much information, as the lichens were like a myth. When I was crowned, I was given access to all the books and knowledge that the council possessed, and even they didn't have anything about the lichens. "I can't answer that, Ivy, and remember that we are in this together. I'm changing as well." She gave me a weak smile, proving that she wasn't happy with the change. "I'm sorry you and Atlas are dragged into this." She tried to get off the counter, but I pinned her against the mirror. I leaned in, and our noses were almost touching. I looked at her lips and saw how her breathing became shallow. "Don't apologize for that, Ivy. Spurha, if I had to go to hell so we could be together, I'd do it." I put my nose in the crook of her neck and inhaled her scent. Her heart beat loudly against her chest. "Now, I want you to embrace what you are, a very, very powerful queen, the queen that has my heart in her hand." I kissed her jawline and then her lips. She melted and even let a moan slip. I put her down and helped her get into the tub. She was disappointed when I told her that I wouldn't accompany her. She needed a bath to relax her muscles, and if I joined her, that was going to be the last thing she was going to do. It was hard controlling Atlas. He wanted to take control and make love to her until the sun rose. Once she was clean, I took a towel and wrapped it around her. I wanted to help her put on her pajamas, but she smacked my hand and told me to go back to the room. Once she was done, she came to our bed and I hugged her. We slowly drifted to sleep, knowing that finally the people that wanted to hurt her were now gone or in jail. Only one thing was missing: her Luna ceremony. I couldn't help it. I felt sorry for Sophia. The way her father discarded her like she was trash was something I couldn't comprehend. I still couldn't understand how someone that was supposed to be your guardian could treat you so badly. And I am not only talking about Sophia's dad, but mine as well. They saw us as an object that they could use, and once we played our role, we were nothing more than trash. Kaid and I talked in the morning and decided to bury her in the pack if no one came in a week to claim her body. I didn't want to throw her body into the woods. She was still a human being, and I'd treat her with the minimum of respect. Was it something crazy to do? Probably, but my heart was telling me that it was the right thing to do. Even if she tried to kill me, she probably did it because of her father's manipulation. She had a sad life, and even a sadder ending. I was walking to the training grounds when Esmeralda approached me. She looked worried, and her face told me that something huge had happened. "Hi, Esme. What's wrong?" She deviated her eyes from mine. That was a common thing that she did when she wanted to tell me something, but wasn't too comfortable to do so. Do you think Andrew is going to kill me because I slept with his sister?" I was dumbfounded. She did what? When did they start getting close? If she is so worried, it is because she doesn't know about their mate bond yet. I didn't say a word. I didn't know what to answer. Was Andrew going to be mad? I had no clue. I hadn't spoken too much with him. Even if he got mad, Esmeralda could fry his ass. What I was worried about was that my friend was still clueless about her mate bond. I wanted to intervene, to talk to Michelle and tell her that I knew about their bond, but in doing so I would be revealing to her that I could hear what she thought and what she said with her wolf. It was a complicated situation, and Esmeralda noticed that I was hiding something from her. "Ivy, what is it?" she said while she looked at me with her eyes half closed. It was clear that she suspected something. But what could I tell her? "Look, Michelle needs to tell you something, but I won't reveal what it is unless it is extremely necessary." She rolled her eyes at me. She knew that I hated revealing other people's secrets, and had even told me several times why I had that power if I was not going to use it. "Now, regarding Andrew, why are you worried? You could beat his ass with your eyes closed." "I could beat Kaid if I wanted to." Athena instinctively growled at her. Even if I knew that she was joking, Athena was very protective of our mate. "The only person that could defeat me is you, sister, and that is why I decided to be your friend." I laughed at her last remark. It was true, though. One time we fought, and she almost lost. I wasn't at my full potential, so now there was no chance that she could win. They got me thinking, once Kaid and I changed, how much stronger would he be? "You seem to be in deep thought as well," she told me, and it was true. We had a lot to organize, as Kaid was going to take me to a cabin deep inside the forest. Only Andrew and Sylvia were coming to accompany us in case anything went wrong. I don't know what it is like to be a lichen, and I simply don't know what to expect. It all happened so soon that I feel like I'm jumping from problem to problem. She put her hand over my shoulder. Thanks to the height difference, she looked like a mother consoling her child. "I get it. Once it seemed like I was going to drown in problems. Every time I fixed something, another one damaged. I learned to not overthink it and take the problems one at a time. Eventually, they will end." I looked at the ground. That was what I was feeling right now. That it wasn't even a month, and so much had changed. Kaid and I found each other again. He tried to reject me, but I did it first. We fought. He apologized. I met his fiancée. She killed me. I told my biggest secret to everyone. I went into heat. We marked each other. We went back to Blue Lake. I was kidnapped. I killed my kidnapper. I learned new things about my mother and captured her killer. I fought and beat Bianca. I ended the mating process with Kaid. I fought Sophia and killed her, and now I was about to become a lichen. It was a crazy month. Well, at least we didn't die. Yeah, that is a good thing, but is it ever going to end? Have faith, Ivy. It is hard, Athena. I just want some vacations from all the drama. It is exhausting. How long did it take? Esmeralda looked at me. Her eyes changed for a second, like she had remembered something that saddened her. A lot of time. But I was alone, you are not. You are loved by a lot of people, Ivy, and that was a luxury that I didn't have. This only proved once again that Esmeralda's past wasn't pretty at all. I had always tried to ask her what happened, but she always changed the topic. It was clear that whatever it was, she hadn't healed just yet. Thank you for being there for me. You've made my life a lot easier. She hugged me, and for the first time I hugged her back. I was never one to love physical contact, but now I wanted to thank my friend. The rest of the day was uneventful. Kaid had a lot of work to do, while Sylvia taught me some of my obligations as Luna. She also helped me find a teacher for me. and I started classes next week. When it was almost 6, we returned to the pack house. We had already packed our things, so there wasn't much left to do. As I finished getting the few things that I was missing, Kaid finally arrived. He had some documents in his hands that he left on the table. "Hi, beautiful," he said with a huge smile on his face. I loved that even though it was clear that he was tired, he still took the time to be sweet to me. "Hello, handsome." I approached him and gave him a kiss on his cheek, but when I tried to turn around, he grabbed my hand and spun me until I landed against his chest once again. He lifted my chin with his fingers and gave me a breathtaking kiss. "That is how you kiss your mate, love. Now, are you ready to head to the cabin?" My mind was still spinning from that fantastic kiss, so I couldn't do anything else than nod my head. We left the house and took one of the cars. This time, Kaid was driving. I was on the passenger side, while Sylvia and Andrew were in the back. We also took a few things to prepare something to eat. The cabin was an hour away from the pack, but we couldn't access it by car. We had to leave the vehicle in a clearing. The men took the heavy bags while Sylvia and I carried part of the food. It wasn't too far away, so we got there in about 15 minutes. Kaid opened the cabin and made Sylvia and I enter first. I thought I was going to see a cabin full of cobwebs, but to my surprise it was rather clean. The rustic decorations gave it a beautiful touch. "We are just going to leave our stuff here. After the shift, we will come back to eat and rest. Is that okay, love?" Kaid hugged me from behind as he hid his nose in the crook of my neck. "Don't make up in front of me." Sylvia covered her eyes while she gagged like she had seen the most disgusting thing ever. I laughed at her reaction while Kaid rolled his eyes. "I've seen much worse from you two, you know." Sylvia and Andrew blushed, and I wished I hadn't peeked at their minds. "Anyway, we have to go. We should reach the pond, and it is a couple of miles away." Andrew reminded us. Sylvia wanted to whine, but her mate quickly shushed her and took her hand to leave the cabin. Kaid and I laughed while we exited as well. Once we reached the pond, I was amazed by the scenery. The full moon's glow bathed the entire scene. Fireflies were all over the place, like tiny stars that surrounded the pond. They cast their mesmerizing light upon the water's surface, like they were floating in the water. I could hear a lot of sounds, the living symphony of nature, with the water moving gently, the chorus of the frogs and crickets, and the leaves moving with the breeze. A sense of peace washed over me, and I couldn't imagine a better place to welcome my lichen self. Kaid had found the perfect spot for me to feel safe during my transformation, and I thanked him by pulling him for a kiss, which he gladly accepted. "Thank you, honey, for everything. It was the first time that I had given him a pet name, and it felt amazing." "You deserve the world, my love." We looked at each other. It was as if our souls were touched when I felt a ripping pain in my chest. It had begun. My lichen was coming. One moment I was staring at Ivy's beautiful face, and the next one I was hearing a piercing scream. Ivy bent in pain, announcing the arrival of her lichen. It was only time until pain consumed me as well, and taking into account that Ivy was very strong, it meant that the pain was immense. I tried to comfort her, but soon I felt like someone was burning me from the inside. The burning sensation started spreading all over my body, consuming me whole. I tried to control the scream that wanted to slip from my lips, but it was in vain. An alpha, screaming in pain in the middle of the woods. I didn't show any emotion when I first changed, but the pain was indescribable. I felt how every bone in my body broke, how my insides burned like I was being boiled alive. I felt how my nose turned into a snout, my legs into paws, my spine rearranged itself, and lastly, I had finally transformed. But instead of being on 4 legs like I usually was when I turned into Atlas, I stood on my 2 hind legs, and from my point of view it seemed that I was way taller than before. Fur covered me whole, and for once it seemed like Atlas and I were one. I don't know how to explain it, but before we were 2 minds inside one, now we are kind of joined. He didn't fight for control over our bodies because he already had it. I turned around to look at Ivy, and she, too, stood on her hind legs. She was magnificent. Her white fur covered her whole body, but it glowed like the moon. She released a glow from her fur, and her eyes looked like 2 emeralds that sparkled in the night. She was almost the same size as me, and for sure her power was palpable in the air. Close your mouth or a fly is going to enter it, she said. Wait, she spoke in her lichen form? We are just in awe of your beauty, I answered back. My voice had changed as well. It was deeper in this form, more powerful, as it was a mixture between mine and Atlas. She walked towards me and we held hands while we looked at each other. The sparkles were intense, even more than before. It was like we had merged with our more primal part. I felt wittier, funnier. I felt more like Atlas. We are one in this form. Once we return to our human selves, you and Atlas will separate again. Don't worry, us wolves are sometimes wiser than you. I couldn't refute them, because if I had listened to Atlas, a lot of my problems wouldn't have happened in the first place. I simply nodded and continued admiring her beauty. I was looking at my strong and amazing Luna, the one that almost slipped my hands if I had rejected her. Wow, you are huge. Sylvia came right next to Ivy. She looked tiny next to us, like she was a child next to a bear. She was amazed by our change, and it showed as her eyes were filled with curiosity. How do I look? I knew I had black fur. I could see it in my paws, but I wanted to see if something else had changed. Look for yourself. Ivy giggled and took my hand so we could get closer to the pond. The reflection that stared back at me amazed me. I still had my black fur, but now I had a patch of white fur in the middle of my chest that looked like a half moon. My eyes were also brighter, but the main change that I could notice was that now I seemed to absorb the light next to me. The only thing that emitted light from me was the white patch and my eyes. After we admired each other, we shifted to our human form and returned to the cabin. Ivy and I were exhausted from the transformation. I was glad that Atlas and I turned back to our normal selves. He was too crazy for my liking. Crazy? They like me more. I am more fun. No, you are too impulsive for my liking. Like I was the one to jump to assumptions when you things with Ivy. You win this time. I have already told you that I should have listened to you. Do you need to gloat so much? Absolutely. Fine, gloat some more. Atlas laughed and I sighed. We were so different that sometimes I wondered how Celine could pair us up. After we arrived at the cabin, we each went to our room. I cuddled Ivy, and we drifted to sleep. We were so tired that we overslept and ended up arriving at the pack almost at dinner time. I guess that turning into a lichen was too much for our bodies to handle. It was nice to arrive at our home, to know that Ivy was soon to become Luna. What I didn't expect was to hear a familiar voice in my home. Kite Hills, where the hell have you been? My mother yelled as soon as we entered the house. Ivy tensed next to me. My mom had just come out of nowhere. Of course, she was tense. Hello, Mother. I got in front of Ivy so that she wouldn't scare her even further. Sometimes my family can be too much to handle, especially my mom. Mother? You never call me Mother. If you are mad that I came unannounced, then you should explain to me why your aunt met your mate first. Also, I need to ask that poor girl if you are behaving properly now. She stood in front of me with her arms crossed. I heard a giggle behind me, and then Ivy's hand on my elbow. Don't worry, Kide. Your mother doesn't scare me. I like her. She moved past me, and when my mother saw her, it showed that she liked her as well. You have an intelligent mate there, so you had better behave yourself, or she is going to leave you. My mother said while she took Ivy's hand. Come, dear, we have a lot to talk about. She dragged Ivy to the stairs while she looked at me trying to reassure me. Tell me if you need help, love. I mind-linked her. I knew my mom could be too much to handle, so I wanted her to know that she has my full support. Don't worry, I can handle it. She closed the link, and I was left there with Andrew, hoping that my mother didn't overwhelm my mate. Ivy's POV. Kide's mom took me to the Luna suite. There I noticed that there were several bags, probably those belonged to her. Kide had the same hair color, same eyes, and smile, but the rest, I suppose he got it from his father. Even if she came out strong as soon as we met, it was clear that she was a good person. She looked like someone sweet, but witty at the same time. So, dear, what is your name? She asked me while we entered her room. All the way here she was talking about how stupid Kate had been, and that if I chose to do something to get back at him, she was going to help me. I giggled all the way to her room, as I couldn't believe that his mother was the one that suggested payback. In the end, I refused because we had already been through so much that I didn't need more drama in my life. Ivy Summers, ma'am. Ma'am? Just call me Mom or Elena if you want. I don't want to pressure you. Mom? Could I call her Mom? It would be the first time I had actually used that word with someone. I think she noticed my sadness because she quickly took my hand to caress it, just like I had seen the mothers in my pack with their pups. Kaid told me partially what happened, and even if he is my son, I can tell that he was an idiot. I'm so grateful you forgave him, but believe me, Ivy, I'm on your side in this case. She smiled at me, and I felt my eyes filled with tears. Her motherly love was something that I had always craved, and now I could have it. For some time I even thought that my mom hated me because I caused her death, but now I know the truth. Thank you, Mom. I told her, and her eyes filled with tears as well. I always wanted a daughter, and now I have one, so thank you, dear. She hugged me. At first I was startled, but then I hugged her back, feeling the warmth and comfort of a mother's love. How I wished I had this as a child. Now, she said while she broke the hug, we need to plan your Luna ceremony. From your friends here, I learned that you don't have a Luna dress. I nodded to let her know that she was right. My father didn't give me a single thing from my mother, not even a picture, and Oscar only provided me with one he had from her graduation. Apparently, my mom took everything with her, and my father had discarded it like it was trash. I wanted to give you something. She was nervous. Something odd to someone that was as strong as she was. It is tradition to wear your mother's dress, and since you can't obtain it, I hope you don't mind if I give you mine. She stood up and took something out of the closet. It was the most beautiful white dress that I've ever seen. It was like it was taken from a fairy tale, and she was giving me this amazing dress. Thank you so much. I'll be honored to wear it. We hugged once again, but at that moment, the door burst open, and Kaid was standing at the other side of it. Is everything all right? He asked frantically. Elena and I just looked at him like he had just lost his mind. I'm sorry, I felt your sadness through the bond. He stopped speaking and looked at the dress, making his mom scream and close the door in his face. We are fine, Kaid. You can leave. I heard him groan from the other side. His mom turned around with a hand over her chest. That was close. He can't see the dress. It is bad luck. Now we have a Luna ceremony to prepare, she said, and I couldn't feel happier. I had a home, I had a mom and a mate, and nothing else mattered. A week had passed, and it had been the longest week of my life. My mom had kidnapped my mate and didn't even let me see her. I was just notified that they were planning the Luna ceremony and that I should not disturb them. My mom even moved Ivy to the Luna suite because, according to her, I had to pay a bit for what I did to her. Being so close and yet so far was like hell. I knew where she was, but I couldn't go there, not unless I wanted my mother to throw me out of the room like she had done before. I even tried to sneak inside one night, only to be scolded and dragged away without getting a glimpse of my precious mate. I was counting the hours until I could see her again, and thankfully it was coming to an end. They had organized everything for tomorrow, so today was filled with people working around the pack. The flowers, tables, lights, and so on. I looked at them working through the window in my office. I didn't want to go out and not be able to see Ivy. I miss Mate. I do too, buddy, but tomorrow we will see her. Athena doesn't answer my link either. That could be Mom's doing. Why is she torturing us? Probably to teach us a lesson. And why am I paying? You were the asshole, not me. Hey, we are the same person. They can't punish me and not you. Atlas huffed and retreated. We were really irritable now that we couldn't see Ivy. It proved how necessary a mate was and why a mate bond existed in the first place. There was a knock on my door. It was Andrew. He was with Stefan. I wanted to talk to him, but he disappeared for 2 days with his mate, and knowing how the mate bond works, it was best not to disturb them. Come on in, I told them, and soon enough they were both inside my office. What can I help you with? I'm leaving. Stefan blurted out. I guess he was nervous of my reaction, but the truth was that I was expecting it. He would be a great alpha, and I wish him the best. I expected it, my friend, and I wish you the best. When are you leaving? He looked dumbfounded. Why was he so surprised by what I just told him? What? We thought you would react differently, taking into account the Ivy situation. Stefan answered me. I sighed at his remark. It was true that I didn't feel myself right now, but I wouldn't commit the same mistake twice. I won't do that again. People learn and grow, Stefan. Now tell me, when are you leaving? They looked relieved. I was sad that my former was leaving, but my cousin gained her mate and the pack had an amazing alpha, so my uncle could retire. I had to find another gamma, but that would be after Ivy's ceremony and her sister and stepmother's trial. I'm leaving tomorrow after the Luna ceremony. He was leaving soon, but that was what he had to do. It had taken him some time to assume his current position. I expected him to stay behind after the events in Blue Lake Pack, but everyone had their own time. We talked for hours. It was our way of saying goodbye to Stefan, and also I didn't want to go to my room just yet. I dreaded entering and finding an empty bed once again. My mother's punishment was working for sure. I felt miserable. Eventually, they had to return to their rooms, and I walked towards mine. I walked slowly, so it would take more time to reach it, until I felt someone mind-link me. I wasn't going to answer at first, but my persistence made me realize that it could be something important. "Hello, honey." Ivy's voice filled my head. It felt like I had been revived. I had missed that voice so much, and finally I heard her. "Your mom let me mind-link you. She told me that you weren't feeling okay. Are you all right?" "Now that you have talked to me, I feel amazing, my love. I missed you so much." Her voice was a melody, one that I anxiously waited for. "I'm so sorry. I know it was my mom's idea. She believes that I deserve some punishment for what I did to you, and she is right. After this, I will never, ever do anything to upset you." She didn't answer me straight away. I meant it as a joke, but Ivy probably didn't get it. "I miss you too, but today is the last day we spend apart." The love that I could feel through the bond was enough proof that she was missing me like crazy as well. We talked for hours until it was time to go to sleep. A busy day awaited us. She was finally going to become my Luna. Everyone in the pack would know that she is my mate, and that made me the happiest man on earth. I woke up early in the morning. The anticipation of seeing my mate was too strong to stay in bed. The ceremony started at 2 in the afternoon, as we had to wait for the guests to arrive. Some alphas from other packs were coming as well, as we had to invite everyone. The only ones that we didn't send an invitation to were Arthur and Alexander. The reasons were obvious. So it surprised me when I was given a note sent by Alexander. "Kincaid, I know today is Ivy's ceremony, and I know that I wasn't invited. I'm not writing to you to rant about that. I want to tell you to take care of Ivy. She is an amazing and beautiful woman, and from the fight that I saw in my pack, she is also strong. I was her first mate, but I didn't treasure our bond. I dated her sister and treated her as a lowlife when I should have cherished her and made her my Luna. Because of that mistake, I'm now left with nothing. So take my advice and never disappoint her, or you might lose her too. She has a heart of gold, but she can be incredibly stubborn, and once she loses faith in you, you lose her forever. Things are going to change in Blue Lake. I realize that we have a lot to improve, especially the treatment towards our weakest members. I'm also investigating my father, as some past crimes have been brought to my attention, so I hope I have your help on that matter. Also, if you need me to testify against Bianca in the trial, I'll gladly do it. I just want to atone for my sins, and hopefully, one day, meet a good woman so she can be the Luna of my pack. I'm not going to lie to you, if I could have a second chance with Ivy, I'd take it, but that is not going to happen. I wish you well, and hope that she was a wonderful ceremony. She deserves it. Alpha Alexander. I couldn't believe what my eyes were seeing. Alexander was admitting his mistakes and wishing us well? It didn't seem right. It smells fishy, but we will see when he has to testify against Bianca. Yeah, only time would tell if he had really changed or not. What got me thinking was the part where he was investigating his father. If that was true, then he could count on me. I wanted to clean packs from corruption, and if Alexander wanted to help out, I was not going to tell him no. The arrival of the guests went smoothly. Everyone was set in place, waiting for Ivy to arrive. The garden was full of white flowers and lights. It gave the whole place a beautiful scenery, perfect for her ceremony. The time passed, and soon I heard the wolves howling, announcing the entrance of their Luna. I straightened myself, as the car parked in front of the road was made with petals. Andrew opened the door of the car. and he helped Ivy out. As soon as I saw her, my heart skipped a beat. She looked gorgeous. Her caramel skin contrasted perfectly with her white dress. She looked like an angel as she walked, and the flowing skirt trailed her every move. I could recognize that it was my mother's Luna ceremony dress, but they had changed it, so it could fit Ivy like a glove. It hugged all her curves in the right place. The heart neckline was decorated with diamonds, and I could see that an emerald was added in the middle of it. She was wearing a pair of gloves that gave her whole outfit a classic style. Her makeup was flawless yet natural, with a soft smoky eye that made her green eyes pop, and a nude lip that made her lips so juicy, like just begging to be kissed. As for her hair, she's rocking those luscious curls swept up into a messy bun, with a few tendrils framing her face. My mom had given her the family's relics as she was wearing the diamond necklace that belonged to my grandmother. It was a full moon, filled with precious stones. When she reached me, I got closer to her ear. Her scent hit me like a train, making desire bubble up like crazy. "You look gorgeous, my love." She turned around, looking at me with her previous eyes. "You think so?" She was blushing as she asked me that question. I could stop looking at her. She was my mate, my beautiful and intelligent mate. "Isn't it obvious? When I saw you, I felt my heart stop." I wanted to continue complimenting her, but Andrew cleared his throat and gave me the microphone, indicating that I had to start the ceremony. "I will continue this conversation later. Love, it is time to make you my queen." I mind-linked her, and I could feel her anxiety through the bond. Hello, everyone. Thank you for accompanying us at this wonderful moment. Some of you may already know her, some of you don't, so I want to present Ivy Summers, my fated mate. She is my gift given by the moon goddess to treasure, love, and protect. And she has accepted our mate bond, as you can see. Now let's give her a big applause. I took Ivy's hand to make her come forward. Everyone applauded as she stood in front of them. Most of the audience were happy about the ceremony. A few whispers here and there didn't agree with Ivy becoming Luna, but they came out of jealousy. The elder that had to do the ritual came onto the stage. He held the sacred cup, covered by a white silk cloth. It was time to make Ivy swear her alliance with the pack and to accept the bond in front of everyone. After that, she had to drink from the cup that contained my blood and some potion that they possessed. No one knew what it was, which was why an elder always had to be present in these ceremonies. Do you, Ivy Summers, swear to protect the pack from all evil that may arise? I swear. Do you, Ivy Summers, swear to treat all werewolves as if they were your own family, as you, as queen, are now mother of all our species? I swear. Do you, Ivy Summers, accept Kite as your mate and king? I do. She looked at me and smiled. It was time, her time to become Luna Queen. The elder gave her the cup and finally told her, "Then drink from this cup and remember to always fulfill the promises made today." Ivy took the cup and drank from it. When she drank, we all felt the connection form. My queen had finally accepted her role, and now we were finally together as the royal couple. It was the beginning of our new life, the beginning of something beautiful. Thank you, Celine, for not letting me lose her, for her not becoming the Luna that I almost rejected. The end. A couple of weeks flew by, and it was finally the time for Diana and Bianca's trial. They were charged with several crimes as the investigation uncovered a lot of felonies. My poor mother wasn't the only victim. Diana had done tremendous damage to several people. Her desire for power was her main motive, but the things that she had done were too evil to be true. Cade told me about the letter that Alexander sent him, and even if we were skeptical at first, he had been of great help. In fact, he reported his father to the council, and he was facing an investigation. From the information that I was given, he is detained in the council's prison, and even if he is telling everyone that he is innocent, the evidence given by Alexander was too strong for him to avoid punishment. I was dressing up for the trial, but I didn't know exactly what to wear. For me, this meant the closure that I had sought for a long time. My mother would be happy that her killer was finally found, and that her daughter's name and reputation had changed. Since I was a baby, I have been referred to as the cursed one, the one that caused her mother's death, the one that the moon goddess had punished. Later on, we found out that I was cursed indeed, and the worst part was that it affected my life completely. I didn't have a choice. I couldn't decide if I wanted my mate or not. Kaid was an asshole that had caused me pain, and I didn't want him in my life. Unfortunately, I didn't have a choice. When I saw him in the office that day and heard that he wanted to reject me, I just felt my blood boil. I wasn't going to let him humiliate me, and if I had to die, at least I was choosing my fate, not him. Thankfully, that was a wake-up call for him, and he changed into the man that I now knew. While I was putting on my black pencil skirt, I heard the door open. Kaid entered the room with a huge bouquet of lilies. I didn't have a favorite flower, so he tried to vary the gifts that he gave me. "What is this for?" I asked while I giggled. He could make me feel like the happiest girl alive with a simple gift like some flowers. "This is for being a strong, intelligent, and wonderful woman. Today is stressful for you, so I wanted to take your mind off things." He gave me a kiss on the cheek while he took my hands to put the bouquet on them. I brought the flowers close to my nose to smell the aroma. It certainly helped with my racing nerves. "Thank you. You always think of ways to make me feel better." It was the truth. He has changed so much that if someone had told me 2 months ago that he would change into the man of my dreams, I would have called that person crazy. "Anything for you, love. I don't want to pressure you, but we have to leave in 10. He gave me the blouse that I wanted to wear, but before he put it in my hand, he caressed my clavicle with his other one. The sparks flew everywhere, and I had to suppress the moan that wanted to escape my lips. Our lust was palpable in the air, and I could tell he was also horny because his eyes became darker. My breath was shallow, and I felt hot all over. That was until I felt the intrusion of the mind link, and it was not other than my dear friend Sylvia. "I don't want to know what the fudge is going on there, but you and Cade need to get down ASAP." She closed the link without letting me finish. I groaned in frustration. I wanted and needed him, but it was true, we needed to go. I hate to be the party popper, but I know, Andrew mind-linked me as well. He sighed and gave me the blouse, so I could put it on. "I'm going to wait outside, or else I'm going to rip off your clothes." I blushed at his remark and finished dressing quickly. I walked out of the room to find Cade leaned against the wall. He grabbed my hand, and we descended the stairs to where everyone was waiting for us. Sylvia, Andrew, Esmeralda, and Michelle were all ready to accompany us to the trial. Stefan and his mate left to go to their pack and couldn't join us as they were still working on some problems with the pack. "Ready?" Sylvia asked me, to which I nodded to let her know that we could leave now. The drive to the council wasn't that long, but for me, it took forever. My heart pounded inside my chest. My nerves were all over the place. For some reason, I felt that they could go free, even with all the evidence against them. That was a fear that I had inside me. When we arrived, I could see the amount of people that had gathered outside the council. Reporters were everywhere, trying to get whatever piece of information that they could. The guards had to help us get inside because as soon as we left the vehicle, they came as moths to the light. They tried to bring their microphones close to us as they asked several questions. We finally entered the building, and it was nice to have some quiet. I could have used my magic to keep them away from us. What Esmeralda said was true, but we were trying to find a way for wolves and witches to be on good terms. She was going to become our Gamma, but there had been a little bit of backlash about that decision. The main reason people were so against her new role in the pack was because she was not a wolf, but she was mated to one, meaning that she could assume any position in our pack according to our law. I guess people never imagined that there could be a time when different species were mates, and now that it was happening, everyone was afraid. "You know we can't use magic." She rolled her eyes at me, even though we had explained to her the reason why we needed to go slowly with the magic. She thought it was stupid. I hadn't revealed that I am a mixed breed. We wanted to visit my mom's previous coven after all of this was dealt with. After I have the information and know exactly what it meant to me, we will hold a meeting with the elders. We had to tell them about us being lichens. They weren't too thrilled with the idea, but there was nothing they could do. I spotted the ones that had allied with Hunter to kill me before Cade, and I could mate. I told Cade, but we had no evidence against them, so they had to wait. We waited until an elder appeared, showing us the way to the courtroom. They were waiting for 2 more witnesses on behalf of the defense, but if they didn't arrive in the next 10 minutes, they would start without them. We were seated in the front, at the side of the prosecution. Alexander was there as well. I wasn't surprised because he was one of our witnesses. He has changed a lot during this time, and I was glad. For years, he followed the example of a cruel alpha, and his pack suffered because of it. Now, he had joined Kaid's mission to change the laws, and his pack now didn't have slaves anymore. It was a great step for him and his pack, but it was clear that he wanted a Luna. "Hello, Alexander," I said to him. He looked at me, and I could hear his thoughts clear as day. If I hadn't f***ed it up, she would be my Luna. How could I be so stupid? Every time we had talked, it was the same thing inside his mind. Guilt. I hoped that Celine could give him another mate, as that could calm his heart, but that depended on her. He is going to find one soon. Really, I wished I could tell him, but that would uncover our secrets. "Hello, your majesties," he said to both Kaid and I. Kaid hugged me closer to him, his alpha nature showing his protectiveness towards me. Before we could exchange more words, the judge came and we were told to sit down. It was time. The trial had started. Diana and Bianca came out. They were both in cuffs, and their clothes looked torn out. When they saw me, it was clear that they hated me. They even growled at me, earning themselves a reprimand from the judge. "Everyone, we will start the trial with Diana Summers. Take a seat, and guard, please take Diana to the stand." Once she was in place, they read her rights. They also made her swear under a potion prepared by Esmeralda. If she tried to lie, she was going to feel an immense pain. The trial was long. Each question she answered was worse than the last one. Apparently, she had been obsessed with my father since high school, and she had harmed several wolves to get to my father. She even killed an Omega that my father liked because she was jealous. My mother wasn't her last victim either. My father wasn't completely happy with her and had several lovers who mysteriously disappeared after a while. She even described how she had tortured a she-wolf for days because my father wanted to leave her. It was no mystery why Bianca was so deranged as well. She had learned and inherited those traits from her mother. My father wasn't in court, but he could read all his wife had done on the news. Would he be surprised? Probably, but the fact that he wasn't here wasn't speaking so highly of him. "In all my years of being a judge, I've never seen a person as evil as you. You messed with a fated bond, killed several she-wolves, killed a high-ranking member, and even used dark magic to do so. Regarding all your crimes, I sentence you to 50 lashes with a silver whip, after which you will be sentenced to death by beheading. Taking into account what you did, including the mistreatment of our current queen, this is a merciful act." Diana started yelling like crazy. She tried to reach me to hurt me, or probably even kill me, but the guards stopped her. "I'm going to kill you. You should have died with your good-for-nothing mother. I'm going to kill you. I swear." She was dragged from the room while she yelled. I sighed in relief. She was finally dealt with. She didn't have a single person that testified for her, showing her evil nature. Now it was Bianca's turn, and for some reason I felt uneasy. "Please, guard, escort Bianca to the stand." The guard approached Bianca, but I saw the grin that formed in her face. She looked at me and smiled. I knew this wasn't over. She stood up with one of her hands now free from the cuffs. She took something she had under her shirt, and then an explosion was heard. After the explosion, the room was filled with dust. One of the walls had crumbled down, killing some of the attendants. We would have to sort that out, but first we needed to find Bianca. Thankfully, we hadn't separated as time was a priority right now. "Love, I can still smell her scent. She is near, but she is moving fast." Kaid told me while he coughed because of the dust. "Leave that to me. She is not escaping ever again." My determination was huge. I was not going to let her run. She had to pay for what she had done, for all the suffering she had caused. I moved the stones with my magic. Esmeralda also helped to clear the dust and attend to the injured, while Kaid and I fled the courtroom to where Bianca had gone. To plan something like this, she needed to have help from someone on the inside. The explosive was something that she couldn't have done on her own, so who was the mole? Probably one of the idiots in the council that want you dead. most likely. Athena can track her down? Yes, she is not escaping us. I let Athena take over me. The good thing is that we could transform into our wolf or our lichen, and right now I wanted Athena to be in full control. She was the best tracker, and so at full speed she ran following Bianca's scent. Kaid was just behind me. He too shifted into Atlas, but we were faster than them now. Ivy, slow down. Kaid mind-linked me, but I couldn't let her escape. I got this, Kaid, I told him, and closed the link, because I knew that he was going to try to convince me of not going alone. Based on her scent, it was clear that she was not alone, but the people that were with her were no match for me and Athena. I could see the forest move quickly as I ran. The greenery looked like a blur with how fast I moved. That was until I heard some voices, making me slow down to hear what they were saying. What are you doing? So useless, Bianca yelled at one of the wolves that accompanied her. Someone is tracking us, miss. We need to continue moving. Wolf number 1 told her. Ugh, and where are we going to go? The two men sighed in frustration. I couldn't believe it either. They were helping her escape, and she was still behaving like a brat. We don't know, miss. They just told us to take you to the north. From there, our alpha waits for you. Apart from Alexander, I didn't know more alphas from the north, but it was clear that it wasn't him, so who was it? Then take me there. So useless. One of the wolves growled at her. It wasn't a loud growl, just one that came out of instinct because of the way she was behaving. But of course, Bianca had to behave like a... Did you just grow at me? Her voice got a high pitch that was making my ears bleed. No, miss, we should go. Someone is... But he couldn't finish what he said because I heard a slap so loud that it definitely left a mark on whoever received it. You know what? I'm done. Alex, let's go. The fear that took over Bianca was palpable. She didn't expect that they wouldn't take over her shit, but of course she couldn't let that show. Her pride couldn't be hurt. Leave then. Your alpha is going to kill you. That was an intelligent move, and even made them quiet for a moment, probably reconsidering their options. Probably, but we are tired of you. Either way, we can become rogues again. Bianca panics and screams at the top of her lungs. They just laughed at her and left. Bianca started talking out loud, how she didn't have a cell phone, meaning that she couldn't communicate with anyone or she would make them pay. I left my hiding place and went behind her. Hello, sister, I said, and she jumped. It was clear that she didn't expect me to be there, but she tried not to show her fear or surprise. It took you a while. She smirked as she was trying to act tough, but I could see through her facade easily. Cut the crap, Bianca. I saw how they abandoned you. Her smirk fell, but now she was giving me a murderous glance. So what? You came here to gloat? Even if you win, a lot of people paid a high price to know where the mythical white wolf was, and even more to know her identity. That was probably how she got help, by using that information. Stupid. No, Bianca, I came here to kill you. If you continue living, you will only bring more damage. You are evil, Bianca, and nothing can help you. I growled at her. She just laughed at me, like she had won. That was infuriating me, but I had to keep my cool, or she would win. That was what she sought, because that could be the only way she would win. But I was not going to give her the satisfaction of seeing me lose my temper. You think that because you got to my mother you can get to me? No, Ivy. My mom killed your of a mother, and now I'll kill you. I laughed at her remark. Did she really think she was strong enough to beat me? And how are you going to do that? Last time we fought, I almost killed you, and I wasn't even trying. Her smirk appeared once again, like she had something under her sleeve. Because you won't kill me, as I know where our mother's journal is. A journal? Could I have some insight from my mother? It was a great clue, but was it true? And you are going to give me the journal? Of course, Bianca started laughing, but I got what I wanted. Thankfully, we had kept my mind-reading ability a secret. Of course, but only if you reject Kaid. What? Was she mad? And why would I do that? Because if you don't, you won't have children ever. A small pact I made with a dark witch, of course. What? I saw red. How dare she? I lunged to her, and she smiled like she had gotten what she wanted. I was furious. I wanted to rip her throat open. She dodged my attack and punched me in my side. The air left my lungs, and I groaned in pain. I was starting to feel weak when I looked at my side and saw a knife. You are so naive, my dear sister. I know neither silver nor wolfsbane have an effect on you, but this does. My body felt numb. I couldn't move my arms. What is this? I tried to talk, but my tongue was suffering the effects of whatever she injected me with. Moonflower. It is very rare, but thankfully I'm not the only one that wants you dead. She laughed hysterically. This was it, the end of my life. By now you shouldn't be able to move a muscle. She took my arm and lifted it up, only for it to drop like it was dead. Bianca smiled triumphantly, seeing that I was at her mercy. She took a knife that she had hidden and approached me. Time for you to die, bitch. Cade's POV. I tried to match Ivy's speed, but she was fast. The only thing that showed me the way was her scent, but then it started to fade, meaning that she had masked it. Thankfully, she had to be close, so it shouldn't be that hard to locate her. I was going to try to mind link her once again when I felt a pain on my side. Of course, it wasn't mine, so it could only mean one thing. Ivy was in danger. I darted through the forest. I had to find Ivy, and I had to do it quickly. Finally, my efforts succeeded, and I could hear Bianca speaking, but I didn't like what she was telling Ivy. My mate wasn't answering back, and that wasn't a good sign. I jumped some bushes and found myself only a few meters from them when I saw Bianca lift a knife to pierce Ivy. And then all I saw was blood. Fear got the best of me. I felt my knees getting weak, but I didn't feel any pain like when she was killed before. I looked at the scene in front of me and realized that the blood wasn't coming from her. When Ivy threw Bianca's body to the side, it was clear who had lost. I looked at her, and her hand was full of blood as she had pierced through her chest to get to her heart and end her life. Bianca still held the fine in her hand, but now her eyes were completely lifeless. How? Was all I could mutter. My eyes didn't register fully what had happened. She didn't take into account that I already know my only weakness. I helped Ivy stand up from the floor. She was covered in blood, so I checked her thoroughly to see where she was injured. I could see the knife that protruded from her side, but I didn't want to take it out in case she started bleeding. Ivy sensed my hesitation because she took my hand from her body and took out the knife. My face was probably one of true horror, but then I was astonished when I realized that she wasn't bleeding at all. In fact, she looked okay. The few bruises that she had were slowly fading, and all that remained was dried blood. What happened? She smiled at me and told me everything. Ivy's POV. 10 minutes ago. She is not going to make me lose my temper. If she does, I lose. When I get mad, I make rushed decisions, and that is something that I can't afford right now. Or we could play a little with her. You know what she has in her power, Athena. Are we really going to risk it? Now you are a lichen, Ivy. That affected us when we were just a werewolf, but we are far stronger now. Just leave it to me. I'll trust you, Athena, but tell me your plan ASAP. Make her believe that she got what she wanted. If you kill her while she is trying to kill you, then it is legitimate defense. Got it. But we are going to get hurt, you know, and Kite is going to feel it. Athena whimpered inside my mind, even if it was a slight pain that he was going to feel. We didn't want to cause him any harm. But what Athena was telling me was true. It was the best way to get rid of her. The council will probably sentence her to death as well. But they take their time to finish their sentence, and if she escapes during that time, it will be hard to catch her again. This had to end right now. And so, I let her think that I was getting angrier with each lie she blurted out. She was unaware of the advantage that I had over her, so she thought she was getting on my nerves, that I was really losing my temper. Finally, she said something that, if it was true, it could easily piss me off. She played with something sacred, and that was my possibility of having kids. I could manage the fact that she had revealed my identity for her own gain, but trying to mess with my future family? That was something that I would never let slide. When she stabbed me on my side, I already knew that she had drugged me with moonflower. It was a rare flower that only grew in the mountains once a year. It was a blue and white flower that looked like an orchid, but in the center it had a yellow circle that glowed, looking like the moon itself. That was what they used when they kidnapped me, and Oscar was so kind to explain what to do if I was drugged ever again. Still, I had to let her think that I was clueless, that she had won, and that I couldn't move a muscle. I let her approach me with the knife in her hand, the one that was supposed to end my life. The madness in her eyes was slowly overcome with joy. She was a freaking psychopath with no redemption whatsoever. Alexander messed up a lot. He did a lot of damage, but he was trying to make up for it. He had changed into a better person, but Bianca? She was the same rotten apple as before. I started smelling Kaid's scent, and fear started taking over me. I didn't want him to get hurt if he tried to stop Bianca, so I needed her to act fast. And thankfully, she was ready to finally end me. "Time for you to die, bitch," Bianca said as she tried to plunge the knife into my chest, but I was quicker. I extended my claw to her chest, where I grabbed her heart and crushed it. She looked at me, her surprise was evident. Then she looked at her chest, while her life slipped through her fingers. She wanted to mutter something, but she was too weak to do so. "Never underestimate your opponent, Bianca," I said to her close to her ear, almost like a whisper. But what she told me next got me thinking. "Hope you are ready for him then, sis?" And then she dropped dead. Was she trying to play more mind tricks with me? Most likely, so I just shrugged it off. Even if people tried to come after me, I was going to be ready for everything. Now, I had several advantages that no one knew about, and still had one side of me that I had to discover. I couldn't continue rambling as I felt Bianca's body being lifted from mine. Kaid's face came into view, his worry evident. He helped me get on my feet and then started examining me. His eyes went straight into the knife, but he was debating on whether to take it out or not. I made the decision for him, and once again he was surprised that I wasn't injured at all. Once I explained everything to him, he looked like he was in shock. He mumbled something that I couldn't understand, and then hugged me so hard to the point that I couldn't breathe. "Honey, you are suffocating me." He released me from his hug to cup my cheeks and kiss me deeply. "Don't you ever scare me like that again?" I almost had a heart attack. He said while he put his head in the crook of my neck. He was smelling my scent to calm down, and I could understand him completely. If the roles were changed, I don't know how I would have reacted, but finally, it was over. Bianca could no longer hurt us, and peace could finally enter our lives. "I won't do it again. We won." I patted his back, but he refused to let me go. We stayed like that for a while. We needed physical contact to know that we were together, and nothing had happened, and that we were safe. I felt Kaid loosen his grab, telling me that it was finally time to return to the council. They probably had to deal with a lot of stuff as well, as the explosion had killed and harmed several people. While we were returning, I could hear Kaid's inner struggle. He wanted to help me get stronger, but he didn't know how. Also, he didn't want to take Bianca's body, but as king, he had to. He couldn't leave it there to rot. He had to follow protocol and ask if someone wanted to take it. The first person to ask was Alexander, and then my dad if he didn't want to do anything with the body. That was a problem for another day. I wanted to enjoy the time that I had with my mate. 6 months later, after I killed Bianca, we returned to our house and everything was back to normal. Well, for the most part. Today, I woke up feeling extremely dizzy, while Kaid looked too energetic to be true. He has also had some strange cravings, while I didn't want to eat at all. This has happened for a couple of weeks, but I didn't know if it was work or the lack of food, but I was so tired. If I could, I would sleep all day. My body just felt drained of its energy. "My love, I brought us breakfast," Kaid said while he entered the room. The smell of eggs and fresh bread made my stomach uneasy, and I threw up. Kaid heard me because he quickly entered the bathroom to help me with my hair. It looked like a rat's nest, as I hadn't taken a shower because of how bad I felt. "Are you okay, baby?" His voice was sweet and full of worry. I must look like a mess. "No, I think I'm going to get sick." I looked at him. He looked so handsome, and I looked so messy that I wanted to cry. That was another thing. My emotions have been all over the place. I'm happy, the next second I'm sad, the next one I'm furious, and then I return to happiness. I'm going to call the doctor. He left the bathroom to do so, and I mind-linked Sylvia to tell Esmeralda to come here, in case what I was feeling had something to do with being a witch. I heard a knock on the door, and then Esmeralda and Kaid spoke. He was explaining to her my symptoms and reassured her that he had already called the doctor in case it had nothing to do with anything supernatural, but with my physical body. She asked several more questions, and then I heard her footsteps approaching me. "Ivy, are you okay?" She sat next to me while she massaged my back. "No, I feel like crap." She got near my ear and whispered, "When was the last time you had your period?" "Damn, I can't recall the last time I had it." I stood up and quickly rushed to my room. I opened my cell phone and looked for the app that helped me track it. When I looked at it, I paled. 7 days. My period was 7 days late. Esmeralda peeked from behind and gave me a friendly hug. Kaid hadn't said a thing. He probably didn't understand what was going on. The doctor arrived 30 minutes later. He wasn't the same guy that helped me when I died on the battlefield. He was older, but he gave you a sense of calmness that not everyone could bring to me. "Luna, Alpha, I was told that you felt sick?" He asked and started taking some stuff from a bag that he had brought. "Yes, I feel dizzy and irritable, and I don't want to eat anything at all." He nodded, understanding my symptoms. He did a quick physical exam, and then he wrote something on a piece of paper. "This is for you, Luna. You need to take these vitamins until we have an ultrasound. Also, this is an order for laboratory tests. You have to do them as quickly as possible." Kaid and I looked at each other. Ultrasound? "Doctor, why does she need an ultrasound? Is there something wrong with her?" Kaid was worried, it was obvious, and I didn't know what to think. "Well, I can't confirm anything until she has those exams, Your Majesty." "And what is it that you suspect?" "Well, the symptoms indicate that the Luna is pregnant." If someone had told me that giving birth would be so damn painful, I would never have let Kaid touch me. I felt like I was being ripped apart as the baby tried to pass. The contractions at first weren't so painful. I didn't even realize it at first, as the pain started in the morning, and I thought that something that I ate was causing my belly to hurt. But boy, was I wrong. An hour passed, and during that time I felt like my pain had gone from 4 to 10. But I tried to fight through the pain with the breathing exercises that I was taught. They help soothe the pain, but still, it hurts. Kaid tried to help me through all the process. He massaged my back and let me hold his hand, even if I was breaking his fingers with each contraction that came. The doctor didn't come right away, as he was helping another she-wolf outside the pack. When I asked Kaid if there wasn't someone else that could help me, he told me that he would explain later what happened to the other doctor. The only one that was monitoring my process was a poor medical student, and it was clear that he didn't know what to do. He just put the baby monitor on and tried to help me with the pain, but as my doctor wasn't here, he couldn't do much without his consent. "I won't let you touch me ever again, Kaid Hills. I'll chop you balls off if you try to get near me." I was yelling because I didn't know what else to do. I wanted to move, to change positions. My back hurt a lot, but because of the bloody baby monitor, I couldn't do that. Finally, the doctor came, and when he knocked on the door, I felt like my savior had arrived. He has monitored me throughout the pregnancy. And of course, he was a freaking alpha pup. He was big, hence why I felt like I was pushing a watermelon from there. "My Luna, how are we?" He was a sweet man, and if I wasn't in excruciating pain, I would find calmness in his voice. But right now, all I wanted was for this pain to end. "I just want this baby out of my body. It hurts." I yelled as I felt another contraction coming. The student approached the doctor with something in his hands. I couldn't hear much of what they were talking, but I clearly understood something. "Yes, doctor, she is having contractions, but according to the monitor, they are not effective yet." "What the hell was he talking about? Not effective? Does that mean that they are going to be stronger? I think I'm going to pass out." "What does that mean?" Kaid asked the doctor. I don't think I can articulate a single word right now. Each contraction was stronger than before, and now when they ended, I felt lightheaded. Like my oxygen wasn't enough to keep me awake. "It doesn't mean anything, Your Majesty. What is important here is to see how much the Queen has progressed. For that, I have to see how much dilation and effacement there is. I just wanted something to soothe the pain. Was that too much to ask?" "Okay, Luna. I need to see how far you are. Now tell me when you want to push, so I can..." Before he could continue, I felt another contraction coming, And there he continued with the gynecological exam he had explained to me months prior. "Prepare everything. This baby is coming out now!" He started to tell everyone in the room, including the student and the nurse. "My queen, please don't push. What you are feeling right now is the head of the baby. I'm going to take you into the OR to receive our future alpha." I wanted to say I freaking told you so, but right now was not the moment. Right now, I just want everything to end and to hold my baby in my arms. They quickly moved me through the halls to the bed that I was in. I tried not to push, but it seemed like my body was doing it automatically. Once we arrived at the OR, they helped me get onto the stretcher. I could feel my baby coming, but they were not ready yet. Kaid entered the room at that exact moment. He had changed into a medical outfit, and he came right to my side to hold my hand. The doctor prepared what he needed, and then he finally told me the words that I was dying to hear. "Luna, you can push now." I took a deep breath and pushed with all my strength, until finally I heard the most beautiful cries in the world. "Congratulations, Luna. He is one healthy big boy." The doctor covered my baby in a blanket from the hospital and put him over my chest. When I looked at his little face, I felt how tears started forming in my eyes. He was here, and he was perfect. He tried to suck my breast, so I guided him to where he could obtain the milk. I moved my head to look at Kaid. He was staring at our baby. He was also trying to control his tears. The best way I can describe the moment I saw my baby would be love at first sight. He was perfect, and all I wanted to do was to protect this beautiful baby from any harm. Thank you, love, for giving me the greatest gift ever. Kaid kissed the top of my head while he gave his index finger to the baby so he could grab it. Once he did, it seemed like that action had made his heart melt. His love for our little baby now was profound and unconditional. "Welcome to the world, Killian. Mommy and Daddy were waiting for you." He smiled when I said that, and at that moment, I knew that I had everything that I wanted. 2 years later, Kaid's POV. I was cooking something in our kitchen. Right now, we are on vacation in my father's cabin. It was up in the mountains, but it was a nice change in the scenery. Everything was peace and quiet until I heard Ivy screaming. "Killian Hills Summers, come here right now!" I heard the giggles of my 2-year-old as he ran from his mother. He wasn't wearing anything, meaning that Ivy was probably trying to give him a bath. "Daddy held me," he said to me. He was the perfect mix between Ivy and I. He has my black hair with Ivy's curls, my blue eyes, but with Ivy's gaze. And he was definitely a troublemaker. "I can't help you escape from your mom, buddy. You need to take a bath." He pouted, and my goodness, that made my heart melt in that second. "Please?" He gave me his best puppy eyes, and I was about to give in when Ivy arrived. "You are not helping him, Kaid. Now come here, Killian." He tried to run once again, but Ivy used her magic to catch him. "No, Feo." He frowned and pouted, and if we weren't trying to discipline him, I would have given in. Ivy finally gave him a bath and sent him to sleep. Peace and quiet reigned in the cabin, and we could finally have some time alone for ourselves. The moonlight filled our bedroom, giving the perfect light so we could see each other, and I could admire Ivy's beauty. Since she gave birth, her body has changed. Her boobs were bigger and her hips wider. I trailed her soft curves with my fingertips, while Ivy's body pressed against mine, igniting a fire inside of me. Desire took over, and I started kissing her in every spot that I could. She started kissing me as well, and her breath against my skin sent shivers of pleasure down my spine. She was perfect. My gorgeous Luna, so strong and yet so sweet. She was perfect, and every time we made love, we poured all our love. We knew that we belonged to each other in mind, body, and soul. She was mine the same way that I was hers. Our lips met in a passionate kiss. I felt intoxicated by her touch and her kisses. Her moans were music to my ears, a melody that I wanted to hear every single night. Every touch, every movement spoke volumes of the love we shared, a love that had only deepened with time. When she was finally reaching her orgasm, I bit on her mark, and she did too. That made us both finish at the same time, and I had never felt so good. Once we finished, I filled the tub so we could get in. It was great to relax after the long day that we had. A toddler could leave you more exhausted than fighting 1,000 wolves. I was giving Ivy a massage when I realized that she was deep in thought. "What's wrong, baby?" I asked her. She was frowning even if she didn't notice it. I'm just thinking. When I had Killian, I asked you what happened to the doctor that told you that what you felt back then were cheating pains. I remember that conversation. I couldn't give her much as the guy fled as soon as he knew that Ivy was in the pack. He wasn't innocent, that was for sure, but even though I tried to find him, he had vanished. Yes, baby, and I already told you what happened. She still seemed to be analyzing something. Are you sure that he doesn't know anything about us? That no one could feed him input from our family? After what happened with the doctor, I decided to change the way the hospital was managed. At first, it was supposed to be a hospital to foment medical learning. We had exchange programs, and thus the same doctor didn't stay long in the facilities. There was only one doctor that stayed there constantly, and that was the one that helped Ivy through her pregnancy, Dr. Marcelo Campos. He was 60 by now, and with the change, only him and his cousin helped in the hospital. If someone wanted to come, they had to pass several tests to have their internship approved. That limited their rotations. But it was the only way I could secure my family. I'm sure, baby, but if you want, we can double-check when we get back. Yeah, we should. And after that, she went to sleep. But I found myself thinking, what does she know? It took a while, but finally my pack was starting to fall into place. I had a lot of cleaning to do. My father had done several shady businesses, and I was trying to clean my pack from that. Even though I was successful, I still had a long way to go. I had to make several changes in my enterprise to earn money for the pack. Ivy and Cade had been nice enough to give me a loan that I had to pay back, to help me with some of the bills. My father was also convicted for the crimes he committed. He had to spend 80 years in prison. The crimes, trafficking werewolves, deviating founds, mistreatment of several pack members, and even murder. When I found out the evidence, I couldn't believe it. I knew my father wasn't great, but I never imagined that he was a freaking monster. I had to keep everyone in the dark to see who was involved. Of course, his beta and gamma knew, even my own beta was involved. I couldn't believe it. He was like a brother to me, and he betrayed everything he swore to when he became my beta. And all for what? For money. That was all they got from that deal. Money. I was still in my office, finishing some calls, when my new beta came. I chose the people that were helping me with Ivy. I didn't know how she knew, but she could tell when someone was lying. And so she came and helped me choose my beta, and I have to admit, he was a great choice. Joseph was a year younger than me, and before he became my beta, he was one of my elite warriors. He always proved to be someone intelligent who always came up with great strategies. And he was right under my nose, just that I didn't take him into account before. Hi, Joseph. Do you need something? I had changed the way I talked to everyone. I was nicer and tried to be comprehensive. Also, I chose to follow Cade's example and stopped using my title. People weren't forced to call me Alpha. They could now all call me Alexander if they wanted to. That has made people approach me more. I could understand their problems better, and the slaves that once belonged to the pack were now free, and some of them had left to try to find their mates. I had seen firsthand how much people in the pack had changed, and also it was eye-opening because I finally could see how many bullies there were in the pack. Most of them were my previous friends. Some changed, others didn't, but at least they didn't harm pack members anymore. I had to implement new laws so they would follow them, and all these changes were because of Ivy. I didn't want anyone to feel what she felt, and I was not going to let anyone else be mistreated in my pack. Ares and I were also speaking once again. He was still mad because of how I treated Ivy, but we were getting better each day. What I did to him was unforgettable, because there was a possibility that we would never find a new mate. That thought always lingered in my mind, and I hoped that the moon goddess one day realized that I had changed and would forgive me. I prayed to her every night to ask her for forgiveness and to guide my path to redemption. Yes, Alexander, the king asked for a meeting. That was strange. They usually communicated with me directly. They tried reaching you, but I think you were on another call. That explained it. I have been very busy all day, so my phone has been busy. I'm going to call him then. You can stay here if you want, or do you need to do something else? Joseph moved his head to the side to tell me no. and so I proceeded to call Cade. We collaborate a lot now. My father had been in charge of trafficking, but it was of common wolves. There was another mystery that we were trying to solve, and that was who kidnapped the Lunas from the north. The phone ranged 3 times, then I heard Cade answer it, but before he could speak, I heard Ivy laughing with their son, Killian. That made my heart ache. I couldn't help it. If I hadn't messed it up like I did, that could have been my life. "Hello, Alexander, just give me a second to get to my office." He said goodbye to Ivy and their son, and I could hear the steps until he reached another place that was quieter. "Okay. Alpha, I wanted to discuss something with you." "Of course, Your Majesty. What can I help you with?" "I need your help investigating a lead that we have, but for that I'm emailing you." I signaled Joseph so he could open up my laptop and hand it over to me. Once he did, I opened my email and saw all the information that Cade had sent me. There were several documents. Apparently, he had been in this investigation for quite some time, and it talked about a wolf that claimed to be the rogue king. In the investigation, it included several names of different alphas who were suspected of collaborating with this person. "How did you find out about him?" "He must have suspected something from somewhere, or someone came to him with the information." Cade didn't answer immediately, meaning that he wasn't comfortable telling me the truth. That could only mean one thing. This was related to Ivy, and if that was the case, he had my complete and absolute help. "Don't worry, you don't have to tell me about it. What do you need me to investigate exactly?" Cade sighed. I guess he wanted to trust me, but he couldn't still. I can't blame him either. I made some really stupid decisions in the past, and even if time has passed and I had changed a lot, it was not so easy to take out the impression of how I previously was from someone's mind. Even my pack members had to take a while until they could see me as someone new. Most of them feared me and saw me as the devil. I had to work hard for my reputation to improve. To gain people's trust was way harder than to lose it, and I still had a long way to go. Look, Ivy has a hunch, and we have realized that there is suspicious activity there. You can see that we have tracked them for a while, but we need someone to go there and see if they could get more information. I looked at everything. Apparently, this was in Alaska. And how am I going to get in? I couldn't just go there and start investigating them, from what I could understand. I had to work as a spy. There is an event open to everyone to help the people from the pack to find their mates. Apparently, lots of them haven't found their mates yet, and they think it is because they haven't visited other packs. Oh, I know where this is going. So I have to pretend like I'm going there to look for a mate. Fantastic. Yes, that is the plan Ivy and I came up with, but if you have another one, we could discuss it. I had to admit it wasn't a bad plan, and taking into account that they were so up north, they didn't have a clue what was going on here. Even if they knew I had a mate and all she did, it was still acceptable for me to look for another mate. What I didn't want them to find out was that the king and I were on good terms. That would make them hide all the possible evidence, making my trip obsolete. I like your plan. We just have to come up with a story of how I found out about this event. They can't know that it came from you, or that we are. I didn't know how to call it. We weren't friends, but we weren't enemies either. Perfect, those fine details. We can discuss them later. I'll send the invitation via email. You have to confirm your assistance in 2 weeks, so we have that time left. We talked about other stuff, how my pack has been, business, and so on. When we hung up, I looked at my beta to see what he thought. He hadn't found his mate either, so it would be a good plan to go there. What do you think, Joseph? Ivy's idea is good, we just have to mature it properly. I think so too. Also, I know you don't have a mate, so would you like to come to this event as well? I had to take some members for protection, but sometimes they don't like for 2 high-rank members to go at the same time, unless they have the same interest. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to find my mate there, but I can help you out, and it is the perfect alibi. I nodded, and the rest of the evening we spent it planning what we were going to do. After we finished discussing everything, we finally got some rest. It was a long journey, one that I didn't know what to think of. And that was the start of Alexander's journey, one where he was going to find what he desired most. But will he be able to handle it? 28 years ago. Alexandra was walking down the street. It had been a very busy couple of days, and finally she had time to relax. Being the high priestess was not an easy job, and she sometimes felt overwhelmed because of it. At her 26, she was one of the youngest people to have achieved that position. From a young age, she had shown a great ability to do magic. Her parents had to put her in school since she was very young to take advantage of her skills. When she was just a teen, she had the same level as coven leaders. The only witch that surpassed her was a pretty old one. Esmeralda. Her name is heard everywhere, but for some reason, she decided to stay low-key. She respected that decision, and she knew why. It was really exhausting being in charge of the witch realm. The balance between dark and light witches was delicate. She solved one issue, and two more took its place. This night was the only time off that she had, and she wanted to spend it feeling a little bit normal, even human. So she walked and looked for a place to have a drink, to change the scenery. Supernatural beings couldn't get drunk easily, so it was just for the fun of it. Before she accepted her role as high priestess, she used to go to the bars and drink tons of alcohol. People were mesmerized by her ability and sometimes even bet when she would get drunk. She passed a local bar, and the music immediately caught her attention. It was alternative music, something that she didn't hear often, and so she entered. The place wasn't that full, but it had alcohol and a live band. It was perfect. She sat on the stool at the bar and asked for a gin and tonic. The bartender was a handsome man, but he was human. That got her thinking. She needed a partner, but all the people that she met bored her. Everyone but Oscar. He had been a great friend, but for some reason, she couldn't get the courage to tell him her real feelings. She got the feeling that he had feelings for her as well, but until one of them decided to open their heart, they would remain as friends. She drank her gin and tonic and asked for another one. 2 drinks, that was all she was going to have, when she heard a group of men entering the bar. They were werewolves, from what she could tell, so she asked for the bill. It was no mystery that witches and werewolves didn't like each other, and before they could bother her, she wanted to leave. But as destiny would have it, the bill took too much time, and that was the opening for her to see a handsome young man entering the bar. He arrived later than the group of werewolves, but it was clear he was one of them as well. From the aura he emitted, he was most likely a beta or gamma. The pull that she felt towards him was inexplicable. Alexandra's POV, I felt attracted to a werewolf. No, that couldn't be, could it? We weren't sworn enemies, but we weren't friends either. I had to control whatever it was that I was feeling, and so I asked the bartender for my bill. I had to get out of here, and I had to get out of here fast. He brought me the bill, and I paid. I didn't wait for a receipt, I just wanted to leave. I stood up and went towards the door. I didn't look back, I just walked away. I didn't want to see him again. What he stirred inside me was something dangerous. I felt the cold of the night and filled my lungs with fresh air. It was time to return to my obligations. I started walking once again, but for some reason I couldn't take him out of my mind. I thought I would never see him, but when I felt someone grab my hand and sparks erupted from my skin, I knew that it was him. I turned around and looked at him angrily. I hate it when people try to touch me without my consent. What do you want? My tone was harsh, but that only seemed to amaze him. Well, you are my mate. It is normal for me to want to know you. What? His mate? That is unheard of. He must have noticed my surprise and discomfort because he stopped grabbing my hand and continued explaining. I know it may seem odd, but we are mates. The sparks that you felt earlier confirm our bond. I was dumbfounded, but it was undeniable. I felt the pull towards him, and even if I wasn't a werewolf, that meant I could feel the bond as well. We stared at each other, unsure of what to do, but if we shared a mate bond, then it was obvious what we had to do. My name is Alexandra, I said while I gave him my hand. I'm Max. He grabbed my hand and kissed it. I couldn't help myself. I blushed at what he did. It was the first time I had so much physical contact with anyone. That night we spoke until the sun rose. We decided that I was going to go to his pack, so he returned to ask his alpha, and I returned to my coven to start the paperwork. Max, POV. I found my mate. After all these years, I finally found her. She was a witch, which was something that surprised me greatly, and even more, someone as powerful as her. Unfortunately, I had to deal with someone in the pack. My girlfriend, Diana. It was weird that I hadn't found my mate until now, so I decided to start a relationship with her this year. She had become very clingy, telling everyone that she would soon become the beta female. I didn't clarify the matter because I wasn't sure if I wanted her to become my mate or not. She was an omega, but I never cared about that. What stopped me was her clear desire for power. At first, she tried to get to Corey but never could. Then he found his mate and she started pestering me. I never corresponded her feelings, but then time passed and I didn't know if my mate was out there. She probably died, which meant that I was never going to find her, which is why I started the relationship. And that when I arrived at the pack, she was waiting for me in our room. She was wearing some type of lingerie that I would have found sexy before. But now all I could think about was my mate. "Hello, handsome," she purred while she approached me. She tried to grab me by my neck, but her touch felt like spiders crawling. I didn't like it, and it showed. "What is wrong?" She pouted while she looked at me. She was trying to be cute, but she didn't ignite anything inside me. I just felt repulsion towards her, but I didn't want to treat her badly. It was not her fault that I had found my mate. "Diana, I found my mate." She stood there frozen in her spot. She didn't even blink. She just stared at me with her eyes open. Then she moved her head side to side and started murmuring, "No, that can't be. It is impossible." I could understand her shock, but what didn't sit right with me was the fact that she seemed so sure that I couldn't have a mate. "It is possible, Diana. She is going to come here, so I need you to leave. I'll give you a house and some money, but that is all I can do." Diana ran from the room while she cried. I felt the urge to run to her to try to calm her down, but another part of me told me to stay where I was. It was for the best, for her to understand that we could never be anything more. I had dealt with problem number 1. Now I had to speak to Corey to ask for his permission for her to enter the pack. She was a witch, so that complicated things a little bit. I walked to his office and knocked on the door. When he said to me to enter, I took a deep breath as I thought about what I was going to say to him. Even if he didn't accept her, I could renounce my beta position and leave the pack to be with her. If only I had known that I should have left the pack in the first place, then I could have saved her. But I asked for too much, and Alexandra had to pay the price. When I arrived at my coven, I saw that Oscar was waiting for me outside. He looked worried, and I immediately understood why. I had never taken this long to arrive at the coven. I wandered 2 or 3 hours at most, and now I was arriving in the morning. "Where have you been, Alexandra?" For once his tone became annoying. It was a funny thing how the mate bond worked. A few hours ago, I thought of him as someone really handsome. Right now I felt like he was bothering me. "I went to the bar to have a drink, but I need to tell you something." It was best to tell him what had happened. If he had feelings for me, it was best that he knew what was going to happen. "I have a mate." He looked at me like I had grown a second head. I knew it was a hard news to digest because it wasn't very common, but I expected him to understand. "Alex, are you crazy? How can you have a mate?" I know it doesn't make sense, but it is true." He still looked skeptical. He probably thought that they were playing with me. At one point, I thought so too, but I couldn't deny what I felt, and also they didn't know who I was. "Alex, you are making a mistake. You should—" I hated where the conversation was going. He had no right to tell me if the decision that I was making was right for him or not. He should be happy for me. To find a mate meant that you found your other half. It was the greatest gift that you could find. "Oscar, I don't expect you to understand, but don't try telling me what to do. This is something that hasn't happened before, so it could only mean that it is a blessing." "But Alex, I had enough of this conversation. If he didn't want to understand me, that was fine." "No buts, Oscar. You can be my friend and support me in my decision, or you can get out of my life." We stared at each other. No one wanted to back down until he turned around and said the last thing that I would ever hear from him. "You are making a mistake, Alexandra, and I hope that you never regret it." My pride was too big to try to ask him to be a part of my life, so I just let him go. After that conversation, I spoke with the rest of the elders to announce to them that I was renouncing my position. They didn't agree, but I never told them what I told Oscar. They wouldn't have believed me, and things would have been more difficult. I also wiped Oscar's memory. I didn't want him to tell a soul what I had told him. They may come after me, and I didn't want that. And so I left. I took all my things, leaving no trace behind. If someone tried to look for me, they would have had nothing to find me. I left my old life and went and never looked behind. 8 months later, Alexandra's POV. It was the 5th time that I had gone to the clinic to see the doctor. Max and I had tried to get pregnant, but for some reason I couldn't. We thought that maybe it had to do with us being a different species, but it made no sense. We were mates. They wouldn't pair us up to have fertility issues. We have also had some problems which have made me really stressed out. He has a friend, Diana, who is a pain in the ass. She tried to show she was a good person, that she couldn't even hurt a fly. But I can see through her facade. If I could make Max see it as well, he would believe me. Unfortunately, he thinks that I'm just jealous and that I made things up. It is really annoying. Diana, you have to take care of yourself. You know that in your state you can't pressure yourself. I heard someone speaking from behind. What state? I haven't seen her in a month, which has helped out with the problems with Max, but not entirely. I felt curious, so I approached silently where I heard the voices and could see Diana with a doctor. She was giving her some papers which I couldn't see, but what I could see was her big-ass belly. It was clear that she was pregnant, but who was the father? I went back home. I didn't even stay for the checkup. Something wasn't adding up, and Max had to answer some questions for me. I haven't used magic since I came to the pack, but today I was going to use all my power to figure out what the hell was going on with me. And so I returned to my home and prepared several spells. One was to locate any disease within me. The other one was to see if I had been given any poison or medicine that could affect my health indirectly. And last but not least, one to see if any spell was cast onto me. The results were as I expected. I didn't have a disease, but someone had tried to play with my health and also was using some kind of dark magic to prevent me having kids. Now I just had to track the person that cast the spell on me and ask them who tried to toy with me. Just as I was about the next spell, Max entered our home. He wasn't cheerful. He never was. He just went into the kitchen and started preparing himself something to eat. Now he has to answer some questions for me, and if he didn't, I was going to literally burn his freaking ass. Max Summers, I said while I entered the kitchen. He sighed when he saw me, like I was a nuisance for him. Alexandra, what is it? I couldn't understand why he had changed so much. He wasn't the person that I met at that bar. He had become someone entirely different. Are you Diana's baby father? He was surprised at what I just told him. He tried to get to me and grab my hand, but that action made me realize it was true. I swear to you, baby, it was a mistake. I had never felt that amount of fury inside me. I had to take deep breaths to calm myself down, or I was going to kill him. What? You accidentally tripped and your entered her v***a? That is an accident, Max. What you did wasn't. I left him in the kitchen. Shh. I didn't want to hear more lies or apologies. I was done with him, and I wanted to return to my coven. I wondered why I never felt any pain. It is supposed to hurt when your mate cheats on you, but I guess Diana has someone by her side that helps her out with that staff. My bag was almost ready when Max entered the bedroom. I ignored him completely and continued getting my clothes from the closet. He tried to grab my hand once again, but I smacked him, so he couldn't get to me. He sighed and looked defeated. Even if my heart ached, I was not going to let him humiliate me. Alex, please hear me out, he pledged. What are you going to tell me? That you didn't want to do it? That it was a mistake? That you are sorry? Well, you can take your apology up your ass. I'm leaving. He instantly panicked and tried to beg so I would stay, but there was no way I was going to forgive him. I reached the door to leave my house, but when I opened the door, I saw Diana standing there. Great. Alexandra, please hear me out before you leave. I didn't want to, but something inside of me told me to listen to her. I let her enter my house, and she sat on my sofa. You know, she simply stated, and I nodded. At that moment, Max came to the room, and even though Diana was there, he took my side and sat next to me. I wanted to move, but I was not going to let her see how much it had affected us, the fact that she was pregnant. Continue, or else I have to leave. If you need to talk to Max, you two can stay here. She gulped. I was probably looking very scary, but I was mad as hell. She then proceeded to tell me that she didn't want to be a mother and that if I didn't stay, she would basically abandon her daughter. I couldn't let an innocent child suffer, and so I made a decision that I shouldn't have. I stayed behind, and that was the beginning of my torment. Diana didn't leave our lives. I got pregnant and had to fight her schemes to make me lose my baby, and last but not least, I was killed when my baby was born. Max didn't change. He became worse with time. Diana had a part in that change, but I couldn't give her full responsibility for that. He was consumed by the idea of having a powerful daughter, and he thought that she was going to be a half-witch, half-werewolf, which is why I hid my daughter's power, even if she suffered. I was not going to let her father exploit her, and after that I left this world, hoping that she found a good man, so she could be happy. Ivy's POV. I was walking around the room, running in circles to calm myself down. Sylvia had entered the ward as she started feeling contractions several hours ago. Yes, she was pregnant and with twins. I could barely manage with one, and she was going to have two. Killian was now 2, and I have to say, they really called them terrible 2 for a reason. Also, he was a force to be reckoned with. He had gotten my stubbornness and my goodness. Sometimes I had to take deep breaths up so I could deal with a mini-me. Kite always made fun of me because he told me that it was cute and that I had to deal with the same temperament that I had. He always reminded me that now I knew what he had to deal with sometimes. Right now they had gone out to the lake. Cade had taken him so I could calm down because I was really anxious about Sylvia. Andrew was at the hospital, as I was as well, but the doctors told me to leave as I was making everyone else in the room anxious. That is why I was in my room, moving around until someone came or mind-linked me to give me any news. Esmeralda came at that moment. She didn't even knock on the door, but she didn't look excited either, so that meant that her niece wasn't born yet. She was worried about Sylvia as well. My labor didn't take that long, and even if the doctor told us that it was normal for her, we couldn't avoid what we felt. Esmeralda and Sylvia had gotten pretty close, not only because we were all friends, but also because they were family. Michelle and Esmeralda got married last year, and they told us that they could have kids, but they were waiting for the right time. That was what Michelle said. Esmeralda told me that when she saw Killian, she fell in love with him. But then, when she saw how crazy he could get, she even thought of never having kids. Don't get her wrong, she loves Killian, but he can be a handful. Any news? She shook her head, telling me no. I had tried to mind-link Andrew to get some information, but he wasn't answering. The wait is killing me alive. You and me both, sis. I can't believe that they are taking so long to come out. Yours came like it had gone down a slide. I didn't know what was normal for a labor or not, but if Sylvia was going through the same pain that I was, but during all this time, well, she had a higher pain tolerance than I did. I would have asked the doctor to take the babies out in that instant. Maybe her pain is more gradual? Could be. I have no idea, Athena. I'm not a doctor. What is Athena saying? Esmeralda asked me. She was the only person apart from Kaide that could know when Athena talked to me. I was remembering Killian's birth and how much it hurt. I can't understand how Sylvia could go through that for so long. Athena says that she probably didn't feel the abrupt pain that I did. Oh yeah, you were fine 1 minute, and then bum, you were yelling at everyone. I felt my cheeks redden. I was in a lot of pain and had told everyone to basically f*** off. I didn't mean to, it just happened, and I was not proud of my reaction. Relax, everyone knew what was going on. If Cade forgave you, we could as well. Cade has to, I am his mate. I rolled my eyes at her. At least this conversation was taking my mind off things. We continued chit-chatting until Michelle burst through the door like a crazy person. Luna, baby? She looked at Esmeralda. The only thing that they couldn't do was mind link, as Esmeralda wasn't a wolf. So, if Michelle wanted to communicate with her, she had to do it in the traditional way, using a cell phone. Doesn't matter. You both need to come ASAP. What happened, honey? Esmeralda approached Michelle, and the smile that she had on her face confirmed everything. They finally came. We could have teleported, but I didn't want to startle Sylvia or for Michelle to get dizzy. Not everyone can get used to magic, so it was best if we walked, or in this case ran, to the clinic. The first thing that I noticed when I arrived was that Andrew was holding the two babies. He was happy, but he was also worried. Is something wrong? I asked. He first gave one of the babies to Sylvia, and he approached me with the other one. Judging from the pink blanket, I guesses it was a girl. She was stunning. She had the most beautiful blue eyes and blonde hair that Sylvia did, but she had a mark on one of her arms. It was a full moon, and you would have thought that it was a birthmark, but no, it glowed, making it seem like it was made of silver. What is it, Luna? Is my baby going to be okay? I had no idea what to say to him. I'd never seen anything like it, so I asked Athena if she knew what it was. She had a better connection with Celine, so she might know. She is blessed Ivy? There is nothing wrong with her, but blessed wolves sometimes have hard lives. She has us. We will make sure that she has a good life. She is blessed, Andrew. You can rest assured that. I was suddenly interrupted by my son. He had come from the lake. Andre had probably informed Kaide that the twins were already born, and he had come to see them too. Mate. What? How? They are just kids. What did you say, buddy? Mate, he said while he pointed at the baby that Andrew had in his hands. Quick announcement. I am rereading the whole book as they have asked me to translate it. I will also correct any spelling mistakes that I find, so please be patient with me. The storyline will be the same. I will just be correcting some things that I have noticed that need to be polished. Also, there will be a sequel called His Unexpected Luna, but it will probably be up next week or so. Updates will be weekly. I don't know yet if I'm going to publish it here or in another book, and would love to hear your thoughts on this. As always, love you all. Chapter 1. Alexander's POV. Loneliness, my day-to-day life, can only be described as complete and absolute loneliness. Every day I wake up, and it is the same as any other day. I work, try to make amends to people that I have wronged. I have different reunions with alphas to help my pack, and then I go to sleep. I lost everything, and I don't mean recently. I mean since the moment I chose to damage the bond given by the moon goddess. I chose to hurt my fated mate. I chose to date her sister, and finally I chose to reject her. Well, the last part isn't entirely true. I wanted to reject her, but she was the one that did it in the end. I can't blame her. She has a good reason for it. I was an asshole. I mistreated her. A mate is the person that you should worship, who is supposed to be your other half, the person that is going to compliment you. And what did I do? F*** that up. Ares, my wolf, was furious. He stopped talking to me for years. The only time that he appeared was when my life was in danger. Otherwise, he ignored me. I had trouble turning into him, which is why people haven't seen my wolf very much. Now we are in a better place. He was still hurt that he lost our mate, especially because I wanted to reject her because she was weak, and she sure as hell proved me wrong. She was now queen and had a pup, Killian. I have met him a few times. The king and I weren't exactly friends, but he had helped me out to restore my pack. I changed a lot, but it was too late. Now I had to live with the consequences of my actions. My new beta, Joseph, was of great help. He was chosen with Ivy's help, as she had some kind of power or intuition to notice when someone was lying. I also made him take numerous tests to see if he was the correct person for the position. That was one law that I changed in my pack. Now everyone that wanted to be part of the high-ranking wolves needed to prove themselves worthy, and yes, that applied to B as well. Not many people challenged me for my position, fortunately, but the ones that did lost. Still, I noticed that I needed more training as an alpha, and so I went back to the basics. I went back to training camp. To see an almost 30-year-old man with alphas who were teenagers was kind of pathetic for me, but I had to do it. I learned a lot and came back to continue my duty. The king made fun of me several times, but in the end he told me that it was a great decision and that he was just messing with me. I was grateful, after all, with his help. I had taken my pack out of debt. Also, my father was facing numerous charges. He had committed too many crimes to be left without a punishment, and I was helping Cade and Ivy with that as well. Why? Because when I investigated him, I noticed links with werewolf trafficking, deviation of founds, mistreatment of several pack members, and even murder. He has been convicted, but now we have to find all the wolves that he trafficked. I had to give back all the money that he took for this business. The part of the pack members had been issued with. I gave a public speech and told everyone to treat members fairly. I also issued an apology to everyone that may have been treated poorly. The murder part was hard because he had killed several Omegas who he had shocks with to shut their mouths. It had been a long journey, but I could finally see a light at the end of the tunnel. Now, the only thing that I was missing was a Luna, but I still felt that I needed to grow more to be ready for one. I hoped that the moon goddess would decide to give me a second chance mate, but considering how I treated my first one, I highly doubted it. Don't be so pessimistic. Ivy has told you to keep hope. Aries tried to lift my spirits up, but I still felt lonely. And now, to make everything worse, Cade wanted me to go to Alaska to go to another pack to investigate them. On top of that, I was going to go as the mateless alpha, meaning that all the she-wolves were probably going to be after me. I don't want to seem like someone who thought he was the best of the world, but the problem was that if you are an alpha, many she-wolves are going to be after you. I had already learned from my experience with Bianca and knew that I had to find a mate that I loved and cherished, but I wanted her to love me as well. I would love to have Ivy's ability, but I didn't, and I had to do things the old way, meaning that I had to trust my instincts. Now I took Aries' advice. He had better intuition than I did. Either way, I was not going to this event to get a mate. I was going to help Ivy and Cade with the clue that they had. I was waiting for his call to finish up some details for the plan. They had investigated this pack for a long time, but they still lacked some information, and I had to infiltrate to find that out. Joseph was going to come with me to help me out with the mission. Only wolves without mates could go, so Cade was out of the picture. Instead, they were going to send Chase. He was a human that was turned into a wolf by a maniac, the same one that kidnapped Ivy. He had become a great warrior, and even if he wasn't part of my pack, I was more than glad to welcome him. Finally, my phone rang, and I knew it was Cade, so I called Joseph to my office. "Hello, Your Majesty." I heard a huff at the other end of the line. Cade detested that people called him Majesty, but that was what he was, and I had to show some respect. "Hello, Alpha Alexander. Is your beta with you?" Jospa came into the office at that moment. I have to say, he was efficient. "Yes, he is. So what else do you want to discuss?" I heard Ivy's and my heart skipped a beat. After all these years, she still had some effect on me. "Ivy is here with me to explain everything to you. We have more information that could be useful, and also Chase is going to come to your pack tomorrow. Esmeralda is going to teleport him. They told us that the warrior that they had brought the last time wasn't a warrior at all. She was in fact a witch, and a very powerful one." "Okay, just tell us the location where he is going to appear, so I can make the arrangements." After that, told me more information about why they needed me to go there in the first place. Apparently, when Bianca died, she told Ivy that she had other enemies in the north, and with that warning, they started looking for any suspicious activity there. Of course, they found it as they noticed that werewolves had gone missing in that area, that people seemed to appear out of nowhere, and that there was a report of a disease spreading. Apparently, it made wolves very sick, something unusual for us, to the point where some of them died. Great, they were sending me to a death trap. "And you are sending me there where they could put that virus on me and kill me? Are you sure you have forgiven me?" I heard Ivy chuckle. I probably sounded paranoid, but I didn't want to die in a place where no one knew me. "No, silly, Esmeralda and her mate have already found a cure. We are going to send it with Chase, so if you start feeling sick, you need to drink it immediately." That was a good backup plan, but I didn't know that Esmeralda's mate had knowledge of potions. And why did it seem like she wanted to say that she was the one that created the cure with Esmeralda? Okay, then I have no more questions. We said our goodbyes and hung up. I had to prepare everything for the trip, to pack clothes and make sure that everything was all right for me to leave. My Gamma was going to stay. He was the only one that had a mate, so he did not have to come. But it was the first time he was going to be in charge. A new adventure awaited, and I hoped I was prepared for it. I was not going to let Ivy down. It was the least I could do for her. Chapter 2: Alexander's POV. We were now ready to leave. We would go by plane, so now we were going to the airport. The king was going to let us use his private jet, so all I had to do was present my passport. Ivy called me yesterday as well. I was surprised that she called me, but she told me to be aware of my surroundings and to look for a cave. I didn't understand why she told me that, but she assured me that I would get it when I saw it. Chase brought several vials with the cure. You only needed 1 dose, but it was a precaution that they took in case we got infected more than once, or if we found out that someone needed our help. Chase was young. He had just turned 21, but it was clear he had been training all this time. He had ripped muscles and even got a tattoo of a wolf howling at the moon. He has jet black hair, but Ivy told me that he dyed it. Apparently, the kid was going through some facet where he wanted to find the look that he liked. According to Ivy, it was something that she wasn't looking forward to living with Killian. She referred to him as the Tasmanian devil from the Looney Tunes, so she called him Taz sometimes. "What are you thinking about?" Joseph asked me as we parked. "Nothing." He already knew what was going on inside my mind. He always knew, because it was the same thing each time he asked. "Ivy, I was thinking about her. You have to let her go." I knew that what he said was true, but for some reason I kept coming back to her. Her eyes, her lips, her smile, everything about her was perfect. "If you are thinking about my Luna, I'm going to warn you that Kaid is going to ask for your heart on a silver platter." Chase came from behind us. We were now walking to the airport, because even though we were going to travel by private jet, we still had to follow the security measures that every passenger has. "How did you?" "You make the same face the king does." "I get it. She is beautiful, but she is another man's mate, and that man is jealous as hell. He didn't even let me reply to him, to lie and say that he got the wrong idea. He just got in front of me and entered the airport." I sighed. It was going to be a long trip, and this kid was getting on my nerves pretty fast. A few hours later, we finally arrived in Alaska. My pack is not near the beach or anything like that. Snow falls during winter, but it has never been so cold. I could feel my blood become ice from how cold it was. I should have packed warmer clothes, but in my defense, I had brought my biggest coat. "Hell, it is cold," Chase said as we descended the plane. "You didn't pack anything warmer?" I looked at him, and he was only wearing a raincoat. If I was shivering, then I couldn't imagine how cold Chase was. I couldn't wait until we got into the car. I was going to put the heat on as soon as the door closed. The pack was supposed to send a driver, but I guessed we had to leave the airport and they would be waiting outside. My suspicions became true. Just outside the airport, there was a man waiting in front of a black SUV. It didn't look very spacious. I bet we could barely fit in it. Kaid has already told me not to expect too much luxury. The pack was barely holding up, and it was due to the fact that many members didn't have connections to other packs. The bad thing about not finding your mate was that people stayed in the same pack for years. New people with more knowledge came into the pack and gave new ways to generate income. That was a problem inside my pack too, but I hoped that would change in half a year. The connections and deals that I have made have helped out a lot, but I still have a long way to go. "Alpha Alexander Diamond," the man approached us and asked me. I nodded in response and then proceeded to introduce my two companions. "This is my beta Joseph Hale and Chase." Damn it, I didn't ask him his last name. "Chase Walker," he finished. I thanked him silently, and when we were alone I would apologize. "You have changed a lot. I know, Aries, I want to be a better person. I don't want to be the asshole that I once was. You better now, or I'm going to whip your ass." "Gotcha." We got into the car. Well, barely. You can imagine 3 werewolves trying to get into the back seat. I hoped that the trip to the pack wasn't too long, or I was going to die from suffocation. Chase was smaller because he was still a kid, but Joseph and I weren't, and since I started training more, I was now huge compared to my previous physique. "Do you think it is going to take long?" Joseph mind-linked me. I don't know, and the guy doesn't speak much, so I don't want to ask him. We tried to make small talk, but it was the same as speaking with a rock. We better get comfortable then, because if I continued thinking of how uncomfortable the car was, I would open the door and get out. I drifted off to sleep, and when I woke up I saw that it was already night. How long was I out? I looked at Joseph and Chase. Most of the trip. The dude here told us that we would arrive soon. Chase answered me. How could I sleep in such an uncomfortable place? I don't know, but at least we are near our destiny. I watched the scenery. The trees were covered in snow, and even though it was nighttime, you could see a green glow in the sky that made the whole place magical. I think these are the northern lights that I have heard of. Even if I was at the coldest place on Earth, the fact that I had seen such a beautiful event was worth the trip. I wanted to tell Joseph and Chase to look at them, but they were focused on the road. I should be too, but for some reason I feel extremely calm. Aries, do you feel weird or something? I waited for his answer. No, I feel fine. Weird, well, let's hope the pack is near. I need to stretch. We are entering the pack border. The man in front of us said. Finally. I looked outside the window again, but I didn't notice any guards or anything like that. Pretty weird if you ask me, because every pack that I went into had security. It is in a secluded area. They probably don't need much security. You are right. Who the hell is going to come here? Now that I listened and even asked for Aries' advice, I could tell that he was a very intelligent wolf. I was happy that I finally had a good relationship with him. Hey, I'm going to open the window. Is it okay? Chase asked, but the man didn't say a thing. I looked at him and saw how he rolled his eyes at the lack of response from the man. Why did Ivy think he was a good option to come to this place? I know he has no mate, but he is a damn kid, as his attitude shows. I wouldn't question Ivy's judgment. I'm not, but I am stating the obvious. Chase is 21, he was a rogue from my understanding and was turned at 18, so that means that he is a new wolf. Maybe she knows something you don't. Maybe she always seems to know things. I was going to continue talking with Aries when Chase rolled the window down and the most amazing scent came from the outside. It instantly made my mouth water and my senses on high alert. Only one thing could make me react this way, as I want foreign to the feeling. Mate, yes, we found her Aries. We have a second chance, mate, and I'm not going to let her go. Stop the car, I ordered the man. I didn't intend for it to sound like an order, but it was my mate we were talking about, and she was getting further and further away from me. I had to act fast. Stop the car. Now! I had to use my alpha order so he would listen. Even if he didn't belong to my pack, my rank was still higher than his, and so he stopped the car. I got out in an instant and ran towards the scent. It was slowly fading, so she was running as well. I can't lose her, I can't. And so I did what I had to. I turned into my wolf and darted through the forest, but it was too late. Her scent was gone, like she had disappeared out of thin air. How was that possible? I turned around to go to the car. I couldn't turn back because I would freeze, so I asked Joseph to tell the man to continue driving while I walked to the back. A couple of miles away, I could see the house. It wasn't too big, but it looked warm and cozy. It was more like a rustic wooden cabin. The architecture looked antique from the outside, but I would have to see what was inside to tell how old the house was. The Alpha and Luna were outside the cabin waiting for our arrival. They were surprised to see me in my wolf form, but they quickly asked a maid to bring me some clothes so we could talk. The thing was that as soon as this maid came, I could smell that scent again. Mate? Alexander's POV. I looked at the woman in front of me, but felt nothing. Don't get me wrong, she is beautiful. She has chestnut hair and green eyes, but I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel the pull that you do when you meet your mate. I didn't think that she was an angel that had fallen from heaven. And most important, I couldn't forget Ivy. I talked with alphas who had a second chance mate, and they told me that you don't forget about the first one, but your second chance mate occupies everything you thought, just like the first one did. Was something wrong with me? She has the scent of my mate. Aries recognized her as such, but he didn't tell me to mark her or anything else. She is not mate. Why does she smell like mate? I don't know, Aries, but we are going to find out. Excuse me, Alpha Ronald and Luna Kaya, but this young woman smells like my mate. They looked at each other in astonishment. They probably thought that an Alpha had found his mate in an Omega, and that was a good thing for them. Unfortunately, that wasn't true. Amanda, do you recognize him as your mate? The poor girl didn't know what to do. She didn't look so young, but it was clear that she had been through something horrible. Her eyes gave her away. No, Luna, I don't. I'm sorry. Her eyes started tearing up. Fuck. What have I done? Please explain yourself, Alpha Alexander. Damn it. I didn't want her to cry. She must think that something is wrong with her because she can't feel the bond. I'm sorry for the confusion. She smells like my mate. She has something on that has her scent, but she isn't my mate. They looked at me with a strange look, like they didn't know what I was talking about. When you find your mate, that person is all you can think about. I'm sorry, Amanda. I don't feel that with you, but for some reason, you have a scent that my wolf recognizes it as the one of his mate. I hope that clears out any misunderstanding. Then I'm not your mate? She looked at me with her green eyes, and it looked like she was disappointed by the news. It made sense. She thought she may be an Alpha's mate, and I was taking that away from her in an instant. Well, Amanda, what do you have that doesn't belong to you? Alpha Ronald asked her. She seemed to be deep in thought, like she couldn't remember what part of her wardrobe had been on another woman. We could smell her and find out what that is. No, Aries, that is invading her personal space, and we are not going to do that. Fine. He retreated to the back of my mind. I knew he was frustrated, but we were not going to make someone uncomfortable by finding out what she had on that had my mate's scent. My necklace, it doesn't belong to me. It was given to me by my friend, but she came here for a visit a couple of days ago. She is now gone. What? That didn't make sense. The scent that I got from the necklace was fresh, maybe a couple of hours long, so why was she lying? She is hiding our mate. We should interrogate her. We will not do such a thing, Aries. I get that you are anxious and want to find her, but we are in strange lands to fulfill a mission, and if we break any laws, Ivy is going to come here to blow our ass. After that, Aries didn't fight me anymore. He was the cautious one of the both of us, but it seemed that the possible presence of our mate was making him reckless. Alpha, we would love to speak with you in private. The Luna addressed me. I looked at Joseph, because I didn't feel comfortable being alone in a pack that I had just arrived. I'll be honored, Luna Kaya, but my beta is my right hand, and he always attends my meetings, so I ask that he comes with me as well. I couldn't bring Chase into the mix because he was young and had no relationship with my pack, but I will ask him to stay in his room until we finish talking. That is fine, we understand. Amanda, please take the other gentleman to his room. Chase Walker. He is a dear friend of mine. I forgot that I never introduced them to the Alpha and Luna. Chase looked at me and gave me a silent thank you before he went with Amanda inside the pack house. Please, follow me, the Alpha said to us. The house wasn't extraordinary. It was clear that there had been some renovations here and there, but they still lacked a lot of technology. They used a fireplace to heat the place instead of using a heater, and all the decoration was made of wood in a very traditional way. The floor was covered with a brown carpet that allowed the place to stay warmer. The office was on the first floor, and it had everything that it needed. The Alpha sat behind his desk while his wife stood by his side. We took the seats in front of him, and I waited for him to talk. I guess they wanted to explain to us some ground rules or ask us what happened back there. Either way, we were ready for his questions. Alpha, I asked you to come here because, from my understanding, you had a chosen mate before. So how could you know that the young woman wasn't your mate if you haven't experienced the mate before? I didn't know how they got that information on me. Only a few people had that input because my father told everyone that Bianca and I were fated mates. May I ask how you got that information? The Alpha smiled at me. I had fallen into his trap. I didn't know it, but you confirmed my suspicions. You see, a fated mate doesn't do the things that your mate did, and I guess that your fated mate is the one that your chosen one tried to kill. He was very intelligent, meaning that I had to be careful around him. I will not clarify that further, But yes, I had a fated mate. That is why I know how the bond works. And apparently my second chance mate is here. But your maid is hiding her. Now it was his time to look surprised. Of course, he noticed 2 cents. He was an alpha as well. I don't know what you are talking about. I didn't like the sound of that. This pack was hiding something from me, and I was going to uncover the truth, one way or another. Well, if that is all you wanted to talk about. I was going to leave the office, but then Luna Kia spoke. Look, my husband is just taking care of our members. Amanda is an orphan, and sometimes she meets with people we don't like. Rogues? I interrupted her, and she nodded. It could make sense, but her scent wasn't the one of a rogue or an omega. Even if she was my mate, I could still tell what rank she was. The weird thing is that I detected nothing, like she wasn't a werewolf, like she was something else. Still, I would like to find my mate, after all, that is why we came. I looked at Joseph. There was nothing else we could discuss, and I wanted to start the investigation as soon as possible. In just a few minutes, I noticed that they were hiding something from us, and I was going to find out what it was. Wait, Alpha, you haven't presented us, Kaya said, and she looked at my beta in a strange way. I could feel how he tensed up, showing me that what I perceived wasn't in my imagination. Alpha, Luna, this is my beta, Joseph Hale. I presented you to my other guest who came as a representative of the king's pack. So the king liked you, even if you were his mate's first mate? I did not like the tone he was using or the sarcasm behind what he said. I squinted my eyes, but I was not going to let him see that he had said something true. I was going to play the same game that he was playing, and I was going to win. As I said, I don't know what you're talking about. I came here to find my mate, and apparently she is here. My friends would like to find the same thing as well, and if someone in your pack is Chase's mate, then you are going to be linked to the king. That is a great opportunity for you, is it not? His eyes shined with greed. My suspicion was true. All he wanted was to obtain contacts and power for his pack. I could understand that. He wanted what was best for the members of the pack. But what I could not understand was why he was hiding someone from the alpha of another pack. That would mean that he could have a connection with me, another alpha. Now, if you don't mind, we would like to rest. It was a long trip. They didn't say anything else, so we exited the office. I was going to find her, and I would uncover whatever the hell was going on here. Alexander's POV. I woke up the next morning with an objective in mind. I had to find that maid and get information from her. The alpha was clearly hiding something, but he was too sharp for me to get any kind of information from him. Amanda was my best option, and even if I didn't like what I was about to do, it was what had to be done. I didn't want to hurt her, so I will try not to, but I may need to get her hopes up, so she would give me a name. Joseph and I stayed in different rooms, while Chase stayed with me. I didn't want him out of sight. He wasn't stupid, but they may think that. Because of his age, he was naive. Now, if you add the fact that he belongs to the king's pack, then he could become the main target of several she-wolves. I had to remind myself that Ivy wouldn't have sent him if she didn't trust him. Still, I didn't want to disappoint her. It wasn't just because I felt like I owed her, but because I knew that she sent me here because she trusted me, somehow, and I didn't want to break that trust that she had given me. Furthermore, something told me that she would beat the shit out of me if I messed this up. The weather wasn't something that I enjoyed, to be honest, so I decided to take a hot shower before waking Chase up. I didn't want to deal with him so early in the morning, so I asked Joseph to come later. That way, he could get more sleep as well. I slept in the car so I wasn't so tired, but they didn't. Once I was clean and didn't feel chilly anymore, I got out of the bathroom, only to see Chase sitting on his bed while he tried to stay awake. I wanted to laugh as I saw his head move from side to side, but instead I threw my towel at him. I needed him to wake up. We had a lot to discuss. Hey man, what the fuck? He really had the attitude of a boy. We did have an age gap of 6 years, so it was understandable. Rise and shine. We need to come up with a plan. He huffed and went into the bathroom while I told Joseph to come to the room. I waited until he arrived. My mind was going 100 miles per hour. I needed answers, and I needed them fast. The fact that my mate was in the same area that I was made me want to go into every room and every house that they had to see if she was there. A knock on the door made me come back to reality. Joseph had arrived, or so I thought, but the man standing on the other side of the door wasn't my beta. It was the alpha, with a freaking smug smile on his face. Please, goddess, give me patience. Good morning, Alpha Alexander. You would think he was being polite, but his tone said otherwise. Good morning to you too, Alpha Ronald. To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? He tried to get inside the room, which was something that I was not going to stand. We were in his pack, yes, but I was also an alpha, and he couldn't walk over me. Chase is in the bathroom, so we can go somewhere else if you want to talk. I closed the door behind me. It was a clear hint that I didn't like him snooping around the room that was supposed to be mine. Just as we got out of the room, I saw Joseph coming. He didn't look happy at all, so I guess he saw how the alpha wanted to barge into my room. Alpha Ronald. The alpha stiffened when he realized that I was not going to go with him alone. Beta Joseph, I just wanted to inform you that there are going to be some events during your stay that will increase interaction and thus the possibility of finding your mate. There is also a ball in the evening to welcome all our guests, so I hope you can join us. Of course, Alpha, we will be there. After all, that is why we came, and I hope my mate comes as well. I saw how his body reacted. He was uncomfortable. My comment didn't sit right with him. What was he hiding? Joseph and I didn't say anything else. We just opened the door to get into my room. I sighed as soon as we got in. I was beginning to get frustrated by all the secrecy and mystery surrounding my mate. It was ironic. I always knew where my first mate was, and I ignored her. Now I had to find my mate like it was a game of hide-and-seek, and I didn't even know if she is safe. Hey, Joseph. Chase came out of the bathroom, oblivious of what happened during the time he was in there. What's up with the faces? He pointed at Joseph and me. The alpha came again. There is something wrong with this pack. His demeanor changed in an instant. He didn't look like the boy that came with us. I've noticed that as well. The maids talk, especially that girl Amanda. She was over the hills that she had found her mate, and that it was an alpha. What? She never found her mate. That was a lie. I didn't correct her because I wanted to see what she did with that lie. Furthermore, I need you to take the necklace from her. I lifted an eyebrow now. When did he come up with this plan? And why would a necklace be of any importance? I'm not a hound dog, so I can't go around the pack trying to catch her scent. What is the use of that? I already know my mate's scent. He rolled his eyes at me, like I had said the most stupid thing ever. I don't want to use her scent. I want Esmeralda to help us track her. What? Could she do that? And how is she going to come? I don't think I understand your plan. I know nothing about witches, so just tell me what you need and I will get it. He gave me a short but concise list. I needed a map of the area, the necklace, and a candle. Yes, things that a common guest could ask without lifting suspicions. Wonderful. The necklace, I could get it, but the map, I had no idea how to get my hands on something like that. My pack's map is in a safe, and I suppose that they take the same precautions. I couldn't ask the alpha. He was not going to give me that willingly. Well, I will think about how to get my hands on that, but first I needed the necklace. I had to find Amanda. Fortunately, the house wasn't big. I realized that there were only 4 floors. The biggest one was the first floor, where the office and common areas were. The second floor was where the guests slept. The third floor has more guest rooms, and it is where the beta's family lived as well. Thinking about it, I haven't met the beta yet. The last floor was where the alpha lived. They didn't have a gamma, which surprised me because even the smallest packs do. How did I get the information? Well, maids love to gossip, so I just glued the pieces together. I didn't know how freely we could move around the house, but at least the first and second floor are meant for everybody, so it shouldn't be a problem if I'm wandering around. I was near the living room when I saw her chestnut hair. Gotcha! Hi, Amanda, I was looking for you. I tried to sound cheerful, like I was dying to see her. Oh, hello, Alpha. What can I help you with? She was nervous. I could see that because she was playing with the broom, moving it side by side. I wanted to talk with you. Could you give me a minute? I haven't flirted with anyone in my life. Women basically threw themselves at me, so I had no idea how. Sure, Alpha, we can go outside if you want. I smiled at her while I gave her my hand so she could lead me. We went to the back garden. It was covered in snow, meaning that it was freezing. I should have told her to talk inside. Now, Alpha, what can I help you with? What can I help you with? The cold is not letting me think properly. I wanted to apologize once again. I know I may have gotten your hopes up, and that wasn't my intention. Her eyebrows furrowed, which is what I wanted. I don't want to mate for power, Alpha. Of course, she didn't. That was what they all said. Oh no, I'm not implying that. I just want you to feel the mate bond. It is something wonderful that everyone should experience. I caressed her cheek, making her blush. I took my hand away, like I remembered that I couldn't do that. Yes, I wanted a mate, Alpha, but destiny was not meant for us. She now grabbed my hand, and I had to admit, if I didn't have a mate, I would have tried something in the past. But I had changed, and I knew that flings don't bring anything good to your life. Destiny can be changed, you know? Sometimes a fated bond is not meant to be. I was now looking at her lips, or at least I was making her think that. In reality, I was trying to see if she was wearing the necklace, but she wasn't. Fuck! Now what do I do? She was leaning in. She wanted me to kiss her. Damn it, I am screwed. Alexander's POV. Hey man, I was looking everywhere for you. Chase's voice came from behind Amanda. I've never been happier. His presence was saving my life and future mate bond. I don't want to lose Amanda's lead, but if she ended up kissing me, then my mate would have felt it. Although, I don't know if she would. Care to shine some light in that territory, Aries? I asked my wolf. I recognized her scent, but I hadn't met her, so it didn't work the same way it would if he had recognized each other. No idea. That was useful. I rolled my eyes. Aries is supposed to know more because of his connection with the moon goddess, but I think that my case is not something common. Hey, Chase, do you need something? I backed away from Amanda, releasing myself from her hold. I didn't even realize that she had grabbed my arm. Yeah, could you come with me? I need to show you something. Amanda huffed, clearly irritated because Chase interrupted our moment. I was going to puke. Yeah, me too, but we need that necklace. Aries whined inside my mind. We couldn't bring what we needed, meaning that we would not be able to locate our mate. I'm sorry, Amanda. Duty calls. I kissed the back of her hand and left her there. When my lips touched her skin, it was like a million spiders wanted to crawl into my mouth. A shiver went up my spine as I remembered how I almost f***ed everything up. Chase took me to our room. Joseph was here as well. I had to thank him now. He saved me this time. Now I could see why Ivy told me that Chase always came in handy. How did he know that I needed help? No idea. So what? He lifted his hand to tell me to stop talking. Even if he helped me out a couple of minutes ago, he shouldn't be so disrespectful. He can't do that to the alphas that come here. I'm chill now, but I don't know how many people will be here, and he should have his manners in check. Wait a second. He took his phone out and started texting Goddess knows who. I started taping on the bed as frustration grew on me. I wanted to talk to them so they could help me figure a plan out. Seducing Amanda could work, but it has several complications. The first one, she could fall in love with me and that could make my mate reject me. The second one, her feelings are going to get hurt and I don't want to use people ever again, at least not like that. And the third one, my mate is going to feel pain. Thoughts flew, and my mind couldn't stand still until a red whirlwind appeared in the middle of the room. I stood up quickly in case we had an enemy coming our way. Joseph was also on high alert. The only one that seemed as cool as a cucumber was Chase. Does he see things like this often? What is it in the first place? Before I could continue analyzing this strange thing that had appeared in our room, Esmeralda came out of it. Joseph and I jumped when we saw her. What the hell? Hello, boys, she chirped happily. Hell, she scared me. She can do that? She can appear anywhere she wants. I think you should have given them a heads up, Chase, she said while she looked at him. He shrugged like he didn't give us the biggest scare of our lives. They'll get over it. He is an alpha, he said while he pointed at me, and he is a beta, he said, pointing at Joseph. They are supposed to be strong. Esmeralda sighed like she had to deal with this kind of behavior frequently. Your choice, Chase, Before she could say anything else, he interrupted her. Besides, he is the douchebag alpha that hurt Ivy. Esmeralda remained stoic, of course. She knew who I was. When we finally came to good terms with Kate and Ivy, I went to their pack to smooth things out. Esmeralda practically kidnapped me, and I could still remember what she did. I was enjoying the room as I tried to rest a little bit. I couldn't believe that Ivy and Cade were giving me a second chance. I didn't deserve it, but I was grateful for it. And then my door was blasted open and a very pissed witch came into my room. My first instinct was to stand up to cover and protect myself, but damn, she was fast and strong. She blasted me, making me fly across the room until I hit a wall. I thought that was it, but then I felt how my body got lifted in the air. Her eyes were bloodshot red, making her look scary. Ivy told me she was a witch, but why was she attacking me? I am not doing any harm. What the heck is wrong with you? I asked her. She must have confused me for someone else. Otherwise, I couldn't understand why she was attacking me. So the alpha loves to attack poor, weak girls, but when someone his size comes, he cowards. I didn't understand her question. What have I done? Ivy, you jerk. Oh, she is Ivy's friend, of course. She knows what I did, and she didn't attack me the first time because we were in my pack. Now I was in her territory, and she was making sure that I knew that. If this is because of what I did to Ivy, I apologize to her. I was a horrible person back then, but I have changed. She snorted at my answer like she didn't believe a thing I was saying. It must be hard to think that I am trying to be a better person. If you say so, alpha jackass, she said. Then she dropped her hold on me and I fell to the ground. I thought she was going to turn around and leave, but instead she got closer. I will tell you this one time only. If you ever hurt Ivy in any kind or form, I'm going to kill you. You have no idea what I can do, but I can make you wish you were dead. After that, she left the room while I stood there completely frozen. You knew? Chase asked her. The lack of reaction on her part was obvious to him. Of course I did. We went to his pack, Chase, remember? She rolled her eyes at him. Of course, she omitted the part where she threw me like a rag doll and practically gave me my life sentence if I ever did something to Ivy. Right? Was all he answered. I guess he wants to hit me as well. Now give me the necklace, she said to me, but I didn't have it. Did Chase her I did? He doesn't have it, I do, Chase said, and I had to admit that I was impressed. When and where did he find it? While you distracted Amanda, I entered her quarters. Nice plan. Now I wondered if he got the map as well. I had to admit he was resourceful. He gave the necklace to Esmeralda. As soon as he took it from out of his pocket, I could get the scent of my mate. It was peppermint. Yes, I have a sweet tooth, so that is why my mate has a sweet scent, at least to me. I wanted to grab the necklace to feel like I had a piece of my mate, but I knew that the best thing I could do right now was to let Esmeralda perform her spell. Do you have the other things that I asked for? She asked Chase. Who do you think I am? He said while he rolled his eyes. He handed Esmeralda a map of the place, along with some white candles. How did he get everything so fast? How did you? You just have to charm a couple of Omegas to get what you want. I can do it because I haven't found my mate. He has a point. That is what I wanted to do as well. I had to give it to him. He was smart and resourceful. What I couldn't understand was why Ivy didn't give him a higher position in her pack. It could be because he is young. Most likely Aries. Okay then, everybody please stay away from me. Alexander, come here and cut your palm, please. I was not going to question why she needed my blood. I did as she told me and then retreated. She put the map on the floor, lit up the candle, and dropped the blood on the map. She had the necklace in her hands, and a red glow appeared when she started enchanting her spell. Ostende mi ubisit, ostende mi viam tuam, hac tabula utere tuo duce, hac oblatione ut essentia, et hoc sanguine ut suo. She repeated the same phrase several times until my blood started moving around the map. I have never seen anything like it. She was helping me find my mate, and all she needed were simple elements. Is that how magic works? Remember me to hit you if you ever make her angry again. Aries, I'm not stupid, and I don't have a dead wish. Nevertheless, Aries was right. I don't want to piss off a witch that gives clear indications of being really strong. Done, she said, while she pointed at the map. She is here. It is outside of pack territory, and according to the map there is nothing there, but something tells me they are hiding it. It could be some type of dungeon underground, so keep an eye open when you explore the area. I thanked her for her help. Now I had a lead on where my mate was. Please wait for me. I'm coming to get you. Kaylee's POV. This chapter may contain some disturbing scenes that portray physical, emotional, and abuse. Reader's discretion is advised. I'm so thirsty, I can't remember the last time that they fed me. They want to keep me weak, so they provide me with the least amount of food and water possible. I have seen death several times, and I wanted to welcome it. But they always bring me back. For some reason, they can't seem to let me go. I couldn't understand why they wanted to hurt me. I was supposed to be a princess. My father sent me to stop the war between the wolves and my people, but they tricked us. Well, they tricked me. The Alpha didn't want me. He only wanted to use me. I came to this pack as a deal that my father made between him and the Alpha. He was supposed to marry me to join our people together, so the wars would stop, but the Alpha sold me. He didn't hold his deal of the bargain, and he gave me to his son. I fought tooth and nail, but he got what he wanted from me. At first, he tried to touch my body, but I would kick or scream. I even bit part of his finger off. After that, he made sure that I was drugged before his visits. My life changed completely. I couldn't understand why he was doing it. I could see that he had a mark from his mate, so every time he came to me and raped me, she felt it. The first night that he got what he wanted was still fresh in my mind. I was chained to the wall, as usual, but they put me in iron cuffs. Iron debilitated my species, so I was extremely weak. I was trying not to fall asleep because I had the feeling that if I let sleep take over me, they would do something. I was tired. No, I was exhausted. The beatings, the starvation, the lack of sleep, everything was pure hell for me. 6 months have gone by, and I can't understand why my father hasn't come to rescue me. He must have realized that the deal went to shit, that I didn't become a queen like I was supposed to. Or maybe he didn't care, and that is why I am still here, suffering. Either way, I am tired of fighting. I am tired of feeling like I am garbage. I have tried to end my life a couple of times, but I don't have a lot of stuff to work with. One time I used a broken glass that I found on the ground. I cut my veins, letting the blood come out from my fresh wound. Dead was just around the corner, and then they found me. They brought me back to life, back to this misery. Why? My thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the door opening. I shivered when I felt his presence in the same room that I was. He loved to torture me, so he walked slowly to where I was. Each step he took made my heart beat 1,000 miles per hour. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was ringing in my ears until he was in front of me. I took a deep breath because I knew what was going to happen next. Or I thought I knew, because nothing prepared me for what was going to happen. He lifted my chin harshly to make me look at him. "Hello, princess, how are you doing today?" he said to me. I was trying really hard to keep my eyes open. My lids felt very heavy, and it was taking me a lot of effort to avoid falling asleep. Did they give me something else? The water. The water. They gave me water, and I thought it was an act of goodwill, but of course it wasn't. They drugged me. They drugged me. I am trembling right now. I know what he is going to do. I am not stupid, and they would not drug me unless they wanted me to be compliant. I should have known better. I was surrounded by demons. "Are you trying to fight?" He laughed at me. I wanted to kill him. I really did, but I couldn't do anything. My body wasn't working. "I am going to kill you," I said, but my voice was barely audible. I was losing the fight. Then, a hard slap landed on my cheek. "I don't like it when you are asleep. I want to see the terror in your eyes. I want to see when the light leaves your body, because I'm going to break you, piece by piece." He was getting closer to me, and even if I tried to move my head to the other side, it was a futile attempt. He then ripped my clothes. Well, the things that I call clothes now, making my whole body be on full display for him. I wanted to cover myself, as I could feel his eyes roam my body. I felt dirty. I felt exposed, and that wasn't the worst thing that he was going to do. No, it was just the beginning. "You have a beautiful body. It would be a pity to let it go to waste, don't you think?" he said as he licked my face. I wanted to vomit. I felt repulsion. This man was going to hurt me. He was going to destroy me. He started touching me everywhere he could. My feet weren't chained, but I couldn't kick him because I was too drugged to make my body move. He then stopped licking my face, only to redirect it to my nuts. Everything he did destroyed me further. He knew it, and he was enjoying it. Do you know what the worst part of all was? My body reacted to it. I couldn't control it. I was not feeling pleasure, but for some reason, my body was doing the exact opposite of what I was feeling. You like it, see, he said while he touched me on my private spot. He inserted his fingers just to mock me as he proved to me that I was wet. Why? Why did he have to taunt me, to mock me, to make fun of my suffering? I get that he hates me, but I never did anything to him. I was just part of a deal that was supposed to bring peace, but if it did, it was in exchange for my life. We are going to be here a long time, so you better relax, you whore. He spat and did the unthinkable. He took off his pants and released that repulsive piece of meat that he had in between his legs. Then he positioned himself near my core. I heard my heart beating faster and faster, waiting for the moment that was going to destroy me completely, until it arrived. He entered my body, and with zero preparation, I let out a scream of pain. I could feel how everything inside me broke, how blood started coming out from the intrusion. Each time he saw that I was beginning to drift off to unconsciousness, he slapped me hard. He did that until I could no longer hold on. He took that disgusting thing off me and lifted his pants. You will get more food for pleasing me, but I expect a better treatment next time. I wanted to kill myself at his point. I didn't care. I just wanted the pain to end. I haven't heard a word from my animal side since that day. It could be the iron, it could be the mistreatment, or it could be that night. Whatever it was, it broke her too. I was so sorry for her. She had to be next to an unworthy human like me. I couldn't even protect myself. At least I hope that my people are safe. The floor was cold, but I didn't have anything else. I could write with my blood like I sometimes did, but they have taken anything that I could harm myself with. I hope that starvation eventually kills me. That could bring some closure to my life and an end to my suffering. Before I wanted to live, I wanted to find my mate and have my forever after. My first plan was to escape and do, but now, I don't think anyone would want me. I am broken and used, something that a mate doesn't want. I am only worthy of death itself, and she doesn't even want me. Is my life going to be like this? Constant suffering? Most likely, I don't think the alpha is going to let me go. I am his personal toy after all. He enjoys breaking me piece by piece. It has come to the point where I don't even fight him. When he abuses me, I try to go to another place in my mind, a place where everything is beautiful, a place where I am free. I had imagined that I had a mate and that he loved me. He treated me with kindness. I even dreamed one time of how he rescued me. He came here and killed the alpha to set me free. I can't imagine him being a wolf. No, he was of the same species that I was, a polar bear. Wolves are nasty creatures. They are the ones responsible for my trauma. I could never be with a wolf, not even in my wildest dreams. I was still imagining things when I heard the door of the dungeon open. I started trembling. It was something that I couldn't control. Even if I tried to be brave, the sound of that door, along with his footsteps, always put me on edge. I knew he was coming. I could smell his scent, but the weird thing was that he wasn't alone. Why? Is he going to use me as a toy for his friend as well? No, I can't do it. He can't be that cruel. He should not be that cruel. I heard his footsteps. They were now at my door. But for some reason, he wasn't mocking me. He didn't say anything hurtful, and I could see that he was standing right in front of me. I was too afraid to look up and see his face, but something was telling me to do it. Once I did, I realized something. His eyes changed. What was going on? Alexander's POV. I had the map with me. Now I had to find the perfect excuse to go where I needed to go. I am in a foreign territory, so I can't go roaming around. What am I going to say if one of the guards finds me outside? Yeah, a witch came into your territory. My friend stole the necklace of one of your maids, and she used a spell to locate my mate. Yeah, that sums up what happened and how I got in a lot of trouble. I was thankful for Chase's help, but bringing Esmeralda here could be more complicated. If they saw a witch in my room, then a war could take place. We were walking on thin ice here, and I was having an internal turmoil that didn't let me be. Finding my mate was all I could think about, but I knew I had to be careful. If she was hidden somewhere, then I couldn't cause much ruckus. That would alert them, and in return, I could lose her forever. I was an asshole to my first mate. I didn't behave like I should have, but I was not going to commit the same mistake twice. Only a foul would do that. "Could you stop pacing around?" Chase asked. "You are giving me a headache." I rolled my eyes at him. I couldn't care less. I wanted to release a bit of my anxiety as I didn't know what to do, and pacing was the only thing that stopped me from going to the area that Esmeralda pointed out. "I'm thinking." That was all I answered. I didn't want to give more details because it was too complicated to explain what was going on inside of me. My mind was in complete chaos. "If you tell us what is going on, then we can help you out," Joseph suggested, and he had a good point. "I don't know what to do. I want to barge into whatever place my mate is and claim her. At the same time, I don't want to put her at risk, because if we start poking around without having a clear clue, then they could hide her more meticulously." I ran my fingers through my hair, exasperation cursed all over my body. "Hey man, calm down. Esme and I will get your mate for ya," Chase said. "He is going to get me in deep trouble. I get that he wants to help, but Esmeralda can't go out of this room. Ever. If the Alpha finds out that we brought a witch to his territory." No offense. I looked at Esmeralda for this part. Witches are not liked, and Ivy had a lot of backlash when she decided to name Esmeralda as her gamma. "None taken," she answered me. "Well, I guess their people don't like us either. He is going to start a war with Ivy because she is part of the king's pack." I now looked at Chase, who seemed unfazed by my reaction. "They won't know she is here. Do you have any idea how powerful she is?" He now directed a question at me, and I had to admit I had no clue what a witch could do. "No, I don't. That means that the Alpha here doesn't know either. It could go both ways. Either he underestimates her, but is still mad that we brought someone without telling him, or he realizes how strong she is and loses his shit." I said to Chase, "He has to understand how much was at stake, and that whatever we did had to be with extreme precaution." Then I heard my cell phone vibrate, and when I took it out, I saw Ivy's name displayed on the screen. Something tells me that we are not going to like it. She probably noticed that Esmeralda was not in her pack. Well, we have to answer her, so... Yeah, I know. I took a deep breath and answered her call. I expected her to scream at me the moment I said hello, but instead she asked me to put her on speaker. I did as she asked me, and when she was certain that everyone could hear her, she yelled, "Chase and Esmeralda, you have 5 seconds to explain what the hell is going on." Well, at least her anger isn't directed towards me. "I haven't left for more than an hour," Esmeralda stated and rolled her eyes. 4, Chase sighed. "I guess it is common for Ivy to get mad at them." "Calm your would ya?" Esmeralda said to her. My eyes popped out of my sockets. I knew that they had a great relationship, but she was still queen. 3, she continued. "Geez, okay, Chase called me here because this prick just found his mate." "You found your mate?" Ivy now asked me. I don't know why, but I felt embarrassed to tell her. I wanted her to know, but at the same time it was hard for me to admit that because of how bad I was to her. "Yes." I hear a squeal at the other side of the line. Was she happy for me? "Where is she?" Before I could answer her question, Esmeralda spoke. "If you hadn't rudely interrupted, you would know. He caught her scent, but for some reason they are hiding her. Chase called me to do a locator spell, and we found out that she is in the middle of the forest." "That doesn't sound right, are you sure?" she asked Esmeralda. "Positive. At least that is what their map says. Anyway, we are helping him out. Also, I have to say that there is some weird vibe in this pack." Ivy sighed. She knew that already. She told me that she wasn't sure if I should go alone. Well, not alone, but with little backup. I don't know all the details, but what Ivy told me is that this had to do with some of the Lunas missing, the lunatic that kidnapped her, and apparently something that Bianca said to her. Yes, very confusing. "Okay, Esmeralda, you can stay there, but you need to hide. I will call one of the Alphas that owe us favors so you can go with them and pass as a member of their pack," she orders Esmeralda. "Copy that, Your Majesty." Ivy huffed at her answer. It was a weird dynamic, the one they had, but it was fun. I hope that one day my members feel comfortable enough to joke around me. Chase, do what you do best and help Alexander. He is not used to your, methods. What does she mean by that? Yeah, I know he is lost. How can you be an alpha? Joseph now snorted. Stop it, Chase. He can be a little sensitive, Ivy spoke now. Okay, thank you for the comments. I rolled my eyes at everyone. Before I would have gotten mad if someone questioned me as an alpha, but now I knew what I was capable of. In the past, that position was delivered to me. I didn't earn it. After what happened with my father, I changed a lot. He got that position by earning it, Chase. Joseph came to my defense. Yeah, but he laughed first. He wanted to, and even I have to admit that Chase is funny. Whatever. He is useful, Aries. He got the necklace, got the map, and the candles. Brought Esmeralda here, and they even gave us an approximate location of where she is. True. We need to use all the help we can get to help our mate. I know. Aries said and then whimpered. He wanted our mate, and he wanted her now. Can you tell if she is all right? That question was hunting me. I needed to know if she was okay, or if they were hurting her. The memory of seeing Ivy being beaten was still fresh in my memory. I could never forgive myself for allowing something like that to happen, and I now worried that my mate had to suffer the same destiny, or worse. I don't know, we haven't really met her, so the link isn't fully in place. You just recognized her scent, and because you already know how that feels, you know that the scent belongs to your mate. That means that if I had no idea how the bond works, we wouldn't have found out that our mate was here. Exactly. That was like a bucket of ice water was dropped over my head. It was curious how destiny always found a way to bring mates together. If Ivy hadn't asked me to come here because of what she found, if I didn't know how the bond worked, if that maid hadn't come that day, we would have no idea that my mate was here. Alpha? Joseph said while he pinched me. I guess I was too immersed in my conversation with Aries that I didn't notice anything else around me. Sorry, what did you say? We have a plan to find your mate. Esmeralda is going to transform into you, so I need you to stay in the room until your beta tells you that it is safe to go. She can transform into people? Then we are going to leave the ball. After that, you have to get out of the room and pretend that nothing happened. Meanwhile, Esmeralda and I will go to that place, and we will tell you if we find something strange. Alexander's POV. The ball had begun a couple of hours ago. Joseph hadn't told me anything, so I stayed in the room, biting my nails off. What was taking so long? I needed some kind of update or something. Aries was going crazy inside me. He wanted me to turn, and I was considering his freaking idea. I could hear the music, the laughter, and the chit-chatting from downstairs. What the hell are they doing? Aries asked, irritated. I wished I had an answer for him, but I didn't. And if I talked to him, I was going to get more anxious. I didn't want to mind-link him because I wanted Joseph to be focused on the task he had at hand. It didn't help with my anxiety the fact that Chase and Esmeralda are impulsive as hell. They are like toddlers. Hey, don't ignore me, Aries demanded. I don't know what to say to you, Aries. At least you can keep me company. You are behaving like a child, too. Aries rolled his eyes at me, but before we continued with our bickering, I felt Joseph try to mind-link me. Alpha. They have left. You can come down now. Finally, that meant that they had gone to search for my mate. Coming, please update me, I asked him. I had to know what they had done while they disguised themselves as me. If Joseph hadn't told me anything before, then it meant that everything had been fine, right? He explained that Esmeralda and Chase met several alphas and that he would tell me their names if we met them at the ball. No one has found their mate yet. But according to Alpha Ronald, a few packs were delayed because of the weather. I asked him if he noticed something weird with Alpha Ronald or Luna Kaya, but apparently they were acting normal. There wasn't much information, so I couldn't explain why it took so long, so apparently Ronald's speech was long and tedious, making everyone almost fall asleep. I started going down the stairs when I heard that voice. She was the only person that I didn't want to see. What are you doing up here, Alpha Alexander? Amanda purred while she tossed her hair to the side. She was trying to be sexy, but I found her kind of ridiculous. I was not trying to be mean, But she knew I had a mate, and she was trying this nonsense. You did lead her on, Aries remarked. And I have to admit that I did, but it was to find my mate. You know why I did it. I'm not trying to hook up with her. I was just getting what Chase asked. You better not be, or I'm going to claw your box out. He threatened me. I deserved it. He was still cautious with me after what I did to Ivy, but sooner or later, he was going to see that I was not the same person. I came to my room to take a call from my pack. I said in a serious tone. If I was friendly with her, she could misinterpret my actions. Oh, really? She started to get closer to me, but I took a step back. She frowned at my action like she was confused at what had happened. Look, I don't want to lead you on. I betrayed my mate once, and I am not going to do it again. You surely are a wonderful woman, but once you find your mate, you will understand what I'm going through. I hope that she got what I wanted to tell her. The thing is that when people don't understand with kind words, you sometimes have to be harsh. But in my case, I haven't mastered telling people things without being mean. Redemption takes a long way, and I was probably in the middle of it. Alex, something is weird about her. Aries surfaced quickly. I focused on her to see what he was talking about, and I promptly got it. She isn't an Omega, right? Exactly. Her whole aura shifted. I could see what he meant. When I first met her yesterday, she smelled like an Omega, but now that she got angry, she seemed to be a Beta. I wasn't entirely sure, but she wasn't an Omega. At least that was clear. So you wanted to play with me? Now her aura turned murderous. It could be mistaken with one of an alpha daughter. Absolutely not. That is why I'm being honest with you. A lot of alphas are coming here, and that means that you could find your mate. Wouldn't you like that? I asked her, but the look she gave me was that of someone who didn't want to meet their mate. Sure, wonderful. Anyway, you should go downstairs. Everybody is there. I nodded at her while I gave her a faint smile. She is pissed. You should keep your eye on her. Yeah, I know, Aries. It is going to be a long night. How much time is it going to take Chase and Esmeralda to get news of our mate? According to the map, the area is not near, which means that it could take a couple of hours. Ugh. Fine. Aries retreated to the back of my mind, while I walked towards the ball. Once I reached the living room area, I could see that it had been decorated with a winter theme. It was surrounded by garlands of snowflakes and stars. The corners of the room were covered with fake snow to give the illusion that we were outside. Several alphas and betas were dancing around. Most of them ignored me, so I suppose that I already said hello to them. Joseph spotted me and came to my rescue. I didn't like it in here. I felt weird. There you are. Is everything okay on our pack? I smiled at him and nodded in affirmation. Yeah, everything is fine. They just needed some help. We leave for a few days and they are going crazy? He laughed, and I did as well. At least now I know that I could be a great actor. Luna Kia came to where we were. She was smiling brightly as she was bringing one girl to our side. The girl in question had brown eyes and black hair. She had olive skin that she complemented with a red, sparkly gala dress. Hello, Alpha Alexander. Where did you go? We were looking for you, she stated. I looked at Joseph because I hadn't been gone for long. Esmeralda left, and I came out almost immediately. I had to answer a confidential call, so I went to my room. I didn't take too long, did I? I said while I looked at Joseph for some reaffirmation. Yes, Luna. I'm sorry that my alpha missed the first dance. Fuck, I missed that, I asked him through the mind link. Yeah, Esmeralda said they had to run. I don't know what excuse Chase gave to leave, but he did it shortly after her. Well, at least they didn't leave together. That was a good call on their side. And who is the lovely lady by your side? I tried to deviate from the subject of the conversation. She looked at the girl next to her and gave the brightest smile she could. She then gestured for her to take a step toward me. Damn it, she is trying to pair me up. She is my niece, Olivia. I wanted to introduce her to everyone because she arrived a little bit late. Isn't she gorgeous? Niece? They didn't look like they had that much of an age difference for her to be her niece. Also, Kia has fair skin, light brown hair, and blue eyes. She is the total opposite of this girl. Genetics are weird. Yes, they are, but it doesn't seem that they are related at all. Their scents don't match either. Adoption? That is a more plausible Aries. Either way, It is none of our business. She is a beautiful girl. If you would excuse me, Luna, I would love to grab a drink. Kaya's smile faltered. She didn't expect me to cut the conversation short, but I had nothing else to say, and I didn't want to be part of her matchmaker game. I thought that the whole idea of coming here was to find your fated mate, but it seemed that they were looking for chosen ones. I could see some of the alphas dancing with other she-wolves. I suspected that some of them were mates, but others seemed to be just for fun. How did I notice it? Because some of the females had fresh marks on their necks. I could see some she-wolves that wanted to come toward me. Oh, fuck. It is going to be a long night. The ball was dreadful. I had to run several times from different she-wolves. I wanted to get under a rock and forget that I had to go through this for almost a week. Are we done? Yeah, I'm tired, and I also want to know if Esmeralda and Chase found something. I forgot that they can't mind link us. They will probably go to the room then. That is what I suspect, unless they didn't find something. When I said that I felt how Ares whimpered in my mind, I didn't want to hurt him. I wanted to be realistic. There was a chance that they didn't find anything. It is late at night and the place is covered in snow. Alpha, can we go now? Joseph asked me. He is running from all the unmated wolves as well. Even if he hasn't met his mate yet, I have seen that he has stayed loyal to the bond. He hasn't dated anyone, he doesn't go out much, and I even believe that he is a virgin. Contrary to my ex-beta, who always told me f*** around. Sure, I was going to ask you the same thing. We started walking towards Alpha Ronald and Luna Kea to say our goodbyes. We had to be polite, and taking into account that I didn't enjoy the night and made it very evident, it was the least I could do. Alpha Luna, thank you for the invitation to this wonderful night. Joseph and I will retire to our room. They looked at us like they weren't surprised by what we were telling them. I think you made it too obvious that you were not having a good time. You think? Thank you for joining us, Alpha Alexander. I hope that tomorrow you join us for breakfast. I accepted his offer and left the ball with Joseph. As we started walking to the room, I started to feel uneasy. It was a weird sensation, like it was telling me that something was going to happen. I didn't think much of it. If something was wrong, Ares would tell me. Do you smell that? Joseph asked, but I couldn't. Everything seemed the same to me. No, what is it? I asked him, but he seemed to be deep in thought. I don't know, but it is gone now. Weird. We should get some rest. Tomorrow is going. As soon as I opened the door, the most magnificent scent enveloped me. I can't even describe it, because it was making my heart flutter and my head spin. They found her. Mate? Ares said, while we looked at a gorgeous petite girl. She had white hair and glowy blue eyes. It was as if she was made of snow. She was so delicate, but beautiful that I wanted to get near her, to see if she was real. I started approaching her, but she soon took several steps back while she covered herself. Leave me alone. You are a monster. I never imagined that words could make me feel like my heart had been ripped apart, but that was exactly what I was feeling at that moment. Mate doesn't want us. Ares was sad, and I was devastated. I betrayed my first mate, and now my second mate hates me. Give her a second, Esmeralda came to her defense, but it hurt too much, so I turned around and left the room.